We are now recording. It's now the actual thing. Congratulations. I'm doing the first WAMM.
Welcome, everybody.
The
Welcome
WAMM
to the
Jam.
jam.
The WAMM Jam, number one. Uh, Real quick, before we actually get started, should probably do a very quick explanation for what WAMM is, due to the fact that this will also be the first video up on the YouTube channel.
And we should probably introduce ourselves.
Probably. I'll start with just a very quick explanation of what WAMM is. As the name suggests, it is Writers Articulating Modern Media. Why is it that name? Find out later. No. um, I'm Michael Kaiser. I'm one of the two main writers for WAMM. Essentially, the goal of WAMM is just to write shit that is entertaining and hopefully can inspire other people to write too. Because anybody can write, they just gotta work at it. Maurice, do you want to go next?
Sure,
Almost
I'll
made a
go
hot take right
next.
there.
I'm Maurice Jones. I am the other writer for WAMM. I can't spell.
Which is why we use online writing programs.
And if I can't spell and I can write, so can you.
Alright, Caius, your turn. Or Roz. I don't know what to call you on here.
I'm Caius, also known as Roz. I just do the arts. That's what I do.
Has your name been Caius this whole time?
I pronounce it Caius, but it's also pronounced Caius. So it
Why has
doesn't
no one told me?
Why has he told no one?
I it
I've been
doesn't
calling you
matter
Caius for like a
because-
year now.
I actually knew it was Caius, but I like saying Caius because it reminds me of the Yu-Gi-Oh card. Caius.
This is literally the way people mispronounce my name all the time, calling me Kaiser when it's Kaiser.
No, either one is fine. Kaiser, Caius, and they come from the word Gaius, so technically the correct pronunciation is Caius, but Caius. It doesn't matter.
I'm a terrible
No.
friend.
It's correct. Whatever is correct is what you say is correct. And if you're telling us both are correct, then there's no problem.
Yes.
No problem.
Thomas, you are talking. You can be the first friend introduced.
Yes, hello. I am Thomas Jackson, friend of the members of WAMM, and I would like to consider myself the first guest appearance.
You did get here first.
Got here before
All
me.
about being punctual, baby.
Technically, he got here before you because I dragged him into the channel.
The kidnapping is strong in this one.
Do not call police. I am not in danger. Wink, wink.
It's
There
okay.
is,
You
however,
blink when
one
you're
other-
trying to show that you're lying.
There is, however, one other person that is, I would also consider a guest. If he's still around, let me check the channel.
Daniel's here.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, I'm here. I'm the resident sleepy boy, because I don't sleep. My name is Daniel, or Danny, or Dan. I'm just here along for the ride. I have read this book, and uh, yeah,
Did you say you have read this book?
I said haven't.
Haven't. You sleepy boy. Dan is our main point of view of the general audience.
And also, technically, Thomas and Caius are the... We're explaining what happened in this thing. Because what myself and Maurice have found is two things. It's twofold. A, we have read a number of stories that we've kind of just sat back at points when listening and gone, how in the hell is this published? And what the fuck is going on? Simultaneously, we also have had the realization that maybe we're the weird ones because of the fact that we also have been like, this is terrible. And then we've looked at everyone else and they've been like, no, it's not. And we've been like, oh, well, this is why it's bad from a writing perspective. And people have been like, didn't notice.
Nope.
You
Good.
just described half of what Stephen King has written.
We're not going to talk about Stephen King yet. We'll talk about him later.
We'll talk about him when we read his stuff,
Wonderful.
actually.
We'll get there when we get there.
I've only seen the movies. I have not picked up one of his books.
I am sure that if these Wham Jams do well, it will be forcefully added to our list of things.
I request Tommy Knockers to be the first one.
Is
I
it
was gonna
because of
say
the word
Gucci.
knockers?
It's because I actually like Tommy Knockers.
I have not read Tommy Knockers. I've only cursory read Stephen King novels because, well, Stephen King's a little weird.
I refuse, on a personal basis, to read it. The movie's good enough. I don't need anything else that the book provides from it.
Moving on from that.
Moving
I know
on from
exactly
that.
why.
Moving
I
on
know
from
exactly why.
that. This isn't. These Wham Jams aren't just gonna be for. This is something terrible that we found. We will talk about good books when we find them. But really, what's gonna happen is me and Maurice love to listen to Audible books. And so what we're gonna do is, when we find something interesting, we're gonna click on it and we're gonna listen.
Mm-hmm.
Most
And
of the
here's the
book,
thing. We also find good things in these bad books. Like, not everything is terrible. I don't want anything to be terrible.
no,
They just sometimes are.
yeah. And technically, we are putting our money where our mouth is by posting our own stories to the website, wham.blog. It's that simple. WAMM.blog. That's the whole website name. Please visit.
We're desperate.
No, I'm not desperate.
I am desperate. I love
Moving-
criticism. Please tell me I suck. Please tell me you like me. I don't care which one it is. I want attention.
That's right.
Said every Lady Dimitros fan ever.
Lady Dimitrescu, give me attention. Actually, no, you can. I'd rather
I
not.
feel like she would. I feel like she would have scathing reviews of books because most of the time, if she's not, eating people and or being rich in whatever mansion she lives in, she has a
Yeah.
lot of time on her hands.
And
While
she
this
doesn't have
is
TV.
exactly the kind of tangents I was talking about, this does actually bring me to a good point. We will also be doing this with writing within video games. We just have to agree on what video game to play. And this is the concept with books is much easier because of the fact that me and Maurice listen to books all of the time.
Oh,
It's either that or videos.
I'm about to say. I thought you was gonna say because we have jobs and we can't play the games all the way through quickly.
That was
But
the other
I
issue because I generally play video games 1 day a week if I've written enough, which a lot of times my brain goes, "No, you haven't. Get back on it," and then I just sit at my computer for 12 hours.
Then
Yeah.
spitballing here.
No comment.
Would you just want people like Daniel and myself who do have the time to play these games tell you about the plots of said games?
That could be
that
a
would be
very
great.
interesting turn. I didn't expect that. You guys have gone from guests to part of it. Congratulations.
You're hired.
I'll be sending you your contracts this evening.
You will
the
get
land.
paid.
This is the kind of plot progression you can expect from this podcast.
You will get no royalties. You will get 1 cent an hour.
I request 50%
That's more than I
commission.
make.
Dan, I will buy you a cinnamon roll every time you do a good job.
Can you buy me a cinnamon roll?
The good job will be determined by me, and I will let you know afterward.
Oh, no, I don't think I can eat a cinnamon roll.
Oh yeah,
True.
you're lactose intolerant.
What can you eat?
Food that doesn't have lactose.
I'll
everything.
make you some toast.
I don't look. If you
Put a
put
bit of
butter on it,
cinnamon
it'll
on the
explode.
toast. No, just add cinnamon to the toast. You like cinnamon toast, don't you, Daniel?
Look,
Uh,
if you-
Let's go with yes.
Dan,
Anyways,
I have a question for you actually before we
Ooh.
get started because I don't actually know the answer to this question. Is your name actually Danny or is your full name Daniel?
It's Daniel.
I know too many people who is just like, my name is this. Like, you mean it's actually this all the way out? And they're just like, nope. And it's just like, oh. Like my buddy Jake from Wyoming. His name is Jake.
from Wyoming.
Yep. There's nothing extra. It's just Jake.
I'm
been
shocked that
lied
his
to.
parents' middle gave him no, it's Wyoming. His name is Jake
Oh my God.
for Wyoming.
I thought it was Jake from State Farm. I've been lied to.
Well, he also has a farm because actually I shouldn't say his last name even though I just totally gave it away. Hooray! You're on the internet now. Moving on.
Jake from Wyoming.
Jake from what? Damn! I have given his first, last name, in the state he lives in.
You gave his first, his middle name.
I didn't give his middle name. I don't even remember his middle name.
His middle name is Ford, and his last name is Wyoming.
Moving on. Why don't we actually get into this first Wham Jam? So, today
Oh.
we're going to be talking about the book Tribe by Jeremy Robinson, read by R.C. Bray, who is, quite honestly, one of my favorite audiobook readers. R.C. Bray, I think, does an amazing job with a lot of stories.
Yeah.
He's definitely got the kind of voice that I would expect smoked heavily when he was younger. It's very gravelly, but it allows him to do a lot of, how to put this? He can do action scenes and tense moments without sounding cringe, which is honestly more of an issue than you might expect with audiobooks, because they have a tendency to have these people read them and then they try and do something that's supposed to be intense, and I'm just sitting there like, you sound like a child.
So
You
it's
sound like a
particularly
toddler.
because of his deep voice and his ability to deliver certain lines with it that really sells it for you.
Yes.
Yeah. He also
Like-
can change his voice very well, so he gives each character their own voice, which is a good thing because he can keep it consistent.
Yes. And one of the issues that you'll find with audiobooks versus reading them is that sometimes when you get into in-depth dialogue, it's not a good idea to have X person said, Y person said, X person said, Y person said, because when you're looking at it on the page, it becomes very obvious with the fact that you change paragraphs when that kind of dialogue exchange is happening. And it gets to a point, if it's like an argument, you don't have to keep saying who's saying what. But when you're listening to it in an audiobook, if they don't change their voice enough, then it ends up being line, 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 line. And you get to the point you're like, all right, who said any of this?
A good example of this would be Will Wheaton reading The Martian.
Yeah.
No offense to Will Wheaton, he did a good job. It was just the fact that everyone sounded the same, and they
Unfortunately.
argued a lot.
Yeah. And that was perfectly fine with most of The Martian, because, well, most of The Martian happens with a single man on Mars. It's his it's his diary entries for his
He
experiments.
did great.
Yeah. Also, while we're on that subject, it's Mark Wahlberg, right, in the movie?
Yeah.
Fucking amazing portrayal. That was great. That's something we should do
Are
on
you
a
saying
different
Mark
way.
Wahlberg was in The Martian?
Was it Mark
He is the
Wahlberg?
Martian.
No, it wasn't him.
Who was it?
The guy from
Matt Damon?
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
God, I'm sorry, Matt Damon. If
No,
you
they're
ever
the
see
same
this, I love
person.
you, Matt Damon, and literally everything you've ever been in.
They are the exact same person. Don't
They're-
lie to me.
Hey, you be quiet. I'm not kidding you. One of the first movies I have any memory of is The Bourne Ultimatum, because my dad wanted to watch it, and I had no idea what was happening, but it was really fucking cool.
I have a picture of them side by side. They're the same human.
We don't need to see that. It's okay. I don't believe you. It's fine. But not the point. We're getting off topic again. Matt Damon did an amazing portrayal in The Martian. Very different performances. That's gonna have to be a Wham Jam later. Might have to re-listen to The Martian, which won't be a terrible thing.
I mean,
But one more compliment to R.C. Bray before we get into the author of Tribe. Not only does he do very good different voices, he has the kind of voice that you can listen to for a very long amount of time, and he can do dramatic moments. But he also is very articulate. I listened to parts of this book at 1.9 times speed, and I still understood everything that was happening. And again, not to rag on Will Wheaton, because Will Wheaton did a good job, but I had to turn down the speed when I was listening to The Martian. I normally listen at like 1.3, and I had to pull it down to 1.25. Maurice has muted, which makes me question what's going on.
sorry, I was using my compressed air gun.
That's fine. Moving on to the author, though, as that is the next logical step in this conversation. The man in question is, his name is Jeremy Robinson. He is the author of Tribe.
Many books.
He's also gone under the pen names of Jeremy Bishop, Jeremiah Knight, spelled like the night, and a couple of other ones. Honestly, he's a fucking workhorse. Because I have his bibliography pulled up, and he has published, like, I think 60 books between 2003 and 2020. 2021, with his most recent book being The Dark, which is a standalone science fiction, most of his books being published by Breakneck Media, Um, Tribe was published in 2019, also through Breakneck Media. It's a standalone sci-fi novel.
Something standalone in 2020?
Yeah,
It's time
he's got.
out. What do you mean this is sci-fi?
It is counted under the sci-fi genre.
I feel lied to.
Um, I would classify it as sci-fi fantasy, but you know, who
They
am
do
I to
anything
judge?
sci-fi. They do
Well,
only
technically,
fantasy.
technically they did do sci-fi with some things that we'll get into. I'll explain it when it pops up. But he
Please.
has done everything from kaiju, horror, science fiction. A lot of his stuff is short stories, but I'm not gonna scoff at that. He's written 60 books over, like, what is it, 2003 to 2021, so
Not even
19 years.
20 years. Yeah.
He's written like nearly 3 books per year. I've written one book over 4 years and it's not published. So doing
No.
better than I am.
You
Fucking-
can't you can't tell the guy he can't get them out there.
Nah, and most of these are being done by, some of them are self-published, but some of them being done by a publishing company. So they're good enough that multiple people have been like, yeah, this is good, put it out there. And more power to them. I'm happy for him. I'm happy
we
for anybody
read-
that can get things published.
Did we read
one?
another one of his books, or are we
I have another one of his books in my library. It is Infinite,
infinite?
which is also published by Breakneck Media and is science fiction. We'll see about listening to it, though, because
Okay.
now that we're done with that, we're just going to get right into the next question, which is, did we like or dislike the book? Maurice, do you want to answer that question first?
I will gladly go first. I did not like this book.
So he went for quantity over quality.
I wouldn't say that because I haven't read more of his books.
This might just not be his genre where he did this at. This might not be his thing.
To give my answer, not trying to be mean, I strongly dislike this book.
I
We
strongly
got
resist this decision.
we got a strongly and a dislike.
I have a lot of issues with a number of things within this book.
Yeah, that's good.
The only one that I'll mention right now is consistency.
P.S. This is full of spoilers.
This is an entirely spoiler review. We don't do non-spoilers here. Everything that we ever say or do on this channel will be spoilers. So if we'll start with a general outline, and if you decide this sounds interesting, I don't want to hear what you have to say, I want to get it myself, then you can leave at this point. Well, that point, because don't leave yet. Stick around. Stay a while.
Yep.
But do you want me to do a very quick general overview?
Yes, you can do a summary, and I'll just butt in anytime something gives me a small headache.
All right, so I'm just going to give a very general overview first. So, essentially, we are introduced to the two characters very early, and oh, there goes Dan. Goodbye, guest Dan. I don't know why I called you guest Dan, but goodbye, guest Dan. I'll assume he fell asleep.
No, he said he was dropping out.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I mean,
I'm in streamer mode.
Or
Yeah.
they could have also been. Daniel does not like spoilers, so even if it's for a book that he doesn't plan on reading anytime soon, it's just not a kind of conversation he wants to be in.
Does make sense. Now,
Spoilers
getting back.
make me want to read, want to see things more, even if it's bad. So I'm
Well,
cool with spoilers.
prepare to possibly download Audible if you don't have it already. So to give a very general overview of the setting and such, technically a sci-fi, I would quantify it as a sci-fi fantasy novel. The general premise is that we have two main characters named Henry and Sarah. They both end up, I'm going to skip forward a little bit and then we'll jump back to it so I can get the setting. Give the synopsis. They meet up at a bank. The bank then gets robbed, and essentially everything goes up in flames from there. And
Yes.
there's essentially 4 action scenes and
This book-
maybe 3 in between scenes that give you a break from it. But this is like a 13-hour book.
This is a. Have you ever wanted to read a Michael Bay movie?
Oh my! I'm sure the word explosion and kaboom came quite a lot.
That was a analogy that Maurice gave me at the beginning when he was ahead of me in reading. There is not a better description for what this is.
So
Like,
you
I've
again-
would
never
make a better
read a
movie.
movie before.
Like, again, I've had 15 hours to think of a better description of what this is. I could not come up with one if you asked me to. To get into it, so the book opens on Sarah's perspective. Sorry, the book technically opens with a prologue about this cult who are doing things. Can I remember what they were doing? No.
No.
Because it's entirely unconsequential, and the only thing that's important that you get from it is that the cultists like to say "blessed be."
Blessed be.
Let's
That's-
be the small children.
It's
They're-
literally the thing they say is "blessed be."
Is if that's the most relevant thing about them, what does this blessed be refer to?
Blessed be.
That's a good question. There are going to be a lot of good questions in this review that we probably won't have answers to.
No.
Essentially, how to put this? I don't want to. Sorry. There is technically an answer for that one, but it is so integral to the plot, I'm going to refrain from answering for now. But I'm going to write it down on my handy dandy notebook here, and I will circle back to it if I don't answer it throughout the story.
Yeah, I got you.
1 second.
Oh, goodness.
Alright, so, moving on from that, and getting into where the actual story picks up. We are introduced to Sarah.
Hello, Sarah.
I don't know how else to describe her other than saying she is a
20-year-old college dropout.
She is a 20-year-old college dropout who works at Dunkin' Donuts. She is described in book as being relatively tall, muscular, African American, just to give you a mental picture of her. Well, she's working at the Dunkin' Donuts. There's a guy that comes up, orders something. She recommends he gets the half-white, half-black donut, which he misinterprets as flirting.
Well, here's the thing. He walks up and asks for a normal, plain-ass donut. She's like, you're not getting that. You're going to get this. Like, out the gate, she's telling the customer, you're not getting a plain donut. You're getting what I'm telling you you're going to get.
And to be fair to the guy, by the way, if maybe I have a standoffish fucking bitch face, I don't know. If anybody talks to me when I'm ordering something, I'm either just gonna be confused or I would probably think it's flirting too, because I'm like, why the fuck are you trying to tell me what I'm allowed to eat? Like, you're either hyper extroverted or you find me charming.
Then I need to know, what was the tone our narrator
Oh,
gave?
hello, Ren. We are talking about the book Tribe by Jeremy Robinson. You missed the opening where we talked about the book itself. We're getting into the plot now. It's weird. It's only going to get weirder from here.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you a little bit of a catch-up, Ren. The first part of this was, did we like or dislike the book? Neither of us liked this book. And we're going to get into why. Where were we in the questioning? I'm sorry, I interrupted you to answer chat.
So, Sarah's out here picking donut orders for the unfortunate customers who run up on her shift, and I just need to know, how did the narrator deliver her lines?
It came out slightly flirty because she had a smirk with it, as if because she was being smug. She was being a smartass, and he took it the wrong way, and she was like, "Oh no, he's taking it the wrong way."
Yeah, I can see that.
Now, here's the thing. How far are we into the book? We're like maybe 15 minutes into the 15-hour audiobook.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta tell you, having finished it, it doesn't make any sense for Sarah to do this.
It really doesn't.
Like, unless she's flirting, it doesn't make sense. Because she's not extroverted at all. She's like, not even relatively, she's a pretty damn introverted person.
Also, the rest of the book, she's not mean.
She also hates confrontation.
Nah.
She
So I
also
don't know
didn't like
why
working
she
at
was
Dunkin'
mean to this
Donuts.
guy. Like, it was so
Nobody likes
random.
working at
I
Dunkin'
think that she may
Donuts.
be overcompensating for
No.
the fact that she works in the food service industry.
No.
No,
Mm.
I wouldn't think so. She literally is just like, first of all, I would just like to point out, I like glazed donuts. I think the glazed donuts are the best kind of donuts, and when you throw a bunch of extra shit on it, it just starts to taste like confetti.
We agree.
And so her going like, you don't want a glazed donut. I'm just like, why doesn't he want a glazed donut, Sarah?
You just wanted a
It's
glazed
like
donut and a
ordering
cup of
a
coffee.
vanilla ice cream.
So essentially, she starts off the book bullying someone, which is against her character, bullying
That we
someone
don't
for
know
something
yet.
that I like,
Yeah.
which upsets
Like,
me.
Here's the thing. I didn't know. Like, when we started, I thought this was going to be our whole character. And I was like, oh my god, she's obnoxious. I didn't know what I was in for.
You did not
3
know what you
minutes
were
later.
in for. Because when he starts to get flirty, the line starts to build up. Because he does take on the whole assholery instead of being like, a little bit of flirting to start my day off. That helps with a little pad for myself. He goes, nah, I'm going to make everybody have to deal with the fact that I'm flirting. And he leans against the counter and starts doing the whole, like, obnoxious flirting bullshit.
And he won't
Oh
leave.
God, no.
And so the line starts to build up all the way to the door.
So he's obnoxious too.
He is obnoxious. Everyone in this book is obnoxious. We'll get to that later. And then we are introduced to character number 2. I know I said they meet at the bank, but I'm a liar. Henry is in the Dunkin' Donuts right now, which is weird because he has no money. I still don't know how the fuck he paid for this donut.
He didn't.
He
She
didn't.
gave it to him for free because the dude paid. But
I don't
got
know
kicked out.
why the fuck he came into this Dunkin' Donuts,
Because he's Henry.
but he doesn't have money to buy a donut.
He had a pen.
I don't think he was gonna rob the Dunkin' Donuts with the plan he has later. We'll get to that. So basically, this guy is being obnoxious flirty, and he just kind of saunters up to the fucking dude and goes, "You're holding up the line." And the guy goes, "How dare you talk to me?" And he looks at him and goes, "I don't have a fucking amygdala in my brain."
And
Hello, DJ.
that-
The fuck?
Real quick, before we get into that, I'm sorry, I have to acknowledge a person in chat. Hi, DJ. It's my best friend, DJ. Hi.
It's your
We're
buddy,
talking about
DJ.
Tribe by Jeremy Robinson, a book that neither of us liked.
Run.
Maybe run, maybe stick around. It's gonna go up on YouTube afterwards, so you'll be able to hear literally everything we have to say about it if you don't feel like sticking around. But we are already 28 minutes into this, and we haven't gotten past the first actual chapter. We've gotten past the prologue, in which I said nothing of importance happens.
So, when he straight up says, I don't have an amygdala, I out loud, while at work, says, is that how you introduce yourself?
He literally says, "You're holding up the line. Why are you talking to me? I don't have an amygdala." What? That means I don't have any fear whatsoever. And he's like, I don't understand what that means. And then he basically threatens the dude's life, going, "I'm afraid of nothing."
And I'm
What?
like, that does not stop you from getting your ass beat, little one. This 17-year-old kid named Henry.
Yeah. For the record, and I hate the fact that I have to say this, and I hate the fact that I have to say that even on Audible, this would not be the only time I'd have to say this during a book review. Remember that he is only 17. That'll be important later.
Oh,
I'm
no.
assuming it's
Could have
sexy.
just made him 18.
Could have just made him 18 and avoided some really weird shit later. But we're not, and he's 17, so he is underaged.
Could have
Moving
been
on.
19. They could have been the same age.
They could have been the same age, but they're not. We're gonna move on a little bit. So,
Yes.
getting back into it, the guy doesn't call.
Leaves.
He doesn't call Henry on his button. He just leaves, and Sarah goes, "Here's a free donut," and Henry goes, "Cool,"
Well-
and then he leaves. What?
Well, here's the thing. Sarah also steps in because the guy's starting to get a little rowdy, and Sarah just
Oh, yeah, doesn't-
grabs the dude's wrist just a tad bit too hard. Because apparently, as she explains, she's always been a fucking Amazon.
Yeah,
accidentally hurting people.
Now, let's get into a little bit of Sarah's backstory that's talked about in this. We'll get into Henry's in a minute because this author doesn't know how to do subtle storytelling, no offense, in this book. And I'm going to say no offense
No.
probably a couple of times because, again, this is the only book so far of his that we've read. This might not be his best work. All of their backstory is said via internal monologue. And so we know by the end of the first chapter that Sarah is a college dropout because she was only in college to participate in her college's wrestling team, of which she was kicked off of because she was breaking people's limbs on accident.
And here's the thing, that she explains this in this chapter.
Now, when you have a lot of characters, it can be very helpful to do that kind of background dropping, just like, here's this person, this is what they are. There are 3 repetitive characters, and the third one is barely in, like, 20% of the book.
Well, we'll get to that character soon.
We'll get to that character soon. Now, I have a very short tangent I need to go on.
Hit me.
So, I am a very big fan of mixed martial arts.
I noticed.
Yes. She is a college wrestler who is breaking people's limbs. And unfortunately, I feel like Mr. Jeremy Robinson doesn't know what wrestling is. Because wrestling is not about limb manipulation, which would result in the breaking of bones. That is more of a Brazilian jiu-jitsu style of thing, or the act of involuntary yoga. Wrestling is the art of taking someone from a standing position to the ground and keeping them there. There's a very popular YouTuber who's got a podcast. His name is Chael Sonnen. He's a former UFC fighter. He fought for a championship. He is a oh god, what is it called? The Greek style wrestling. I think it actually is just called Greek wrestling. Whatever it is. He talks about it as like the act of wrestling is just getting someone to the ground. Everything after that is grappling.
Now,
and
the best way I could just defend Sarah is she probably actively threw them to the ground with the force of the sun.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you because of the fact that the thing that would allow that to happen hasn't been activated yet. She's just a little bit stronger than normal.
I know, but I just mean like, because from what she said, she broke the person's arm, and the only way I can think you can break someone's arm during wrestling is, whoops, I fell awkwardly.
Now, I'm going to pull up a picture because I feel like it's important to mention that American wrestling, there's a very distinct style of how it works, and it involves a lot of people standing in front of each other and doing these kind of motions where they are basically forehead to forehead, and they are attempting to get around the other person's balance. It includes head manipulation. That's why you see people grabbing each other's faces. They're literally trying to move the other person's head to a certain location so they can then move in and do these kind of takedowns. There is not a lot of straight up throwing that is happening, because if you look at the stances of all these people, they're crouching. Their weight is always low, and one of the most important things of wrestling is the sprawl, which is where you essentially almost go belly down, but you shoot your legs back, so you're basically just laying down on top of the person when they shoot down for your legs. Like, this is a sprawl right here, because this guy tried to shoot over for his legs. Now, there is absolutely nothing involved in this that would generally result in the breaking of limbs. Like, this is the most common thing that you'll see where people's body parts are in weird locations. There's sometimes guillotines thrown up, but that's not really something that's done most of the time. It's not... as I've said, limb manipulation is not a part of wrestling, so there's no reason that she should have been breaking limbs, and there's no reason why later on in the story, when it explains she uses these wrestling techniques, that people's limbs are being broken.
So what you're telling me is that it's not that Sarah is using the wrong techniques that results in these limb breakings. She's just bad.
Just bad wrestling.
She's terrible at wrestling, but I would assume just a master of Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
And you think so,
Yeah.
and she for some reason got kicked out of her college for doing that. When I believe most people be like, I want her.
I don't disagree. She'd be a fucking champion. People would fucking forfeit instead of fighting her. But we're getting too far in.
Like
I'm
she's
sorry.
breaking limbs in wrestling.
It is my fault, but I believe we've been on this tangent for long enough.
Yes.
Moving on from that, essentially, if I remember correctly, directly after Henry leaves, Sarah's boss walks out from the back and she goes, "You saw it on the camera, didn't you?" And he goes, "Yep." And so she's fired on the spot.
Because
Yeah.
Like the man,
hurt
Even if-
a customer.
the man.
Even if you're in the right, they will fire you regardless. Even if you're just defending yourself.
Listen, I agree with you, but also I don't, because of the fact that the person who got grabbed didn't complain.
No, he just left.
Like, if he had been like, "You'll be hearing from my lawyers," then yeah, obviously the firing would happen. But none of that happens. It's just, "You're fired now. Here's your check." Like, he wrote her severance check in the back as this happened.
Wait,
Oh wow, what a
Wait.
courteous boss.
Dunkin' Donuts get severance? Should have worked for them.
Well, I mean, she
That
had
was our
worked a
last
shift.
check.
Yeah. And he's like, "Sorry it's short, but, you're fired."
No, okay, I guess.
Yeah, she kind of just takes it on the chin and leaves. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, her parents are dead. That's important.
Oh right,
Now,
my parents
This
are
the
dead.
day?
They've been
she's
dead
a
for, like-
shonen protagonist.
They've been dead for 10 years.
Yeah.
Because it would have
Did
been a
they-
lot worse if it was same day.
Did they ever say who raised her?
No, which is weird because she would have been 11. Because her dad definitely wasn't around, and her mom
Definitely wasn't around.
was not around for at least 10 years.
Yes. Dead parents, everybody.
Typical main character parents. Don't worry, let's get to the other main character, Henry. Henry,
boy.
I'm pretty sure, after learning he doesn't have an amygdala, when we switch over to his perspective, one of the first things we learn about him is that he's homeless.
Oh my.
Like, he has been a part of the
System.
he's
the
been a part of
foster care.
the foster care system for a while, and he's just been bouncing around homes, and he's just given up on it, and now he lives on the street.
Now here's the problem. Now you may think, oh man, that poor kid. No, do not take this child in.
No, he's.
I-
Let's get to a prime example of why you don't take this kid in. So,
So I'll be right back. You keep talking.
the only way I can describe how this character's internal monologue works, it is a prime example of how you cannot, in writing, explain one thing in an internal monologue, but then have the character do the opposite. You cannot have them think something and then do something goes directly against it, and then be like, no, they do. It's right there. The reason why I bring that up is because of the fact that we have a very distinct moment that stuck out to me for the entire book, wherein Henry, in his internal monologue, is like, "I'm fearless, but I know the difference between right and wrong." And then he proceeds to be an absolute, like, almost maniacally evil character. And his excuse is always, "Well, I wasn't afraid to do the thing." And
So Lily-
basically, it seems as though the author is trying to say within this book that the only reason why people don't do maniacally evil things is because they're afraid to do them. Not because of the ramifications of those actions, such as other people get hurt, but because of the fact that they're too afraid in general. And Maurice is gone, and I feel bad about moving on to this without him. But unfortunately, I'm going to because we have a show to do.
Right.
So
But-
this is our...
That thought process, or at least execution of this idea is flawed, because that's not how this works.
Yes.
Your
If-
conscience is not exactly fear-based, nor...
Oh. You
No.
explain to them that he doesn't have the I have no fear. No, he's just an asshole.
Yes, that is what I was trying to explain.
So
but-
but Britannia.
Before we get into that, I feel like I need to touch on this a little bit more. When you're writing, it is extremely important that you do not attempt to do your characterization by telling someone how they're supposed to feel about a character. There are certain things that you can do to show who a character is and what they are about. And those need to be used to help people come to their own conclusions. You cannot just say that this person is a good person and then be like, yeah, everyone's gonna think that, and then have them murder children.
Wait, what?
That's a general example. It's kind of like how I am in my personal writing.
Ooh,
I
first
have
time.
I have never described someone as being pretty or ugly or anything in between. I think I may have described someone as average, um, but that would be more so describing their face, like they have a very forgettable face. I give hair and eye color, height, and that's basically it. I go, anything else, you make up whatever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I then do attempt to, at the bare minimum. Sometimes I probably fall flat in this, and there have been times that I've just been straight up wrong about my characters. Like how apparently the main character of the book I'm writing is taller than I initially thought because of his actions.
Right.
But that's actually a prime example. Your character's actions will help people to shape their image of that person. If you have someone who you don't describe as pretty, but they do something elegant or just in the way that their dialogue is delivered, maybe just even like little words that you throw in there for just flavor text, people will start to determine whether they are pretty or ugly. For example, if you describe someone as sneering and doing that a lot, someone is going to start to twist their face to make them look more ugly. They're the ugly bastard there. And there are a number of other examples that we don't need to get into because I'm going off on a tangent to say, don't tell people how to feel about a character. Have them do things and allow them to draw their conclusions off of those actions.
I will say though, in certain cases, you can describe how a character feels about a character.
Yes, that is not precisely what I'm referring to, but
I know, but it's just, some people take the big general stance. It's not saying it's always bad. It depends on how you do it.
yes, having a character describe how they feel about another character is honestly pretty important just due to the fact that people think about things differently. And so if you have a character that sees, like, for example, let's go back to the child killing thing. One character is going to see that as child murder, like me, for example. I'm like, you murdered a fucking child. That's fucking horrendous. But maybe there's another character who's like, they were a combatant in the future, so it's better to kill them. Goblin Slayer would not have any qualms with killing goblin babies, but the priestess has a problem with killing goblin babies. Now, obviously, that's a visual medium, so we can see that on, well, priestess's face.
There's also written media.
Yeah, well, it's written with pictures, so you can see priestess's face.
I mean, it's actually, it was a written media first.
Ah, well, you know what? It probably describes how she's disgusted by the thing. Anyway, not the point. But that is where what I was saying is technically wrong, is when other characters exist because people think about things different ways. I'm saying a character's actions within the person, like, I let me just get into the example that the book gives. The book goes, Henry knows what right and wrong is, and just because he is fearless doesn't mean that he's a terrible person. He then proceeds. I should probably have mentioned this earlier. They live in Boston? Is it? Oh god, how did I forget? This was one of the things I told myself to look up, and then I didn't.
Where are the duck boats?
I don't know where the duck boats are.
We have one. What's close to us?
Now I gotta look
Let's
it
see.
up.
It's Boston.
Aha! I was right.
I already have the tribe wiki up.
Chat, praise me for being right.
Not called West.
Moving on. Yeah, so they're in Boston. Boston is one of the major cities in the United States. It doesn't have New York style traffic, but it's got really fucking bad traffic, as all major cities do.
Right.
Henry decides he's going to, because he is entirely unafraid, he's obviously walking with headphones in, because why wouldn't he be? He's listening to some kind of rock music, because he always does. He loves Poison, I can tell you that much, because there are like 8 fucking scenes where he plays Poison songs.
Doesn't he have a Poison shirt on?
Actually, you're right. He does have a Poison shirt on at the beginning. That shirt doesn't last, but yes, he is currently wearing a Poison shirt. Not the point. He's listening to music and with his headphones in, just starts walking across this fucking street. The 4-lane street with cars.
Wait, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The headphones isn't distracting him. He's doing it on purpose because he doesn't care.
He knowingly starts walking into traffic. And here's where that analogy of he understands right and wrong and is a good person falls apart. Because as he starts to walk into traffic, a bystander grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him out of the road and goes, "Hey kid, what are you doing? You need to be more careful. There's cars." Henry then proceeds to pull out his headphones and goes, "You're fat." The man looks at him and goes, "Excuse me? How did you get that fat? It shouldn't be possible to get that fat, fatty. Stop eating all the donuts, fatty." And it's just like, what the fuck is happening here?
Yeah, that's...
Like, Henry just gets super pissed that this guy doesn't let him walk into the middle of traffic in Boston.
So,
and
Henry
this is legitimately...
Keep going.
This is legitimately maybe 15 seconds in audiobook time after it is described he understands the difference between right and wrong, and then proceeds to verbally accost somebody for helping make sure he does not get hurt.
And best part, after he's done verbally assaulting this person, who backs down because he does not want to be verbally assaulted by a minor, Henry pops his headphones back in and then proceeds to walk in traffic.
Nearly getting hit by cars and having cars honk, and nearly causes an accident.
Outrageous.
So, you're telling me he's a good person, but he then proceeds to verbally insult somebody and then nearly cause a vehicular accident that could get someone majorly injured or cause death.
Or kill him.
Could
have happened. Which did.
I will allow the book to have the minute amount of credit that it does make sense for him not to be afraid of himself getting hurt, but if he understands the difference between right and wrong, he should also understand the fact that if other people get hurt, that's not good. That's bad. That falls under the bad category. That thing that he knows about and should want to avoid.
And at this point in the book, the first text that I sent to Kaiser talking about the book is, wow, both of these characters are terrible people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll move on from that because there is a lot more to go through. So, as I mentioned, they both end up going to the same bank. What are the odds? So they go in, and again, as a reminder, we were just told that Henry understands the difference between right and wrong.
And is a good person.
Henry, the first thing that he does is he walks into the bank and then just stares at a female teller's breasts.
No subtlety, huh?
In her face. She is watching him watch her breasts.
I'm pretty sure she even calls him out for it, and he goes, "Yep." And he just continues to stare at this person. Which at that point, I am more than willing to call that sexual harassment. That's just wrong. You don't just stare.
Right, now that we're exploring this laundry list of incorrect behavior for a quote-unquote good person, but with this amygdala problem, is this an attempt to have a character that isn't just a goody two-shoes by a character writing standpoint for our author's purposes, but have these very clear flaws early in the story for him to eventually work on?
No, there is a way to do a not goody two shoes character without making them a terrible person you don't want to read.
Now, here
Guys,
is the other issue with that idea. He doesn't get over these issues. At the end, he's technically talking about trying to get over these issues, but he definitely has not gotten over any of them as of yet. There's a slight change to them, but he does not become a better person.
Mm.
What I will say is, though, I don't care about spoiling this because the question was brought up. By the end of this, he develops the ability to feel fear for other people who he specifically cares about.
Oh no, emotions.
Yeah, that's it. We'll get more into that all later when it becomes more relevant.
And
Um,
it still just upsets me that this is not what fear is as a base concept. You're just an asshole.
yeah.
Like people and like there are people who are not scared of situations, but they know not to do certain things because I'm not scared I'll die. I just don't want to die.
Some people got shit to do. They just don't want the confrontation. That's a interruption in their
It's like
schedule.
think of a daredevil. Oh yeah, daredevil. They're going to do a dangerous stunt. Yeah, but you know what they do first? Safety procedures.
I am a safety person, and I can tell you, there's a lot of unsafe things happen on my job site. There's a lot of steps before those unsafe things happen to make it safe, though. Relatively safe. There's still things.
Yes, but yes, this they just and then they just don't stop bringing it up.
They do not. Like, probably the most brought up concept of this book, which, when we get into some of the other things of this book, there are some other things that should probably be brought up more often. But the author seems. Mr. Jeremy almost seems to think that the readers are idiots and cannot remember basic facts.
Well, they bought the book, so.
Hey, I bought the book.
Look, we didn't know it was going to turn out like this. He tricked me.
We're dedicating our possibly monetizable time for it.
I was duped.
Now, moving on, but he just keeps repeatedly bringing up his lack of fear. Like, characters even have a moment where they're like, why would he do that? Oh yeah, he's not afraid of anything. And it's just like, yeah, we know. You should know too. We're not even directly dealing with him. But moving back into the plot.
Kaiser, before you move forward, I've been DCing this entire time, so if I just disappear, it's my internet.
No.
R.I.P.
Is that why you haven't had much input yet?
Yeah, I've been in and out like 3 times in the last 15 minutes.
We need to
Lord.
we need to signal boost you. I'll send you a router.
Continuing, he's at the bank harassing a teller doing her job.
As you do as the main character, I suppose.
And we've already established that Henry is not exactly a good person. We're not done yet.
He just got here.
It's about to get way worse. Do you want to take over for a minute, or do you want me to keep going?
So, I think he also harasses someone else while he's trying to write one of the withdrawal slips.
He technically is filling out a withdrawal slip, but
Yes.
it's only technically. He's putting words on a paper.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He practically just takes up the whole space, so no one else can write a withdrawal slip. And that was another slight conflict. But then this rich woman walks into the bank. Like, oh my god, she's like super rich.
Super rich.
Like, she's so rich that it's like the teller already knew her, even though this is her first time coming to the bank, which is white rich.
Affluent.
No, she has an account there. She knew the bank teller by name, and her and one of the bank tellers just immediately go into the back. She doesn't even have to like fill out anything in the front. They're like, "Come on!"
Yeah, I thought I remember her saying like a little later that was her first time going to the bank, and she knew that that's why she went there. I was like, "What? You called the teller by her actual name?"
I cannot remember if that's a thing. My brain may have blocked it out because that's stupid.
Like, I remember being upset about it because I was like, what do you mean? This is your first time coming here. You knew her name. But digressing, so they take this rich lady into the back so they can do backroom stuff.
Backroom things.
I believe they were playing backgammon because that's what happens in
Don't you mean
backrooms.
backgammon?
Shut up. And then Sarah walks into the bank because last paycheck, and for some reason they all have the same bank.
All of them.
I mean, banks are banks.
I don't remember what bank it is, so I'm gonna
People
say it's
all
Bank of
types of-
America.
I think it might have actually been a Bank of America.
People all walks of life will be at a bank.
Mm-hmm. So Sarah walks up to the thing because that's right. Henry was still not doing anything at the counter, and she needed to deposit her check when he was, hogging the station. So she just went up to the lady, and the lady was like, they had like a little friendly back and forth chat. It was fun, and then these two large dudes walk in, and they go right for the back room, and it's crazy. No wait,
Waiting.
nope. Nope, it's not two large dudes who just walk in.
No, it's much
It's
more than
actual. It's 5 dudes in ski masks. Those are the ones who walk in.
2. Yep, there you go. You got there.
The bank is being robbed. Oh my god.
The bank is being robbed.
All right.
They immediately just tell everyone to get down on the ground. 2 of them go to the back room, start trying to kick the door in. It's crazy. Henry, standing over here, walks up to one of the people and it's like, are y'all actually robbing the bank? Because I don't see y'all taking any money. And the dude's like, what kid? I told you to get down on the ground. Look, you're not taking money. I'm trying to rob the bank. So can you step out the way? And I'm like, what the fuck did I just read?
What?
And I'm gonna just answer a question you might have right now. He's serious.
We skipped some levels.
I'm picked up by that. I'm picked up that by now.
Like,
Though
Henry literally doesn't ever get on the ground and just saunters up to this guy like, hey, are you actually robbing them? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm robbing them if you're not. Can I rob the bank? And he's like, get the fuck down. I have a gun.
He puts the shotgun to Henry's face, and Henry
Okay.
goes, I don't have amygdala. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, damn sure you don't.
As you're explaining this, and I'm going to trust you that you've been recalling his behavior as accurately as possible. I've noticed something problematic, and it's potentially problematic. Hear me out. Henry's acting like he has low functioning autism when his thing is that he just have an amygdala problem, which only is supposed to interact with the loss of fear. And
Yes.
that's not what autism is.
Not at all.
And
Now,
making him
I'm gonna
intentionally antagonistic. He's just autistic coded without being called autistic.
now.
And anybody who reads this and identifies with the not even identifies specifically with his behaviors, but knows that he's acting neurotypically, will just be like, "Wow, this is a shitty interpretation of an autistic character."
Yeah, because I was gonna say it sounds like he was writing him to be like he has Asperger's.
Nope, just fearless.
Nope.
Although I will say, just as a primer for later, there was a particular scene which I can vividly remember where I texted Maurice and I just said, I think I said, I can't remember exactly what I said. I said something along the lines of, why do people think that bravery means stupid?
Ah, yes, that I gave you a serious.
You
believe
gave me an
Sorry
honest
for
response, and I went, "No, I'm specifically talking about this book and how I'm upset about a thing." We'll get to that later.
So Henry with a actual shotgun, actual functioning shotgun, by the way,
Pointed at
in his face.
Who gave
Like,
this man's?
He
No,
was
he doesn't
like
have it. The robber has a shotgun to
the
his
Robin.
face.
Okay,
And-
I was gonna say.
Henry is like, oh yeah, I don't feel fear. Kid, I do not want to kill you. Can you please back away from me? So Henry takes his cute little pen.
Oh yeah, he has his own pen, by the way. That was brought up a couple of times.
He pretty much, like, as he was walking over, he already took the cap off of his pen. It's actually a knife, and he stabs the guy in the bottom of his jaw while there's a shotgun in his face. And the dude's like, oh, I've been stabbed in the jaw. So he screams in pain, and his 2 friends are like, what the fuck? All right, I'm killing this
He
kid.
just Tanjiro
Now,
that man.
just so you know, it is like a box cutter knife. These kind of pens do exist where the back end is a box cutter. And so this is when the violence begins.
Combat start.
Oh yes, combat starts. So because one of them's like, all right, I'm killing the kid because he just stabbed my friend directly in his jaw, and that's like metal as hell. Sarah's like, I must help him. So Sarah absolutely lifts this man up and starts crushing him in a bear hug, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, woman.
I've accidentally broken now I'm breaking limbs.
And then the back door, the back door gets kicked in. There's a dead body back there because they're starting something. And then a dude flies out the room into the back of the main wall, dead. I'm like, Jesus. And then the lady walks out, perfectly happy with the other dude.
Now,
and I'm
real
like,
quick,
are you?
I do need to clarify a thing. When they kicked the door open, there wasn't someone dead. In the middle of this combat, because there was a third one out there, there were 5.
Yes.
2 of them went into the back. There was a lady scream. And then a couple of seconds later, one of them comes flying out dead. And the other one is like being pushed back into the room.
Interesting.
Did they not kill the lady? I
old
forget.
lady?
Oh, no, they did.
She's not old.
No. Here's... I'll pick up where you left off. So essentially, this dead guy comes flying out of the room, and the rich lady and the last of the robbers saunter out of the back room. The guy who is the last robber, I'm pretty sure he's bloodied and like doesn't have his gun anymore, and the lady has a knife. And they look past her into the room, and the teller is fucking dead.
Yeah, so actively let this lady die.
Well,
Which is important. I want you to remember that the rich lady and the teller were in a small room when gunmen came into the room, and the teller ended up dead. Remember that for later when we talk more about the rich lady, because, spoiler alert, she's the third more important character.
Oh my god.
So she walks out, there's like this very short, very uneventful, like, fight between the two. I'm pretty sure he lunges and she just stabs him. And she's very graceful and elegant about it, and all of those fanciful words, because she's very pretty and all of these things, and it's just like...
Let's stab this guy, but make it artsy.
Yeah, and it's just like, cool. Who the fuck are you?
Sarah crushed this dude's ribs. Like, I'm pretty sure they're powder and in his lungs. You can't tell me otherwise.
I can't. Moving on, because I don't entirely remember how that combat went.
Yeah, I don't remember how they beat the last dude, but I don't think he lived either.
I'm pretty sure that his jugular gets cut by Henry, but I feel like we need to continue on, because I'll be honest, these first couple of fight scenes, which are like 6 hours of the book, I don't entirely remember, because I disliked this book to the point that I set it down for, I think, like 3 months.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like, here's the best way I can describe this book. Have you ever read Shaky Cam?
What?
This book does kind of become shaky cam. And
have you ever read jump cuts from throwing the punch to connecting a punch?
now,
Jesus Christ.
here's something that I find to be very important. I enjoy writing fight scenes. It's one of my favorite things to write, honestly. When you're writing a fight scene, the most important thing you can do is make sure that whatever is happening is clear. Everything else comes secondary to understanding what's happening in the scene, unless your specific goal is that something is happening that the main character cannot understand. But if the main character is a combatant in the fight, you need to make sure that the reader understands what's happening.
Like, unless he's blindfolded and being thrown around in a fucking tube, I think he knows what's going on.
There are an extreme number of these fights that are missing extremely critical information, and that from the way that I read them, and there are several of them that I did in fact rewind and listen to again just to make sure, the spatial awareness of the author is completely shot. They have no idea where their characters are or where they're supposed to be, and they end up just being where they need to be in order to succeed in the thing they were trying. But we'll get to my main example of that later, because I have a lot to say about that one.
So they saved the bank. Yay!
They saved the bank.
And the lady walks over.
Committed several acts of manslaughter.
Oh, yeah.
It was self-defense.
Self-defense.
That's murder, and I think it might be second degree because they're not
The
premeditated. Henry
he-
premeditated that first one.
So then the police show up. Their job is done for them, and one of them's like, "Oh God, it's Henry."
Yeah,
They know him by name.
fair. No, he sounds like
Now,
a menace.
hold on. He doesn't know him by name. Essentially, they find out. I'm trying to think about it. He's in the system, and so once they find out, they are
He has,
rude to him.
he has a good record. Well, to be fair, he was completely rude to them immediately.
Yeah. Now,
I think he called one a pig immediately.
probably. The only thing that I remember from this scene is the conversation that Sarah had with the one female police officer. Because the one female police officer sees that all of the male police officers are, like, crowding around the rich lady and, like, basically trying to do cop flirting. Which is, you know, kind of the wrong thing to do after a murder just happened, is to try and flirt with one of the victims, but good
Couple
job.
of bodies here.
Good job, Boston Police. Doing a great job.
That sounds like the actual Boston
All
Police.
the days work, citizen.
Here's the thing, though. The female police officer is basically like, ugh, I can't believe they're doing that. But then there's something that happens within the conversation. I don't remember the setup. But, oh, I remember. Sarah prompts her by going, well, what if she was Idris Elba?
What?
And then she goes, honey, if this was Idris Elba, something about, I think she basically said that she would be doing a lot more than flirting at this point if it was Idris Elba. And I was just like, that's assault.
That is assault. That's also a Idris Elba joke.
That's also Idris Elba.
Listen.
As a reminder, this book is published in 2019, and I say this again, I have no hate for Jeremy Robinson. I am gonna say some very mean things. I can hear every single one of his 47 years in his dialogue.
God damn.
Like, I can hear every day of his 47 years in his dialogue.
The day he was born.
We're getting close to my second rant of the book.
Now, essentially, I'll pick up if you would like.
I believe at this part, after the police are done and everyone's free to go because, you know, y'all just defended yourselves and they're dead so they can't press charges.
Yeah, it's totally how it goes.
They're like, all right, we can leave. It's like, oh no, there are reporters outside. And we can't let Henry go out there because Henry already admitted during the fight, these two, Sarah and Henry were talking. Henry actively admitted in front of the bank tellers, I'm gonna rob the place. And it's like, we can't, and Sarah's like, we can't let Henry talk, especially to reporters.
Yeah,
So
it's
she's like, how can I help
person.
this brat out? And before anything bad happens, Helena steps out because that's her name and everyone knows her, and that's what
Hold
the
on.
reporters say.
You're
What?
getting too far.
Am I?
But there's no one that steps in the way to make sure Henry doesn't talk to the reporters. Sarah steps out and is immediately hounded by all of the reporters. When that happens, Henry attempts to sneak away. And he only attempts because of the fact that he turns around and sees that Sarah is now just in the throng of all of these, like, reporters. And she's starting to get angry for some reason. She's being asked a lot of questions, and Sarah, who I should probably mention, like,
The level-headed one.
when she was in the fight, she was trying to immobilize, and I don't think she actually killed the bank robber who she
No,
was
she
fighting.
didn't. She did crush a rib.
I believe she also gave Henry a bunch of shit. Oh, right. We completely zoomed past the fact that Henry didn't want to help her fight the last guy.
Yes, right.
And she had to go, well, that wouldn't be the right thing to do, though, would it? And he went, damn, you right.
I completely forgot because of how inconsequential that was.
She was like, last chapter you said he knew the difference between right and wrong, but now he has to be reminded about the difference between right and wrong?
Correct. Especially when
Where-
it's not convenient for him.
How?
Didn't she convince them by saying if you stop the robbers, they might give you a reward?
No. She convinces him with the whole right and wrong thing.
That's it?
Yeah, that's why I was annoyed by it.
Anyways, back to the plot.
So she's out there, slowly getting more and more angry, ready to start throwing punches. Like,
All reporters.
completely ready to just start assaulting a bunch of people. Henry sees that she's in danger and goes, I'll help her out, because now this is a thing I do, I guess.
So
As
he
he
pulls
starts,
out this knife.
he does in fact pull out his knife, and he starts to move closer, but then Helena shows up, and she's like, excuse me, everyone, back away. These
And they
two
listen.
these two, the bank robbers came for me. And I wish I had my camera on, because I'm doing a bunch of very dramatic hand motions, and no one can see. You just have to trust me. Picture dramatic hand motions.
They came for me, and these two beat all of them by
These two
themselves.
protected me with their strong muscles and their penknife.
That he definitely shouldn't have on him because the police asked him about it, and he said nope.
It's not a penknife. Don't look at it.
Anyways, that's all. Goodbye, farewell to my Lambo, whatever. My Bugatti.
I think it was a Bugatti. Whatever
Yes.
car it was, it's like a hyper sports car. And she like pulls Sarah and Henry over to the car with her, and she's just like, "Get in."
Get in, losers.
And, like,
And they're like,
"There's only 2 seats." And it's just
Sarah's like, I'm not doing that. I don't know you, lady. Henry is already in the car.
Of course he is. Of fucking course he is.
and like they have to share the seat, which it's weird. It gets weirder later.
Who's
But
sitting in
And-
whose lap?
I
and
think
this
they
is the
just
first
sat next to
time.
each other.
This is the
Oh,
first
okay.
time I was like, have you been to Boston?
Yes.
Ooh.
Do you want me to talk about it?
The best way I can put it, he lets them start drag racing down a Boston street in the middle of the day.
Not only that,
That's not a good look.
but I believe she gets up to, according to the description, some good distance above 100 miles per hour.
On a Boston street in the city near a Bank of America in the middle of the day. Traffic is already here before you got out of your parking spot. You will not lie to me
She
about
also,
a city street.
I'm not kidding when I say this. Do you guys remember Too Fast, Too Furious?
Yes.
Of course.
She does
Helena
the-
straight up does the holding eye contact while speeding up thing.
Sarah is panicking and it's like, oh my fucking god, she's gonna kill us. Henry, being fearless, does the first fearless thing that I saw that actually made sense. He is having a good time. It's like, well, I can either slow down or speed up. Slow down, speed up. Oh, it looks like you've been outnumbered. What? How? What? You didn't get a vote. You don't get the vote.
I'm gonna be real with you. That's a gag that actually works.
It was a
that's
gag that
pretty
worked.
good.
The only issue was, how the fuck did she get up that fast in the middle of Boston?
But then, oh my fucking Christ.
So,
So eventually she
stopped-
comes up
no,
to
no,
the
no.
mortal enemy.
no. Hold
Oh.
on.
Oh?
Because it's much worse than what you're thinking.
Mm.
So, Helena finally goes, fine, and she slows down the car. And she stops at a red light, miraculously.
That's what I was about to say. She meets her first mortal enemy, a red light.
Well, she stops because Sarah said so, and then hits the
Oh yeah,
stoplight.
because she was gonna blow past the red light.
Yeah. Here's the
This
first
part.
example of a theme throughout the book that is just you remember how we said this was a Michael Bay movie?
Yes.
So they were just going over 100 miles an hour somehow in a Boston street, and they just came to a stop.
So let's just pretend that there was no traffic at this point in time. Understandable, sure.
A pickup truck then pulls up next to the car, and one dude sticks his head out and he's like, "Nice car, bruh." And
No.
they're like,
You have to
"Yeah."
give it the Boston accent because he said they clearly had fake Boston accent.
No. You're getting a little ahead because the first one did have a Boston accent, but then
Oh.
the passenger turned to the driver and went, "Isn't it a cool car? Fuck it, I'll call him Dave." And Dave goes, Yeah, sure, bud. It's just
Yeah,
like,
sure, bud.
that wasn't a Boston accent. And then everybody gets suspicious. And then, wouldn't you know it, they both pull out fucking guns.
Like Helena first says, "Oh, they're with the no." Helena was like giving context clues, and Henry was like, "What, Sarah? Don't you understand? They're with the bank robbers." And then the guns come out, and I'm like,
Fuck.
"So how did y'all know she was gonna speed this direction? How
And
did you
stop
catch
at
up
this
to
light.
her?"
At 100 miles an hour, how did they catch up?
But I accept it. We're here now. So they start, driving away and getting shot at, I guess, and oh my god.
Then the fucking Uncharted theme starts playing, I guess. Because a massive truck shows up. Like a haul truck. And they start driving through alleys with the haul truck right behind them, going through the alleys with barely any room.
It would start like I remember the way they described it. They gave it a good description of looking in the not the rear, but the side mirrors. You can literally see cars being flung into the air because there's a plow in front of it, and I'm like, sure, I'll suspend my, I'll,
Engage suspension of disbelief.
it's just all right. We're in the land of make believe now.
This is
Let's
what
go.
we're doing.
I'm in, and
We
they
enter
are
Fast
being
and Furious
chased.
territory.
Yeah, so they are being chased. Cars are being flipped to the side. People are screaming. This is a public area.
Like, there are definitely a bunch of people that fucking died today. Not only the bank teller, but many others. And eventually,
They had it coming.
I don't think they crashed even. I'm pretty sure they just get out of the car.
I think Helena tells them to get out the car to split. I think they got caught in like super traffic at last, and then they either had to get out the car because it was still chasing them. And
Yeah,
then
so they end up getting out of the car. They run together for a little bit.
doesn't
Some
the
like
truck allow this
yeah,
just
the
go
truck
onto the
shows-
sidewalk?
the truck shows back up again, still chases them, gets immobilized. I think if I remember correctly, a ninja shows up.
what?
Soon they are getting chased by people, but I remember at a certain part after the truck crashes, Henry stops because this is the first sign of Henry showing something that didn't piss me off, and he was like, "There's a dead little girl in there. The truck killed her," and I'm like, "What the Jesus?"
Oh my.
That was okay. I mean, that's the most believable thing that happened. This truck did just run into a fucking building.
I didn't even remember the dead kid.
Yeah, it was
Now I
just
feel like
dead
an
little
asshole.
girl. It was just dead little girl. Henry pointed her out, and it's like, yo.
Yo, she dead.
And I'm like, great. We had this guy point her out though, but I was like, and he was ready to. He wasn't fully ready to throw hands, but he just made sure Sarah knew there was a dead little girl inside that collapsed-ish building.
He just turns there. It's about to go down.
And that's
That's
when
weird.
more people start showing up. Cultists, I guess. They all just start showing up because they're all civilian-looking people, except the ninja, who's dressed like a ninja.
I think most of them had on masks.
And one of them had a suit.
Yeah, but the ninja had a sword, and I don't remember what happens to him, but pretty sure Sarah kills the shit out of him.
I remember. It'll come up later.
Alright. Moving on. They end up running, fighting some people. It's very... it is the mashed potatoes of action. Like,
It gets
it is just stuff happening.
like I remember what happens is as they're running, they keep running. Helena gets them into the back of a restaurant.
Yeah, I do
And
remember this part.
She just picks up a cleaver, a steak knife, and she just starts to go ham as
Hold
the
on,
coaches are coming in.
You keep doing this. You keep jumping past things.
Because
What actually happens is she grabs something, throws it at one person, and goes, "You two run. I'll hold them off." And they go, "Okay." Well, really, Henry goes, "Nah, I'm gonna fucking fight," and she goes, "Leave." And Sarah's like, "We're leaving," and Henry's like, "Ah, fuck," and then he gets dragged away.
And
Here's
then,
the
like, they
issue, though.
stop at the
No. They get halfway into the other room, and then both of them go, "Oh my god, we left her to die," and so they turn around. They run back and they get to the doorway of the kitchen and they look in and Helena is just
Going ham.
she's just going ham, pirouetting, fighting like a dancer because heaven forbid that anybody who is graceful fight like anything except for a dancer. I'm so tired of that description.
I believe one of the people this was pointed out. One of them was face down in a fryer, and they were like, "Please be." Sarah's like, "Please be dead. Please be dead. Please be dead." Ah! Oh my God, he's not dead.
Wait,
Yep.
she drowned a man in a fryer?
No, she shoved his head onto a stovetop. But she knocked him out before she did, and then he wakes up with his face against a stovetop, which is turned on.
And
So he wakes up
starts
to his
screaming.
face melting, and then he just starts screaming.
And then Sarah starts screaming because, well, frankly, I would too. That's horrifying.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure at one point, like,
Why are you so resilient?
someone throws a dagger at her, and as they throw their dagger, Helena throws her, like, the cleaver, and the knife from the cultist hits the door frame just above Sarah's head, but
And
the cleaver,
Helena's like,
hits the cultist and fucking kills the shit out of her.
and Helena's like, I thought I told y'all to leave.
And so they do.
And they
Yeah,
go outside where they
nobody-
face the first ever conflict that they will ever face again. Police officer actively here to do a job.
I got one question though.
Oh,
Has nobody questioned who the fuck the old lady with the ninja skills is?
she's again not old.
She's like, looks
Fucking-
40.
Man, I barely give her 30.
All right. Well, we don't know we haven't seen pictures. She looks,
But they know who
she
she
looks
is.
mature but young.
Yeah, they know who she is. She's a rich lady named Helena. That's it.
That's dumb.
Well, then.
That- That's all that was really explained to us as well. But then the cops, like, they're like, there's Helena, she's back there, she's fighting these ninjas, can you go help her? And the cops like, sure. And then
Let me guess. The cops work for the kid for the bank robbers too.
Yeah.
yep.
Be like that.
Let me see if I can remember it correctly. The cop moves past them, then turns around and points his gun at them. Because I forgot what happened to make Henry realize the cop was bad.
I do not remember.
But somehow Henry recognizes the cop is bad, and I forgot how somehow he got the cop's
Oh!
gun from him.
Doesn't the cop shoot him in the ass?
Jesus.
No, he shot himself in the ass.
Oh yeah. He
What?
does shoot himself in the ass.
How?
We'll get to that later, but he does get the cop's gun. I can't remember how they figure. It doesn't matter. The cop
Yes.
is bad. They get
They
his
figure out the
gun.
cop is a cultist. That means anyone, anywhere could be a cultist.
Yes,
and
because
I'm like,
Lord knows if cops are
sure.
bad, that means that everyone is bad.
Well, I got a couple questions because
well, remember they interrogated him.
They interrogated one of the guys, and that's how they found out. Oh, they're being chased by cultists and not just bank robbers.
Well, it becomes pretty obvious when they're like, I feel like we might not have given you the scale to this. There are like at least 40 or 50 people that are chasing them in this first sequence.
Mostly either masked or plain clothes, because there is a dude in a suit, people with ski masks, and a ninja.
Like, I'm gonna spoil this now. This author seems to think that like a solid 80% of the population of Boston is a part of this cult.
Boston.
I believe it.
Let's see, if I remember correctly, they don't kill the police officer. And the police officer says, like, after they interrogate him, and he's pretty much like, we're going to get Helena and both of you. And they,
Oh my God.
like, Henry goes, all right, I'm going to kill him now. And Sarah's like, no, we can't kill people. Keep that in mind.
Keep-
You've
the-
already killed
As
people.
Count Dankula once said, or said a bunch of times, in the business we call that foreshadowing.
That's right.
So they don't kill him. I think they just cripple him by shooting him in the knee, which is always better. And He pretty
Superman would
much
never
points
walk
him
in.
out. He points those two out to the more dangerous ninja and dude in a suit who now has a sword.
This man has played way too much Secret World.
Well, it's
No, wait. I think does Helena kill the ninja because another person shows up who is a dude with tasers.
man, I have absolutely no memory of what. I think they
But-
fight the ninja in the train, which is where we're at, coincidentally. So
Oh,
after they steal the
yeah.
cop's gun, they like very hurriedly like go down into the subway, and then they're like, "We don't know who might be a part of the cult." And I think like someone sees them, and they're like, "Get them!" And they just run into the train. The door closes, and they're like, "Ha ha ha! We made it!" And then they see
But
them
then they
in the
got
other.
on a different train.
Yeah, they just got. Well, they got on the same train, just on a
Yeah,
different,
different
cart.
car. And then they
And-
walk up and they have a epic train fight.
It is absolutely not epic because the second the fight starts, this is when the thing happens because Henry goes, "Oh my God, they're on the train!" Pulls the gun, and as he's pulling it out of his waistband, because that's where he hid it, in his back, because he, and I quote, did not want to shoot his dick off, starts to pull the gun and shoots his own ass because, and I quote again, he was not afraid of the gun, and so he had his finger in the trigger well. So we have our first example of bravery equaling stupid.
Also, we have our first example of him understanding consequences. I don't want to shoot my dick off. So let me put it where my butt is. You
Yep.
could, I don't know, have you tried putting it in your hoodie pocket?
Have you thought about turning on the safety?
Have you ever just thought about, at that point, just not hiding it?
Nah.
Anyways, so he shoots himself. There are active civilians on this train card. Dude with a sword, dude with a taser shows up. Sarah has to fight them on a train because they are actively here to end their lives.
Maybe.
This fight got so chaotic. All I know is dude with a sword, not effective. Swords on train cars, not the best thing to do. Dude with the taser, very effective.
Now, I can tell you, essentially, the end result of this fight. Sarah gets stabbed in the leg. Sarah then throws, I believe, she throws Taser Man out the fucking train window.
Like, I don't remember if it just popped off or shattered, but
It
he went
shattered.
out. He went out.
Movement?
Yes. Why the train was moving.
That dude is dead. 100%.
Oh my god.
Taser Man
Is-
out the
wait,
window.
One more question.
No.
Is this a subway train or
Yes.
under the ground? Ah.
He's already buried.
Yeah, it's
All right.
Also,
I will
even with
save
their powers,
this
I don't
for-
fucking believe. I don't
Yeah.
believe that.
I'm gonna be honest. I just remember something, but I'll save it for later because I have questions of how Taser.
Okay, I hopefully will be able to answer. Moving on to Swordman, though. Swordman, after she throws the person out because her leg is in, she like falls over. She's like, ah, and he like
gets ready
gets over
for
and
the-
he's like, haha, I'm gonna kill you now. And then Henry shoots him in the fucking head.
Blood splatters all over Sarah's face, and she, for the first time, had a semblance of normal people. Is like, I'm gonna go into shock now.
And she does, in fact, go into shock.
Fucking why? She's been killing everybody the entire.
Shush, she's in shock. She is shooketh.
She bear hugged the guy to death. That's up close and
Alright,
personal.
that guy didn't die. She just hugged him. And I,
Yeah, he
Oh, then
didn't
she broke his
die.
back. Okay.
she just broke a couple of ribs.
Which
Maurice
you
was
cannot-
being hyperbolic with the
yes,
squeeze.
like I cannot be unconvinced that those ribs are not in his lungs.
I'm pretty sure that Maurice, I feel like your opinion on that front might be being skewed by end book things, but we'll
Oh,
get to
yes.
those. Moving on, though, so they get out of the train and they end up walking towards a church, but the church is like, "Nah, you cannot come in here. You no."
No.
And so, where do they end up going? I think they run
think this
into
is-
Linda on the
Yes.
way.
This is, I believe, what happens is they go.
I think they run into Linda in transit. I don't feel like we need to remember exactly what happened because again, it's been a while for either of us. The
They
important
get to
thing
her
is
apartment somehow.
where they end up at is not her, it might be her apartment too, but it is the home station for the duck buses, which are the buses that can go from land into water and still operate. And they're also shaped like ducks.
We know what the ducks are. We have them here, Thomas. You know what? Yeah.
I know exactly what they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know if Roz knew. Roz, do you know what a
I
duck?
did not know.
It is it's an old military amphibious vehicle that people went, but we could use this for tourism, and so they put ducks on them.
And it's a duck tour. So she, being the kind black woman she is, helps them out.
She walked with Dr. King.
Sure.
She said she did, and I'm inclined to believe her because of other things. Remember, Linda, she'll come up more later.
She's very helpful for sassy black woman.
Are you trying to
was
say
like
sassy
that,
black
kid.
women can't normally be helpful?
No, I mean this stereotypical sassy black woman helpful.
Oh yeah,
Like this is a trope.
it is.
And so she's like, "All right, we're gonna patch y'all up because I know how to sew. I walk with Dr. King. I see my fair share of scraps and wounds. I could stitch y'all right up." This is how she talks.
Thanks, Sugar Mama.
It is. Remember the fact that she does, in fact, talk like a stereotypical black woman. This will be important later.
So
I think
she
we're about to go.
sews up Sarah's leg, Henry's butt, gives him a new change of clothes because of all the blood on them.
They get duck tour shirts.
Woo!
They have a pretty long conversation. I don't remember most of it. The conversation was when the whole Dr. King stuff came up.
Yes.
Sarah has pom-pom hair, but with all the blood, she decides to cut them off.
And I think she was she was able to tame Henry enough, like corral this little lunatic into behaving for a little bit.
Yeah.
And
I'm
then
surprised she doesn't have a chaperone.
so nothing much of importance happens until there's a dun 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 knock at the door.
Now, some of you might be questioning, I wonder who's at the door. Well, Linda
Anyone.
goes to find out. And I don't know how they figure it out. I think Henry sneaks up and looks. It's the police.
Oh,
And Linda sells them out.
Well, why?
I'm going to say that one more time because this will be important later. The second the police showed up, Linda sells them out.
But why?
So they managed to steal a pair of keys to the duck boats.
and
That's
since
right, DJ.
Linda,
She sells them out immediately. The sassy black woman's a traitor.
dimes them out.
But auntie.
But auntie. So they steal the duck boat keys and they have to dun 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 escape. Which they do.
They do.
With
They get to
no
the
conflict.
duck boat. And
Which is downstairs.
yeah, well, it's in the
Garage.
It weirdly takes a while. It's in the garage next door, and they have to hop a fence, and then they have to get past a guard, and nothing of consequence happens that entire time. Any hooser, they
So-
get out, and the second they hit the road,
Well, here's the thing. Before they even get out, it's pretty much like this. All right, I'm driving. Why can't I drive? You're a child. And also, I don't trust you. Okay, fair enough.
yes, that is a theme that happens multiple times. Is people? Well, Henry is like, I want to drive it, and people go, no, why not? We don't trust you. All right, that's fair.
Also,
Which-
you're a child.
Well, he's 17.
He's a child.
You can drive at 16.
He's a child.
I should
He
know. I
doesn't
had my
have
first
license.
accident at 16 and a half.
See, that's why we don't trust children.
To be fair, my first accident was me being hit by a soccer mom. DJ, confirm, you were there.
Dang, that's messed up.
Yes, that's what he says about the sassy black woman also being a traitor.
How could she?
Auntie Y. But yes, remember Linda and her traitorous nature and her sassy black womanness.
That's
All
sassy
of these
black
things will
woman.
be important later.
Yeah,
Um,
they're on the boat.
see, confirmed. Thank you, DJ. I'll have to somehow Photoshop that into the posted video. What I need to do is I need to set it up to where we can have the chat on screen while we're recording. I'll look into that later. Not the point at the moment. The point at the moment is that we're dealing with shit.
They're on a boat.
They are,
I
in
might be
fact,
disappearing
on
again.
a boat. They're on
That's right.
a duck boat, and the second they hit the street, they are found by more cultists.
Look, there they are in duck boats with duck shirts.
And again,
Yeah.
I cannot stress this enough. Mr. Jeremy seems to think that 80% of the population of Boston are a part of this cult. Because there's no fucking way that they keep finding them this fast when these two, spoiler alert, are not their main target. They're
That's
still
not the
after Helena. These two aren't Helena, and they know they split up. Now, a chase ensues. There's some guy on a motorcycle who they're like, oh my god, he's definitely a Fed. And like, he does really cool fucking shit on a motorcycle. He's like zooming around, all this shit. I don't even remember. Nothing of consequence happens. It's a car chase. Which, outside of a visual media, in my opinion, is just a fucking waste of time. That's maybe a controversial opinion. I don't like car chases in books. It doesn't amuse me.
They're not really that good in movies either.
Dogfights, those are entertaining, especially sci-fi ones. Car chases, no.
What was who was their unique assassin that was chasing them on this one?
It was the Fed, the guy in the suit
Yes, the Fed.
on the motorcycle.
That's who it was. He went.
So I'm just gonna
God.
spoil. We're just gonna jump to the end of it. They end up like hopping over a fountain at one point in the middle of it, and the guy just hops over it after them. And then they're like, "We could go into the river," and so they crash through a retaining wall, which just fucks up the boat entirely. And so they hit the water and immediately start to sink. But they're like, haha, we got away from the motorcycle guy. We're gonna be fine. And then the motorcycle guy ramps up off the edge of the thing. But then he dies from impacting the duck boat.
Yeah, it literally went. Oh my god, he's doing something cool. That's like this is literally Henry. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Bam.
Oh, no, we're
Oh,
skipping a part.
shit.
I completely forgot. It's like, he's doing something cool. Sarah pulls him in because the dude pulls out a gun and starts shooting. And then, boom, crack. Like, I'm pretty sure he, like,
Yeah, so he
lands...
starts shooting wide in midair.
Question.
Answer.
Question. Why would he make that maneuver if he had no plan?
I think his plan was to shoot them.
Yes. Their job is not to survive. Their job is to get the kill.
Also, there are a total of, technically 4 named bad guys. Only 3 of them matter. And 2 of them really don't.
Really don't.
Now,
There's one bad guy.
we're gonna fast forward a little bit. So the boat's fucked up and it's sinking. They try and get out of the boat. A helicopter shows up to help them out because it's a sinking duck boat.
Yes.
Sarah ends up getting trapped and pulled down with the duck boat. Henry starts to get on the ladder, but then goes, "No, I don't want Sarah to die," and so he hops in the water.
Here's the thing that's crazy to me. Oh no, I'm trapped on a duck boat and I'm sinking and things, and I'm just like, most duck boats don't have windows.
Yeah. But to continue. So yeah, she's sinking, he's on the ladder, and he goes, "No," and he hops in the water and he swims down. Even though I'm pretty sure they said specifically that he doesn't know how to swim a little bit ago.
He doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to swim, but somehow he swims to the bottom of the river, and then he gets to Sarah right as she passes out.
That hysterical mom strength kicking in for a
So he starts trying to save her. He starts trying to punch out the glass or whatever. He's working hard. He's working hard. He passes out.
He passes out too, right as he sees someone coming towards him.
Oh.
And so they wake up in a cave.
Oh.
Both naked. And
Both being
they're
led.
currently walking down a pathway being led by someone who they can't clearly make out. and there are these orange runes on the walls of the cave.
I'm sorry. Run the sentence by me one more time.
All right, they're naked.
Yeah, but it's the first thing. They come to, they regain consciousness.
Yes.
Yes.
Realize that they're naked, but then also following someone, like walking, following.
Yes.
Yes. This is all from Sarah's POV.
Yes. When she comes to consciousness, she is standing naked and being led by the hand by someone. This will make more sense in a little bit, I promise.
She can't say anything. It's so difficult to speak.
Yeah, that is a thing. Neither of them are really
Probably.
able to speak.
Probably
So yeah,
the water.
they're led by the hand. Well, Sarah's led by the hand, and Henry's following to a river where a boatman is waiting.
Say
Oh,
what?
don't worry.
But then I
Oh.
can't remember. There's some line that's said and repeated later. But then Henry wakes up. Yes, Henry wakes up again because he was also conscious in that same thing. And when he wakes up, he's wearing like this sheer fabric robe that's
It's
probably
so
mostly
nice.
see-through. It's like rich people shit.
So
And he looks
luscious.
around and he sees Sarah in the same type of robe. Remember this later. The same sheer fabric that's basically see-through. And lo and behold, there is also Helena.
Oh,
And
I
the
thought you was
same
gonna say
sheer
the one
robe.
thing he saw.
Nope, we'll talk about that in a moment because
Okay.
he not only sees it but points it out. Helena, like Henry moves over to Sarah and is like basically like, "Are you okay?" And Helena just goes, "Give me a moment." And then
Huh.
Sarah comes to consciousness. As does Helena.
And what's the first words out of this motherfucker's mouth?
I think he makes fun of her, and he might in fact lead off with, "I can see your nipples."
I can see your nipples.
And for some reason, her response is to the 17-year-old, "Well, you have morning wood."
That I do. What the
Remember
fuck
this
am I reading?
conversation later.
I'm trying my hardest.
We'll remember this conversation long time.
I need to get that as a graphic, by the way, to put on screen for the recording. It's just remember this for later.
You don't know how funny that is.
We will remember this.
Now,
Wham is the Fallout. Wham remembered that.
Wham remembered that. Now, we're gonna fast forward a little bit because I think they have a couple of like very basic conversations that amount to basically nothing about everything that's happening.
They start trying to prod Helena.
They get
for
clothes and a
answers.
shower. I believe they do get some answers, such as her name isn't Helena.
Oh.
Her name.
Who knew?
Her name is Helen of Sparta.
Oh.
What?
Yes, that Helen of
Yes.
Sparta, also sometimes referred to as Helen of Troy from
doesn't
the
like that one.
Iliad.
She doesn't like that name.
That's why I said sometimes referred to as.
Yep. Don't call it that.
So, this is the lady from the Iliad, who, if you need a reminder of the mythology, Helen is the wife of, I can't remember his name, the king of Sparta, brother of Agamemnon. Hector and Paris, the princes of Troy, come over to Sparta to hang out, celebrate the fact that they've been at peace for so long. And Paris goes, "That woman is pretty," and either, depending on the version of the mythology they read, either seduces and they fall in love, or he kidnaps her, or Aphrodite uses a spell to essentially date rape Helen into falling in love with Paris.
Good
Whichever
times.
one you want to go with, that's the same Helen. Which then causes the Trojan War, which causes, the destruction of Troy after the usage of the Trojan horse.
Yep.
Achilles, Ajax, all of them, Odysseus, led into a bunch of shit. Now, one thing that many people are not aware of is that in the mythology, Helen is in fact the daughter of Zeus. And so, Helen is a demigod, which is why she's alive right now.
Oh.
Fucking Zeus, man.
And
I'll
That's
talk
what
about
people
him
did.
later.
and
That's what people did, guys.
Sarah and Henry are both her descendants.
What?
People is got a little mixed up along the way.
So she's their great whatever grandmother, and they're cousins at some point, many times removed.
Yes.
Um,
we'll touch on to that later. Just right now, she's just
Wham has
great
remembered this
grandma.
line. Not the point.
So yeah, those two are cousins.
Godly
That's
blood.
their great grandmama.
According to the way that it's delivered, which doesn't make sense, because I'll go into the math right now after I explain this. Godly blood does not get diluted. It does change in its, I would use the word ferocity, the potency, that's a better word,
Mhm.
the potency of the effect of the blood. So, like, some demigods are more powerful than other demigods, but they're all 50-50, which doesn't make any
Which makes
fucking
no
sense,
sense.
because then anybody who is the direct descendant of a god should be 100% god.
But instead, they're not. They're the only time it's diluted.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only time it's diluted. Remember that for later. So Henry,
Sarah.
let me point out something about this scene that moderately annoyed me. So Henry has not been smart in any way, shape, or form. Literally shot himself in the ass.
Oh yeah.
When they're revealing all of these things, Henry knew most of what Helen was going to say.
Intuitively, or he's been spoiled about his godly lineage beforehand?
He goes to the library.
He doesn't go to the library. He just knows Greek mythology.
No, he said he learned it all by going to the public library.
I don't remember him saying he was going to the library. In fact, he makes fun of Sarah for going to the art gallery, so...
Yeah. No, it's where he gets all his knowledge from.
Alright, he's a
is
fucking
by
hypocrite
going...
then.
Yeah.
You enjoy the painted form of art, you weeb.
Yeah. He learned all this stuff by going to the public library because, remember, homeless.
Now, we have given the much shorter version of this story. The thing that we didn't talk about is the fact that at the beginning of this conversation, when it's Sarah and Helen talking, Helen straight up is like, she's just dancing around all of Sarah's questions, like giving her absolutely no answers to anything, until Henry just strolls back over with an armful of fucking, like, snacks and shit, and then just goes, "You're Helen of Troy, Helen of Sparta." And it's just like, what? You won't answer any questions, but you'll say when they guess right? And, like, she legitimately spends time saying that, like, so Sarah's wound is healed. So, like, the thing that got stitched, it's now completely healed. And Sarah goes, "How did this get healed so fast?" And she goes, "I used an herbal remedy." And it's just like, what was the thing that I saw? The herbal remedy may have had some minor hallucinogens in it. And it's just like, no, it didn't. And no, you didn't. And that's not what happened.
Henry walks over. "You're Helen of Troy. We was at the River of Styx. You're a great-great-grandma." Math.
Great X.
No, there's a lot, but I will only say great because I don't feel like putting 33 in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm pretty sure not even the book goes into it. They just start calling her their grandmother. And, like, they have this weird moment where, like, they're like, all of Helen's children are dead, and these two children never had a parent, so now they're a family. Why? Don't ask questions. They're a family now, and they care about each other like family. Like the Fast and Furious.
No,
you're
jumping ahead.
Did that happen after the combat?
It happened so much after, because right now, Helena's...
It happens before they leave the apartment. I forgot to mention, they're on the 80th floor. They're on the top floor of the tallest building in Boston in the penthouse apartment, by the way. Because Helen is apparently loaded as fuck.
She rich because,
If you've been alive
immortality.
this long, I would hope you've been.
Immortality does not mean rich. I don't know where people get this idea that
Well,
with a
simple.
bunch of time you get a bunch of money.
Well, simple. You put like what, $10 into your bank account back in AD, and you just wait. The
No,
interest will
because
save you.
that's a more modern concept, and every time she did that in, I don't know, Rome, the Spanish, the Portuguese, her money would be worth fucking nothing because she would have had it in there when the banks collapsed.
Now the interest got me.
If she had it in an American bank during the Great Depression, they would have literally lost all of her money. Because that was the issue with the Great Depression, is the banks just like, we don't have your money.
Been alive for X number of years. She got good at handling money.
That's not how that works.
We don't know what her.
This is the
experience
thing
was
that
like.
annoys me about immortality, is everyone's like, immortals are rich, and I'm just like, why? If I had infinite time, I probably would not have a lot of money.
They just have nothing but gold bars.
Dragons.
Anyways,
They're still in the apartment
Yes.
yes.
talking things out. But you are mentioning the combat's about to start? Yeah.
Combat is about to start again.
Roll for
So-
initiative.
So pretty much, Helena, I think after Sarah's pretty much like, I need a break. This is completely unbelievable. Helena starts explaining to Henry that both of them have power within inside them because they have demigod blood in them. And she's like, but only one of you will have it unlocked. And then she fucking leaves.
No. You did
Nope.
this before. She doesn't just leave at that point. I
Right.
need to find Copus. That was the fucking name. I couldn't.
Right,
I
she
forgot the
does
name.
give them toys.
No, she doesn't give them toys. They're definitely not toys. So this is a Copus. I have it up on stream. A Copus is one of the two main Greek short swords. The Greeks did not have long swords because essentially weapon technology had not developed to the point that they could develop long enough swords that could sustain their own weight. Now, if you look, this is a one-edged curved blade with a thicker upper half, so it's very good at slicing. The other sword, by the way, is the Xiphos. It's a double-edged sword, and it's much more well-rounded as a blade. However,
What a weird looking axe.
as anyone who knows me is well aware, I am a fan of bladed weaponry. It's kind of one of my things.
Can confirm.
So, a silent alarm goes off, and Helen goes, they're here, and they're coming up in the elevator. They have the doorman with them. I prefer if he didn't die. He's a good person. And then she, like, presses a button and the table opens, and there are two copuses in there. And she pulls them out. She hands one to Henry, hands one to Sarah. She then proceeds to start walking away. And Sarah goes, but I don't know how to use a sword. And Helen of Sparta, of which the copus was a major weapon, turns around and goes, don't worry. It's more of an axe anyway. No skill required. And leaves.
To be a little honest, I think an axe requires more skill.
When it comes to weaponry, I believe you need to understand the
go.
weapon that you're going to describe.
Wait. Did she give Sarah the copus?
Yes, there were two copuses.
I thought she gave Sarah a spear.
Nope, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're going forward.
Then where did she get it?
I'll take over for now, and I will let you know.
Yeah, I haven't read this in a much longer time than.
Yeah, I
Someone took a break and
I had to take a break from it, and to be fair, you still haven't finished Doom.
I won't.
It's been like 2 years.
I refuse.
And in fact, I really only finished this book because of the fact that I wanted to do this with it. As I was saying, when it comes to weapons, you need to understand how they work, and I believe it's important to look up fighting styles. Like, I do HEMA. I understand how to use a side sword, which is essentially an in-between of a broadsword, not a broadsword, but a one-handed arming sword and a rapier. I also know how to use a two-handed Italian sword in the Bolognese style. I also have practice using a two-handed longsword in the German style. I don't know exactly, from personal experience, how to wield a great sword, of which I own multiple. And technically the sword I use for the Italian style is technically a great sword, but that's where the longsword versus great sword argument starts to get a little bit iffy. Not the point. Larger swords that are like much longer than the one that I have, when they start to actually get slightly weighty, the heaviest sword is maybe 5 pounds, by the way. You've been lied to. With their length, they're not used like a traditional sword. They're actually used in this like windmill motion in order to take up space and make it impossible to approach, and they were generally used in castle defense. As, for example, someone fires a catapult, they hit the wall, and then people try to send people in there. You'd put one large man with a large sword, and you'd have him swinging around, and then people would be like, all right, we can't get past him. Someone stab him. Stab him better. Stop dying. And then the archers behind the dude with the greatsword could just fire volleys over. Now,
That makes me sad.
in the modern day, people don't generally use swords. It is widely agreed upon within the sword community that essentially, the shorter the blade you're using, if you're going against someone with a longer blade, the more skilled you have to be, the more the disparity between the two. For example, if someone has a long sword and you have a knife, the amount better than the person you're fighting you have to be is astronomical. So telling her, when they have actively been fighting people with katanas and baseball bats, that she doesn't have to have any skill to wield a kopis, is such a bold-faced lie that I had to pause for a bit. I think that was the last line that I heard for that day.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that a sword has one edge and has a heavier front end doesn't mean that it's an axe. It just means that it's better at slicing. Is a katana now an axe? Because a katana is weighted, well, not heavily weighted, but it does have a slightly higher weight towards the upper half, and is curved, and is one-edged. It's meant for slashing. Does a sword have to be meant for stabbing? Is a rapier the only sword now? Is everything else just an axe?
Yes.
No.
That's
And
what
the
book told me.
idea that anyone Greek would hold up a sword of their people and be like, this weapon doesn't require skill. From a cultural standpoint, that doesn't make any sense.
That's just insulting.
Like, why would she just be like, my sword requires no skill? Have fun.
And then the best part, once again, she fucking leaves.
She then fucking leaves. And then Sarah, who we now know because of that conversation, is not only strong, but she is strong because of the fact that she is a demigod. She has demigod strength.
Oh yeah.
Fucking poses.
She has super strength. There's really nothing else I can say about that. She has super strength.
Oh yeah.
So
And
what's
she
this
is
first
stopped
wave?
by a standard wooden door that's locked. Like, Helen just locks the door behind her and just goes, I'll be watching.
Farewell.
Good luck.
So the first wave shows up.
And to combat the first wave, what they do is
Oh
they
no, we're watching the fifth wave.
they turn
flashbacks.
on some Poison music because Alexa is hooked up in this house. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Wasn't Google.
And then Henry just charges straight into the elevator and starts hacking.
Oh, I'm sure Henry's right at home.
So Henry does in fact kill one of them. Now, allow me to give you a little description. We are described a long hallway that leads to the elevator, of which Henry charges down in order to be directly next to the doors when they open. The elevator doors open, and we can see it's packed full of people and the scared doorman who Helen wants to live. Henry, if I remember correctly, just completely decapitates this guy. Like the first guy.
Like we need to just...
Not the doorman, the first cultist.
Yeah, I feel like we just need to buy the paperback so we can just go to where we need to. I don't want to.
Next time I'll just add bookmarks.
Yes. Like, I don't even... This fight was so inconsequential.
No. This fight is not inconsequential. This fight is why I brought up spatial awareness earlier.
Okay.
Because this fight is the... This fight is done... This fight could have been done in an eldritch horror of a house, and it would have made more sense spatially than what it does in this fight. Because, as I mentioned, Henry charges, goes into the elevator, slices off one of the guy's heads, and goes, "Yeah, I'm awesome!" And he turns around and goes, "Sarah, did you see that?" I'll remind you, the elevator is absolutely packed with people.
These were cops, right?
No, these were just standard cultists. The cops were later.
Okay, standard cultists.
As I said, I'll handle this part because it feels like you've forgotten this one like I did the earlier one.
I remember 2 of these 4 fights.
You remembered the early ones, which I forgot. I remember everything that happened because I listened to most of the second half this week.
Yeah.
Now,
like, I remember the dumb parts in this where Helena, before she leaves, told Henry that only one of them will be chosen.
That happens after. So, moving on. Henry turns around and goes, "Did you see that?" Now, I know I've said this is the 3rd time. Henry charged into the elevator to do this. Apparently, the rest of the people in the elevator have guns. So Henry has charged forward and then turned around to Sarah to tell her that he killed one. And the rest of the people in the elevator have guns aimed at the back of his head. This was the moment that I messaged Maurice and said, "Why does bravery equal stupid?" Because this man killed one person, and when "I'm not afraid of you killing me, all 8 of you with guns, I'm gonna turn around to my friend and make fun of how I just killed your friend."
My only question is, why isn't he deleted yet?
Because, somehow, Sarah grabs him and pulls him to the side out of the way of the bullets.
Mm-hmm.
You said she was super strong. You didn't say she was super fast.
Yeah, because she's not.
Muscles. It's in the muscles. If she have strong
She also
legs,
wasn't there, and they're in a long hallway.
Mm-hmm.
They then proceed to dance around the rooms. Fucking Henry's really good with the Copus, and he's fucking hacking into people. Sarah at one point picks up like this stone fucking bench and pins 4 people to the wall and like suffocates them all with it.
Buff.
One of them probably definitely died.
Maybe
And by that I mean while crushing. Sarah's also trying to be like very good, like, "Henry, don't kill the people."
After the decapitation.
After the decapitation, yes. So it seems like the fight is over, and they're like, "We won." And then they start to hear some weird noises, right as a bunch of SWAT police burst in through the windows of the top floor penthouse of the tallest building in Boston.
That's when the...
As a note, there was no sound of helicopters.
Oh.
They teleported in.
Yes, the SWAT hidden power of teleportation.
It was Rainbow Six. They just spawned on the roof.
So they burst in, and things start going poorly. They don't know how to fight them, so they end up just like running away. At one point, Henry throws a spray can into the microwave, and like they have riot shields, and they end up dragging them. Well, not dragging. They kite them into the kitchen. the oven explodes and doesn't do anything besides cause a distraction, so they can run to a different room and
Oh,
flip
right,
over
I
a
remember
mahogany
this.
table, and they're
Yeah, I
hiding
remember
behind
this
it.
part.
And Sarah has the stupid thought of, hey, they're wearing armor. Modern armor is good against bullets, but not good against blades, so I'll throw my kopis. And so she does, and it hits hilt first and doesn't do anything. I mentioned earlier you need to know weapons if you're going to use them. You also need to know how armor works and what armor people wear. Kevlar. Kevlar is a very basic type of armor that essentially any law enforcement wears. It has a very high ballistic strength. However, it does not have a high shear strength, which means that it has trouble against knives. However, these are SWAT officers in tactical gear. They have sappy plates. And what a sappy plate is it is a ceramic plate that is put into essentially a holder that is, as it sounds like, it's a plate designed to stop bullets. And let me tell you something. That hard plate can definitely stop blades. It's only the Kevlar, because Kevlar is essentially just really strong cloth. And sappy plates are hard plates. I'm not even going to pull up a picture for an example. If you want to look up level 4 sappy plates, which is what these guys would be wearing. And tell me if you think that a fucking kopis thrown is going to go through it, because you're wrong if you say yes.
I have added information.
I say, yo, how do we feel about that, chat? That's the question of the day. Do you think it's pulpit?
DJ, what do you think? Is a sappy plate able to stop blades? I should probably mention now, DJ was in training to join the Air Force for a while, just like I was in training to join the Army.
That means he knows a
that
lot
means
about
DJ
blades and
DJ knows-
compasses.
That means DJ knows that an airplane can go through the armor, but what about blades, DJ? What about your blade knowledge?
As fun, that would be funny as shit. Like, I have to crash this plane to get through the armor. DJ will be happy to see your answer, but I am going to continue on.
So,
it.
All right. So this is when she gets.
So she throws it and she goes. I think she just goes dab 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 dab. And then from off to the side, Helena goes, "Try this," and she throws a fucking spear through one of them.
Through one of the enemies?
Through one of the SWAT officers.
Okay.
And everyone turns to look at her, and she's in armor with, well, she had a spear, with a shield, and a Xiphos, which is the sword I mentioned earlier, the double-ended one.
Oh.
It's also a short sword, so, like, not super effective when the enemy has guns. And so she turtles up behind her shield, just a bunch of plinking against the shield.
And she Captain America charging stalls.
No, she doesn't Captain America charge. She literally doesn't do anything in the rest of this fight. That's all she does. Actually, that's not true. She does kill 2 more people afterward.
And then does she leave again?
Yeah, but we're not to that yet. What happens next is fucking Sarah and Henry just fucking charge in, and Henry, for some reason, and after this, it essentially remains the same. After being very good at cutting up people in the fight previous, Henry all of a sudden doesn't know how to fight people. And that remains consistent for basically the rest of the book.
And Sarah, for some reason, is really good with a spear.
Sarah basically becomes the god of war. Like, legitimately, they're like, her Spartan instincts started kicking in. The Spartan blood in her veins led her to victory. And she just becomes this fucking angel of death that just starts murking the shit out of people with the spear. Like, leaping over tables, throwing people into people to kill them, saving Henry while also just again murking people. It's
But
ridiculous.
yes, this is Sarah. Miss, don't kill people, Henry. Killing people.
Yeah, with a spear that the book makes very clear should be referred to as a dory, which is a Greek spear, but it's a spear. We can call a spade a spade. We can call a spear a spear.
We
Yeah.
call it the Dori Malaja.
The jurisdiction.
No, they don't have jurisdiction. That's not how international law works.
Continuing.
Now, this is a fascinating turning point then, because for the most part, things between these two characters sounded annoying, but at least consistent.
Eh.
But now when it seems like the antics
Plot
are all
calls for
over,
it.
and we're moving full forward with our now super powered characters going off to do plot stuff, that the author decided to switch up their. I won't say their entire personalities. I'm sure there's something that still retains.
Well, no, here's the thing. Do you remember how I mentioned actions versus words?
Mm-hmm.
Sarah is still Sarah in all of her words, but her actions, 90% of the time, do not follow through with her words.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. But we'll get more into that later, because there's still quite a bit more to go through. So they end up defeating the police officers, and I believe Sarah goes, I need to take a shower again. Sarah takes a lot of showers.
Okay, this
lot
is
of blood.
when. Alright, so when she goes to take a shower, this is when Helena starts talking
This
to
is
Henry
when
about
Helen, I don't know why you keep calling her Helena, she is Helen.
Yeah. She's
Uh,
been Helen the whole time. I don't know why I keep calling her Helen.
Helen explains that while they are demigods, they have not been awoken yet, and that is something for Helen to do, which she hasn't done for a long time, for some reason. I don't know why. She doesn't tell us why. It's left as a mystery.
What is she about to do?
No, she
Leave.
doesn't do anything. She goes, but I can only awaken one of you. And he goes, aw, and then she leaves.
Just stand the fuck up and leave.
And
so
so
Sarah gets done her nice little shower. She's happy.
And
And
so,
this-
I don't know which one of us is going to continue. We have to decide it.
you can do it.
All right, so Henry walks into the fucking room, and she's like, "Oh, hi, Henry. How's it going?" He's like, "Cool. You can go now." She's like, "What?" Yeah, the cultists are done. She said it's good for us to go. You should go home. Leave.
Like now.
And it's just like, no, what? What is this? Why are you having a character who's consistently been like, I care about Sarah and it's weird, but now I'm gonna distinctly not care about Sarah and tell her to leave?
It's because I'm jelly.
So
Sarah
Sarah
did all that shit.
does.
Sarah does, and she takes. Also, I forgot to mention. She does take the shield from Helen, so Helen just has her Xiphos and her armor now. Not that that matters. You don't have to remember. Well, you can remember that for later, but it doesn't matter.
It's not.
It turns out that she can break down her spear, kind of like it pulls apart like a cent. You guys ever built a tent?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's got the little stakes where you just pull on it. There's a little cord, and it just breaks apart. It's totally a strong design for a spear. It's not, but I'll say that for funsies.
It's the best design. Just tapping on the ground twice. Woo, extends. It's one of those. Like they actually have staffs like that. You pull a little thing. You could drop it to the ground. It'll bounce back up, fully extended. And you can twirl it around. I'm not saying stab a person with it because it probably ain't.
I was about to
gonna
say,
do it.
yeah, that's for twirling, not for actually beating the shit out of people.
But yeah, there she goes. That's what she has.
Yeah, and so she breaks it down. She hides behind the shield, and she just leaves. There's a bunch
Don't
of
know
police
how to
officers
leave.
and fucking people outside, but that doesn't matter. She just leaves. But then she starts to get followed by a van, and as she starts to get followed by a van, Henry in the apartment finds a room with a bunch of stuff in it. It's Helen's room, and all of the stuff is a bunch of like artifacts from a bunch of very famous people, which includes the guns of Billy the Kid for some reason. And Henry goes, "Oh my God, this is all of her descendants. Oh my God."
Oh my god!
And
Will
then
she keep something of me?
yeah, he does think that. Not the point. Some cleaning ladies show up, and he's just like, "Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna go take a nap." And then he goes and he lays down. Meanwhile, down in
Also,
the
to be fair, like this must be added. The cleaning ladies are elderly Hispanic women.
they're not all Hispanic women. They are a menagerie of different nationalities.
Okay, so just the leader was Hispanic.
Yes. So the old Hispanic cleaning lady is the lead cleaning lady. Cough. Not racist at all. Cough.
One last question about this particular plot point. How does boss cleaning lady speak? Does she say no in a repetition of at least twice?
No, but she only speaks Spanish.
Please,
Okay.
God, no.
Sure. I'll take it, I suppose.
Yeah,
Uh,
because if she did, we were gonna call her Consuela the entire time.
Yeah,
we can still call her Consuelo. That way she has a name. Meanwhile, down on the ground below, it's like a van that's following her. Like, from the way it's
Slowly.
described, I pictured like an Amazon delivery truck, basically.
I was thinking of like a red not a pickup, but like soccer mom van.
It's not a cool car, and this is important because she kind of like just turns around and starts talking to the driver, and the driver is kind of scared of her, but he's basically like, the person in this car will defeat you and you have no chance against him. And this is when we're introduced to character of import number 4.
The
So a
villain.
man gets out, and Maurice brought this up to me, and I'm like, that's a weird just main description to have for a person. His main description is just that he's handsome. And this, dun dun dun,
It's
is our
hard to do it.
4th demigod.
Oh,
His name is Memnon.
That Memnon?
Well, which Memnon are you thinking of?
The mythical one.
which
Which
one?
mythical one?
Wait, there's more than one?
Well, I'm trying to see if you're going to fall into the trap that he very clearly set by making it Memnon.
I probably did.
It's not Agamemnon, who is, the leader of the Mycenaean Greeks during the story of the Trojan War, who's the brother of the person that Helen was married to. No.
Oh,
It's Memnon, the king of Ethiopia, who was also at the Battle of Troy but worked for the side of the Trojans.
I just call him Num Num.
He did, in fact, call him
Okay.
Num Num. And yes, DJ, another one.
No.
There aren't many more, technically. Mostly because of the fact that basically they have this like short little conversation, and like for some reason Sarah, who like had to be reminded who Helen of Sparta was, like immediately goes, when he goes, "I'm Memnon. You mean Agamemnon?" And he goes, "No, not Agamemnon." And from the way that R.C. Bray read it, it sounded like he was very annoyed because it seems like people might have said that more than once to him. Doesn't matter.
Are you sure you're not hanging Num Num?
I mean, it makes sense that he's not Agamemnon because Agamemnon was killed in the Iphigenia, but that's not the point. What is the point is that this is the boss of the cult. He's the
And
main
there's
bad guy. And he
red
makes it
minivan.
very clear that he has essentially made it his very long life's purpose to kill all of Helen's descendants. To the point that Henry and Sarah are the last of her bloodline.
He's been doing a great job.
The immediate question. But why though?
Because of the fact that him and Helen were once lovers, and
They always are.
It's her curse. She's so beautiful that he can't fucking help but want that ass.
I still don't. Look, his explanation is essentially, "We're Greeks. It's always our kids that betray us, so I'm saving us time." And I'm just like, "You're Ethiopian."
Shush. Move
You-
away.
You're
Yeah,
not
go
Greek.
Trying to
Shut
get some
your-
Helen ass.
Shut your damn mouth. Let me get that hell in.
Stop eating a cock block, man.
So,
So Sarah fucking backhands the shit. No, yes, she backhands the shit out of Memnon, knocks him into a truck, drags the driver who like told. By the way, this is the driver is one
Oh,
of the
dude.
3 remaining named bad guys.
He has oh, right, he did give her a name.
Yeah, so he has a name and he has a daughter and he lives somewhere that I don't remember. Remember this man, this driver. He'll come up later. So she drags him out of the truck, climbs in. As she climbs in, Memnon gets out of the fucking car she bashed him into and basically goes, "Oh ho ho, that was a good try of you." And then she backs the car up into him and no, sorry, she starts to drive. He runs after her, leaps, lands on top of the car. She brake checks. He falls off. She then backs up. He charges again. She brake checks. He runs into the car. And at this point, I was kind of sitting here like, all right, so we've made the bad guy a laughingstock already. Like, I don't feel threatened at all at this point.
Like, I ain't gonna lie. At this point, I thought he was like the right hand man or something. No, this is the villain.
This is the main villain. So she gets out of the car, and we're gonna go through this, and then we're gonna jump back to Henry because technically this fight and chapter is spliced with Henry's chapter.
Why didn't they just cut it into 2 different chapters?
That's you.
Eh.
Don't ask questions to answers you don't want.
It technically, I'm pretty sure it splits up like right at the point, like it actually does split at the point of combat, but like the build up is split back and forth.
No, I guess a whole chapter with Henry by himself would be insufferable.
They
It
are.
already is insufferable when it is with him with other people. And to be fair, there is something to be said about having split perspectives in combat because it helps to show the chaotic nature of what combat can be, especially in large groups. However, I do believe that it is important that when you're doing that, they're in the same fight. Because these two are not. Like, Henry doesn't show up and help fight Memnon. Sarah gets out, activates her spear. I'm pretty sure she backhands him again. No. He punches her into a wall. The wall breaks. She gets off of it a little bit and goes for her spear, but Memnon kind of moves forward, gets in the way, punches her again, but the wall is breaking more than she is. She hits him, gets her spear, walks in the middle of the street, goes, "Come on, fight me." And then she feels a prick on her neck, and she immediately starts to feel woozy. And we turn perspective towards the fucking driver, and he's stabbed a syringe into her neck, and she falls unconscious. Oh no. And Memnon goes, "There's more than one way to win a fight than just brawn." She's like, "Wow, never thought of that one."
Man, you could have just threw a needle at her and probably did the same.
Yeah, could have hit her with one like Blade did them vampires.
Anyways, to the
Going
next fight.
to Henry. Henry is asleep in it's a hammock because Helen doesn't have a bed. She has a hammock for
Fucking
some
cave
reason.
woman. It's a
He
cave
also
woman.
describes
Very
his
so weird.
sleeping in the hammock as though being in the womb, and I'm just like, that doesn't sound comfortable. I mean, all of us actively tried very hard to get out of there.
How would you know what that feels like? Anyways,
So he comes to consciousness because he feels guilty about sending away Sarah. He's like, how can I do such a thing? But he doesn't really cry about it. He like is having an internal monologue about how he shouldn't feel bad about it, even though he does.
also he has a thing where this constantly happens of I don't care about her because I can't feel fear. And I'm like, well, how does this
Also, I'm just gonna spoil this now. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his amygdala.
He's
His
just an
lack
asshole.
of his lack of fear comes from godhood.
I
Like
figured that
Sarah
much.
has super strength, and he super has the ability to not be afraid.
Which is
That's not courage, by the way.
No,
which is
it
by
is
the
not.
way, everyone, a terrible superpower.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Got the raw trade in the very beginning, and now due to the nerves, is extra gone.
It gets
Anyways,
worse.
Here we go with Henry's goofy ass fight.
So as he's sitting there, fucking being
I
a
remember
whiny
this.
little edgelord, he sees someone approach on the other side of the fucking what the fuck is the bed called?
The hammock?
Hammock. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I blanked on the name. He sees someone approach on the other side of the hammock, and it's just like,
The hammy.
I don't have any money. We get paid over the internet. Thank you, fucking Consuela. And she just stands there. He's like, leave. I don't have any money. Go away. And then she says something in Spanish that he doesn't understand. And then he starts to realize that like all of the maids are in the room. And he kind of looks out, and they all have these weird grins on their faces.
Yeah, you
He's
remember
about
that
to get
browser
mugged.
photo?
And then they all pull out cattle prods. You know, those
What?
super powerful tasers
Yeah.
used on cows?
Oh yeah.
And
What?
then one of them shocks him.
And this is where I give it to R.C. Bray. He does. I will not say this man did not actually taser himself to do this. Like, I think he had like a little shock buzzer, and he just goes.
I love how your description died. Discord cut you off. You went, oh.
See, that's how it felt.
Now, R.C. Bray did do a very good job with this scene. The scene itself, though, is essentially Henry gets tased a bunch and has trouble fighting these old ladies until he eventually gets a hold of his sword and cuts off one of their arms.
Doesn't stop him.
Well, it stops them for a moment, but I believe that she turns and sprays the blood from her arm over the other maids. And even Henry is like, yeah, no, we're gonna get out of here. And so he runs out of the room. They're chasing him. They're chasing him. They're chasing him. It's a pretty long scene, but I'm gonna cut to the end unless you have something to add, Maurice.
No, because nothing happens really until the end.
Yep. And then he like runs. You remember the SWAT officers, how they came through the window earlier? This is my question to the audience.
No.
No,
Yes, we remember.
All right, good.
unfortunately.
You remember. So he basically runs behind the curtains, and once he's behind the curtains and they can't see him, he lays down, so all of the maids trip over him and go flying out the window.
As I like to call it, a masterclass of trickery.
Yeah, that's a maneuver right there.
P.S. 80 floors, tallest building of the city.
And there are police officers downstairs.
Oh yeah, all right. It's not a question of whether or not Consuela and friends died. It's just rather the actual maneuver itself sounds a little more like the resolution to a shitty video game QuickTime event.
Yeah.
But we're here.
Now, real quick, I hate to do this because I hate forgetting things. We do have to jump back quite a ways. When Helen leaves, you remember that doorman who was in the elevator?
Oh.
The one that she cared about, yes?
Yeah. So, actually, one of the initial bad guys that they fought, runs back to the elevator where the doorman is, like, in the fetal position, just trying to go to his happy place.
I remember this.
Well, when the elevator door opens back up, the elevator hasn't gone anywhere because it's locked. But the doorman has, in fact, been murdered by the cultists that ran back into the elevator.
Right.
And so Helen just casually walks into the elevator and the doors close, and we don't know what happens to the man in the elevator with her.
I mean, that was
He had a good time.
I don't think he had a good time.
Well, I had a good time.
I don't think you did have a good time.
That was an explicitly stated favorite person. Like, I get the feeling she liked that doorman more than she liked her actual descendants.
I also get that feeling.
Quite possibly.
Constantly.
She actually cared if that one died, and she actively has said that she didn't care about most of her descendants dying.
Like an asshole.
But back to where we were. So they all go flying out the window. Henry like pokes his head out the window to see them to see their impact, and the police show up at the door. And one of them starts to like basically like, "Whoa, kid, don't jump." I promise it gets better. He does like the whole suicide like prevention thing.
And
And-
Henry's like, wow, this guy's a fucking idiot.
I don't think that this one's a cultist, and so he just plays along, and he just lets the guy talk him into getting into the elevator. And then when they're in the elevator, fucking someone calls over the radio and goes, "We found 6 dead bodies at the bottom of the hotel."
Hmm
I have a question though.
He's also, like,
He's
ain't there ever cops?
Yeah, there are other cops in there, which is why the Roz, we will definitely get to your question after I explain the last thing that happens in this fucking elevator scene, which is one of the cops stabs Henry with a syringe and he falls unconscious. And the cop who talked him out of jumping was like, "What did you do?" And then he gets punched in the fucking face.
Like, I'm shocked they just didn't blow his head off.
Yeah.
All right, guys, what was your question?
It's just been bothering me ever since you mentioned the scene. The maids work for Helen, right?
No,
No.
they're cultists.
See, this is the thing of, I don't know, you don't know who could be a cultist. This one cop was good, while the other fucking 3 cops
Well,
in the elevator
literally
were
everyone else we
cultists.
have ever shown is a cultist.
And I'm like, how do you join?
It's an impressive turnout rate. Listen, they have fire barbecues.
Fire.
With fire giants.
Yep.
I don't know
So
if fire
yes.
giants are actually a thing. We'll get to
Our
the monster idea there. Protagonist. Yes. You remember how Henry is 17?
Yes.
Yeah, all the time.
Well, to just cover this, when we get back to both of them, it's just so you can have the mental image. Both of them are naked.
Again.
In different rooms, though. Well, they had robes on last time. Now they're straight up naked. Maurice, did you want to
Me.
talk about Sarah's scene?
Oh man, I don't fully remember. I just remember she had her own little nemesis for 10 seconds. And that nemesis was a crazy doctor lady.
Would you like me to go into it?
Please, because you just went through it.
I did just go through it.
I just got rid of it.
So basically, she's told that they're in general mass.
Right. They are
So,
taken to a
you know,
normal hospital.
Not just a normal hospital. One of, if not the largest hospital in all of Boston. And they're in the secret wing, which who knows where the fuck that is.
Because rich people.
And essentially, Maurice is right. There's this doctor lady, and essentially, if I remember correctly, Sarah has the line of, "Are you here to make sure I'm okay?" And she's like, "I'm here to do the exact opposite."
I'm here to do experiments on you, cutie. Nose poke.
God damn it. God
Yes, she's one of those characters.
Fucking
Memnon
hell.
then walks in, and he's just
Hey, boss.
Memnon is there just being Memnon, and they seem to have him and the doctor seem to have a weird relationship. It doesn't matter because nothing
Well,
does.
see, look, this is the relationship. He lets me cut you up. We're done.
And I give him my notes. Then Memnon takes a scalpel and stabs Sarah in the stomach.
Oh,
But he then pulls it out and it immediately heals.
fascinating.
Like,
Can I
we've
do it
gone
again?
from it takes like hours to heal to this bitch is Wolverine.
And the doctor's like, "Can I get the big tools? Take it slow." Puts down the chainsaw.
She
Aw.
does not actually have a chainsaw. However, essentially, Memnon also, there's technically like another side character who doesn't fucking matter, who like all
Oh,
of the
the
dudes are
guard.
looking at naked Sarah, and Sarah like for some reason identifies one of them and goes, "If you keep looking at me, I'm going to tear your eyes out." Which
Oh,
is
babyface.
was it a baby face? I don't fucking know. They
I
call them
remember they
Larry,
call him-
Curly, and Mo.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck his not real name was, he's like, "Fine,
Larry.
jeez," and he looks away, and I'm just like, I don't know if he would look away after that when you're tied up like this.
Look, he had some respect for the lady. I'll give
Also,
him that.
this-
I'm
the
fine
same
with that,
lady-
but also they're the bad guys.
This is
Look.
also the same lady who will murder despite her proclivity.
We'll
I
get
mean-
back to that.
We'll remember that later.
It singled me out. I was single. Out of all of my homies, I wasn't even
Yep.
looking at.
I'm
Her.
sorry.
I was looking at your bulging bicep. But no, I can't look. Fine, I won't look. Just don't
I'm,
murder me first.
I'm sorry if that was me in that moment and I got singled out and all my friends weren't. I knew at that moment I was the ugliest one of my friends.
Oh,
buddy.
that's why it's never happened, Roz.
Anyways.
Moving on.
Jackasses.
I'm just gonna keep going with this scene a little bit. Technically, at that point, so at that point, actually, before it cuts over to Henry's scene, she does cut off the tip of her finger, and they watch it grow back, and she explains how she's healing really fast, but that's not uncommon for demigods, and that hers is basically it doesn't create matter from nothing. It has to come from somewhere, and so eventually, if she keeps cutting off pieces, eventually the piece will be too big for her body to regenerate, and she's just curious to like what it will take. And
Can
so
I get a hand, a fist, a forearm? Can I go for the forearm? No, I'm going for the forearm. You're not going for the forearm.
well, Memnon isn't there anymore. Memnon has already left. So Memnon leaves, and he goes like 2 doors down to where Henry is, who's also naked, and the guards go with him. And the first thing Henry does is he starts wiggling around his naked body and making fun of the same guard that Sarah made fun of. And he literally goes, "Why me?"
That guy's a fucking nerd. That's why.
He is, and I'm just like, I agree. I don't know why it's just you, my dude.
Look, I'm not getting paid enough for this.
True.
I mean, technically, if we remember what he's being paid, he probably is being paid enough.
I haven't got the payment yet. I'm not being paid enough.
It's
for
on
this.
the way.
And if I
Moving on.
die first, it
You-
ain't worth
You
the
will.
money ain't worth it.
But Memnon walks in and he's like, "Hey, do you want to join, like, our cult?" And Harry just goes, "Yeah."
Because it was pretty much like this. You have powers. Helena's like, only one of you can get your powers. And he's like, oh yeah, she did say that. It's like, I can just give you the power. Like, none of that extra shit. All you have to do is join the cult. And Henry, tied down, thinking, I have no fear. Bet.
That is almost exactly how it goes,
I
yeah.
feel like every one of his thoughts starts with "I have no fear."
I have no amygdala, therefore I am not afraid.
So like I'm joking somewhat, but no, he says a lot that his lack of fear gives him the courage to make dumb decisions.
It is
even betraying
legitimately-
his friends.
Legitimately the most said line of the entire book. The most repeated concept of any, maybe not any book I've ever read. Definitely top 10 though. So Memnon just goes, "Okay, cool," and then he leaves, but he leaves the door open. Henry is chained down too, though. By the way, just to make it clear.
Mhm. He must.
Memnon then walks 2 doors back over and opens Sarah's door and leaves it open so that Henry can hear her screaming.
And this is where the fun part happens, because as Sarah's screaming, he's like, "Oh no, they're torturing Sarah. What am I going to do?" And it's like, "Oh, Sarah, did you know that your friend Henry has already joined our side?" And Sarah, in excruciating pain, goes, "You son of a bitch! Get the fuck in here and help me, you little shit stain!"
No,
And I'm like,
You're Maurice. I hate to tell you this. That's not what she says.
"What does she say?"
She says, "I'm gonna kill you."
Slightly.
She
Right.
straight up starts threatening Henry's life.
Yes.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Slightly less dramatic.
Also, Henry also, like, legitimately goes, he left the door open. Oh, I can hear her. Oh, I know what this is. This is a test of loyalty. He's making sure that I won't betray him. Well, then the doctor pulls out a bone saw and starts cutting off Sarah's hand at the wrist. And she continues to yell at Henry and, like,
I
is
think
angry.
a line from the doctor was literally, "Keep screaming, I love it."
Jesus
No,
fucking
Memnon
Christ.
does in fact say, "Keep her screaming, I want him to hear her."
Mm.
And then Sarah, like, does a thing where she, like, moves her wrist so that she's, like, reaching up towards the doctor, which causes her to stop and pull the bone saw out, which allows her wrist to heal, and the doctor basically just goes, they keep saying things, and if I remember correctly, this is the moment that Memnon opens like a door to a vault that's in Sarah's room, and in the room next door is a bunch of jars with human remains in them.
Okay.
Mostly heads, which are Helen's descendants.
Okay.
So he's just been capping people for centuries.
Of
Now
which,
let's do some.
one,
let's do-
which he points out, is in fact Sarah's mom.
Because genetics.
Yeah.
Now, I believe it's discussed here. Sarah's mom and Henry's mom have both been missing for about 10 years, a little bit over 10 years. Until recently, like, apparently within a couple of weeks,
Mm-hmm.
both of their mothers were alive. They were not members of the cult, though. He was using them in order to perform genetic experiments to try to unlock the secrets of their demigodness and immortality, which included inseminating both Sarah and Henry's mom. Please tell me you guys know what that means and I don't have to get more explicit.
Yes, we know what that means.
I was about to
Are,
ask.
are, is he their dad?
No.
Are they
he
rape
is not.
babies?
They are not. But there
No.
are two that we'll get to in a minute. They also, after most of the experiments involving insemination didn't work, just surgically removed their eggs so that they could make babies with their eggs. Oh, also, they genetically spliced together Sarah's mom's DNA and Henry's mom's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
This will be important later.
Oh my god.
Sarah then starts to get very angry.
Just getting, like, really fucking weird.
Yeah, it does get really fucking weird. It's like, all right, this is mostly happy-go-lucky and just, murder people. It's fine. They're all bad guys in a cult.
I mean,
And then it's like,
this is
yeah,
okay.
we raped your mothers and used them to make genetic demigods. I hope you don't mind.
No, even if you do mind, we're a cult. What did you expect us to do?
We...
What, pamphlets?
I'm gonna tell you
From
right now,
Netflix.
we don't care. Now, moving on from the gross part that nearly took me right back out of the book again, because I was like, I don't think that needed to be how it worked. You could have just had it be that they were using their DNA, not all of that. Gross.
Mm-hmm.
But Sarah then starts pulling at the wires, and they can see the PSI, and they both get scared. Like, Memnon, the main bad guy, is scared of how strong Sarah is. And then I believe the doctor starts stepping back forward to do some more doctor shit, and she's hit in the back of the head with a bedpan. And Henry's in the doorway, and he's just like, yes, I got her! And then he leaps at Memnon, yells, for Asgard.
And
God
promptly
fucking damn it.
gets thrown through a wall.
Literally, Memnon takes one step to the side and backhands him to the back of the head, and he just goes through a wall, and then Memnon runs away. Sarah then proceeds to rip the titanium cords out of the wall as the doctor gets back to consciousness, picks her up, and then as the three guards come back into the room, Sarah throws the doctor, and she kills the doctor and all three guards by their bodies colliding together.
Cue in the Wii Sports music and the
Strike.
Remember, everyone, no killing.
To be fair, the doctor was sawing her hand off.
That's perfectly fine if she changed her mind.
But she
She
also hasn't, and we'll get to that later. Also, I'd like to point out, Memnon straight up, while Sarah was handcuffed to the wall, and he had Henry incapacitated, just goes, nah, and he leaves.
That's enough for me today. I'm out of here.
I don't
I
really
gotta
feel
go
like
ahead to
putting
the
in any
helicopter pad
effort.
where the final battle would take place.
Kind of, but not really. Moving on, because the rest of this book can, in fact, go by very quickly.
Can I just add one thing?
Go ahead.
This is the same day.
This is, in fact, the same day.
Yep.
This wasn't over the course of a week.
No, this is. I'm pretty sure the entire book is the same day.
Yeah, no, that sounds all right. I didn't hear anything about people like. Sure, they got knocked out twice, but I didn't hear anything about a long rest. So I was like,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah,
this is
and
back.
they're about to
Yeah,
be
you didn't
at
get that
night,
spells back.
and so it starts in the early morning. Yeah, this is literally all the same day.
This is
They
definitely a
they
Nickelback
literally
movie.
started in a Dunkin' Donuts.
Lily started in a Dunkin' Donuts in the morning. Now,
Early, listen, crack of the dawn.
moving right back along. So they go into another room and they find the spear, the shield, Henry's copus, which he's still using, and 2 sets of armor that fit them perfectly.
As if it was made for them.
Because
he didn't know who would join him.
totally
That was the
did
actual
though.
reason.
Totally did though. Of the 2, they totally knew.
Yep, but no, it could have been Sarah. It could have been both.
They did not even give her a chance to join the cult.
Nope. Look, the armor was made.
And so now we are introduced.
I don't even know when he got her measurements.
We don't need to talk about that. They were naked. Now, we are now introduced to the 2 other named bad guy characters. I remember that one of them is named Phoebe.
The murder twin.
Yes, the murder twins. We're just going to refer to them as the murder twins. There's 1 male, 1 female. They're 10. I would like to ask that you guys remember that these are genetically engineered demigod twins who are 10.
Yeah.
One has knives. That's cute. Little throwing knives and everything. The other is packing actual heat.
Yeah. Now, before we get into their actual fight, when they hear them, Sarah goes, "They're our brother and sister." And it's just like, okay. And she goes,
Yeah, sure.
"Don't kill them. They're our siblings. Maybe we can save them."
Oh, okay.
And so they then go out into the hallway and they get... The twins come up on opposite sides somehow. We won't talk about hospital fucking layouts and how that's not
I think
gonna
it's
happen.
Phoebe and Xavier.
Who cares what his name is? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I'll remind you again. They're 10.
They are 10. Their fight does have a really good moment for me that I really loved.
It wasn't the first part, was it?
No, it's a literal single moment in the fight. And it's when Phoebe is practically thrown into a wall and she catches herself. And then she goes to jump off the wall to attack, but her legs are too strong, so she just shoves her feet into the wall and falls forward. It's
You have that a little bit off.
Stop.
She puts her... I'll get to that, because I can remember most of the scene. Essentially,
that was cute.
They start having a conversation, and these 2 are very clearly well, according to the book, they're very clearly just brainwashed by the cult. And I'm kind of they kind of just sound like murder hobos. This is basically just 2 D&D characters.
Yeah.
They
are talking the greatest of smack, but
they really are talking
raised
the greatest of They literally
being raised a demigod.
They literally talk like Henry. They just have no filter, and all of their insults are basic as fuck. And it legitimately, if I had to deal with Henry or either of these 2 twins, I would never fucking actually feel anything that they said, because all of it is so fucking surface level. It's just cool, you can see, I guess. Tell me something that actually hurts my emotions. Maybe that's just me though. But the fight starts with Henry doing most of the smack talk back and forth with him, while Sarah is standing next to him, directly next to him, and kind of Henry, stop! We're trying to make friends with them. And he's like, they're assholes, and Then at one point he turns to Phoebe, and no, I don't know how this ground is covered this fast. The male twin, the one with guns, sprints forward, does a double leg fucking drop kick to the back, to Henry's back, sends him flying forward. Phoebe leaps into the air and stabs Henry through the breastplate of his armor directly in the heart.
Is he dead?
No,
Why
What?
isn't he dead?
because demigods
God,
can heal from
dude.
just about anything, but there is one weakness that they have that we'll get to later. Remember this. But also, Henry has not been allowed to fight anybody since the moment that Sarah got her Dory. Like, yes, he killed the maids, but really the maids killed themselves.
He Looney Tunes them out a window.
Yeah. And so the fact that this was the point in time that I kind of just had the realization, I'm like, oh, Sarah's the main character and Henry's a side character now, I guess. Even though that it doesn't seem like that was the author's intention, but really that's what happens at this point.
He must have liked writing Sarah more than Henry.
I couldn't imagine why when he made exactly like Henry just to get dunked on.
Because
So-
I see that happen a lot where you'll have two characters of equal importance, but you always end up favoring the one who the stories are more fun to deal with.
I mean, so far I've written a number of characters, and really for me it kind of just depends on what's happening, because some characters are more fun in different situations. Like, nope, I don't want to give any examples from the book. I do that too much. And in the Slayer stuff on WAMM blog, you can get chapter 1 now. I haven't posted enough chapters to talk about it because that would be spoilers. But getting back into it, so the fight happens. Fucking the child, she like charges as though she's gone feral. The boy fucking just starts shooting his gun. His hair just holds up her shield. Fucking Phoebe does the thing that Maurice likes, where she charges, leaps to the side to jump off the wall, puts her legs on the wall, but then her feet go through the wall and she just falls to the ground and face plants. A bit of combat ensues. It's nothing really that cool. Fucking Sarah ends up throwing the spear. There's this one part where, like, Sarah charges forward and shield bashes the boy. He drops to the ground, drops his gun, slides, puts his bare hands on the ground to slow his slide, does so, catches the guns as they're about to slide past him, and starts shooting immediately again. Which,
I thought they said no killing.
well, they're not...
Well, they're not going to listen.
Yeah, well, no, they actually have orders not to kill them either.
Oh, wow. This is a no-kill fight besides for Henry, who's already out.
Yeah, but whatever. Sarah ends up throwing her spear through the boy's shoulder. Is fucking just shield bashes the shit out of the girl. Punches the boy in the face afterward, right as Henry gets up. And Henry is perfectly ready to start killing, and she's just like, no, we're leaving. And they're like, okay, fine. And then they have an argument that lasts for a total of like 10 seconds. Henry then has a panic attack because Sarah walks away, and he thinks that Sarah's leaving her, and that causes him to have a panic attack, I guess.
Big bang at the end of this.
Because don't worry, he has no fear.
Except for now his fear of losing his cousin. Family. He's 17.
Yes.
Family. With abandonment issues.
Also, Sarah didn't leave. She's interrogating.
Yeah, she literally walked like 30 feet forward. Also, this was the point where I was listening at 1.85 speed. So I was nearly listening to this at double normal speed. The whole, like, leave panic attack to getting rescued for me was like 30 seconds. Which means in book time, it was literally a minute. It was no time at all. It's kind of
He has abandonment issues.
more than a little bit. Well, I mean, yeah, he was a kid in the foster program. But also he's supposed to have no fear, but he just had a panic attack. But also that shows that he's growing as a person.
Sure.
I guess person who will.
Again, I'm not trying to be mean to Jeremy. I'm just saying that
I am trying to be mean to Henry.
I'm trying to. Yes, I'm trying to be mean to Henry, not to Jeremy. Um. They find the lady who is basically their mother, interrogate her, they don't kill her, they knock her out. Sarah goes, I'm gonna call the only person that we can trust in this city. I want you
It
guys.
better not be Helena.
I want the peanut gallery, aka Thomas, Roz. I want you
Anyone in the
guys
chat?
to make anyone who is here make a guess for who the one person that's trustworthy that they call is.
Consuela.
Now, it's someone both Sarah and Henry knows?
Yeah.
I know somebody Henry knows.
Yeah.
Well then. Time to call in that favor. Good cop. Token good cop.
Good guess. Good guess. Guys.
I'm voting for Consuela only because I know it's fucking Helena, and I don't like the fact that it's fucking Helena.
All right.
You're
She has
wrong.
not been trustworthy.
You're wrong on 3 accounts. A, Consuela's fucking dead.
I know she's dead. That's why
it
she's
is-
trustworthy.
It is not the good cop. And the
Unconscious
real question
or
is,
dead.
I don't remember her getting this number when it happened. But I've forgotten the name of the person.
Linda.
Linda, there it is. Linda, the sassy black woman who betrayed them to the police the first chance she had.
Oh yeah, I know. It's time. Listen, it's time for Mammy to save us again, I suppose.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
And so they go to her house and they explain that they're gods. Henry stabs his hand with a sword to prove it.
And
Fucking
it works.
Linda drinks some whiskey because she's just like, wow, that's so weird. And she has like this whole like, it's a long time, even at 1.85 speed, where she's like asking all of these questions and like just like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. This is so unbelievable. I can't believe that you two are demigods. Now, remember that later.
You will.
Moving
She
on.
betrays him again.
They end up taking one of the duck boats, but like it's Linda's idea, but Linda had too much whiskey and she passes out right when they get in the bus, so Sarah has to drive and Linda's just asleep in the back. So they get to the art museum because that's where Memnon is.
They got the information from the nurse bitch.
Yeah, she really did not delay very long, and there was the question. I was like, well, how do you know he's not going to kill you for this? And she goes, I'm too valuable. And she's like, cool, you should probably kill her then. But they don't. I would have killed her. Maybe that's why I'm not a protagonist. Not the point. So they end up sneaking across the street, and then they're like starting to sneak towards the building. And Henry goes, do you think they're watching the cameras? And Sarah goes, what cameras? And he points to the camera. She's like, well, you could have said something earlier. And they sprint the rest of the way. They get to a wall. And it's just like, how are we going to get over this wall? Well, really, they're just... No, sorry, I'm a little bit mistaken. Essentially, they get to the side of the building, and Henry is like, how are we going to take the stealthy approach now? And Sarah just looks up the wall, grabs Henry, and fucking yeets him on top of the building. And then she Superman jumps on top of the building.
Oh, wait, we are also forgetting the... Did this happen yet? Henry's slight bit of jealousy.
It's a thing that's been going on for a while. So it's...
Yes.
So to clear something up, Sarah has become, like...
The chosen.
It is very clear that Sarah has awoken to her powers. Because she is stupid strong right now. Like, she's been kind of had a slow glow up until this point. But since the hospital, she has just been godly strong. And so Henry is like, Helen must have awoken her from a distance. She's already made her choice. And of course she didn't choose me. I'm an asshole. And I'm homeless. And nobody loves me.
And nobody likes the homeless.
Yeah, fuck the homeless.
But yeah, basically,
No one
he's
expects
very...
the homeless inquisition.
He's very woe is me about it. And super jealous of all of her powers. And he's just like, well, at least I'm still brave. Although that's more of a curse than a blessing.
Because I'm an asshole. And I'm like,
You know,
no.
Henry reminds me of Bender Futurama.
Not an unapt comparison.
The only difference is one's likable, the other one's Henry.
One is Al DiMaggio, and the other.
Shut up, baby. I know it.
Baby, I know it.
Now, they do a bunch of sneaking on the roof. There's a bunch of fucking talk about, no, not the homeless. Thank you, DJ. So they sneak across the roof. There's a bunch of just nothing going on. They're talking about how to be stealthy and where in the museum it is. Fucking Henry calls Sarah a nerd. They get to a 10-foot gap. Henry jumps across it immediately, completely ignoring that it was a 10-foot gap, and he literally just did a standing 10-foot long jump, which, you know, not normal.
Well, remember, they're D&D characters at this point.
Yeah, I know, but, like, he doesn't even recognize it. Like, oh, that was probably a bit of power. And he starts moving across. The gap across leads to a glass ceiling, and he's walking across it, and Sarah starts calling out to him quietly, and then she gets louder, but, like, the reason why she's calling, if I'm remembering this correctly, is because there are tracer bullets being fired through the roof behind him.
I believe so.
But the issue I have with that is...
I remember she was upset at him for going ahead without saying anything recklessly.
Well,
and then he was standing on a glass rooftop.
Yeah, but she doesn't say anything until he starts moving, and she tries to do it quietly, but then gets louder, and then the tracers start. But, like, tracers are like a rifle round or a light machine gun round. They're bullets that are used in order to essentially... They're superheated, and so they will leave a visible trail so that you know where you're shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't mean to say something
No,
that...
not the homeless.
I'm trying to think about how to put this in a way that doesn't make it sound like I'm trying to say you guys don't know this. Guns are fucking loud. And he doesn't know that they're being shot at him until he turns around and sees the tracers.
Were they shooting at glass?
They were shooting through glass at him. So he didn't hear the glass shattering. The glass was shattering. It was literally spiderwebbing beneath his feet.
It's all fucking dumb.
Yeah.
So fucking
And
dumb.
so Sarah ends up jumping across, even though but the bullets are being fired between her and him. I think she might do like a slide on her shield, and then she grabs Henry and throws him again, and then ends up falling down into the exhibit. Now, this was the scene where I messaged Maurice, and I went, I think this might be a little racist.
Why?
Oh. Because we're about to meet the newest unique enemies.
So, from the fact that they had tracers and a bunch of other things, Sarah is like, these ones are trained killers. And when she falls down into the exhibit and she looks around, she sees a bunch of Japanese women in schoolgirl outfits and masks, armed with guns and katanas.
Okay.
I mean, that's just dead or alive.
You guys still keep going. How many chapters there are, and what chapter is this? I believe we are around chapter 46 out of 55. We are most of the way through this book, and if you've noticed yet, it has been like 80% action scenes. This book has absolutely no chill, and Ren, I don't know if you were here for it, the most apt comparison for this book that Maurice has said is that this book is basically like reading a Michael Bay film.
It's crazy.
We have been going for 3 hours and 3 minutes so far for the recording. The stream has been live for 3 hours and 13 minutes.
I just have one question.
I hopefully will have an answer, but the book doesn't give many.
I just need to know, why is any of this happening? We still haven't found out.
We'll get to that in a
there.
moment. That's like chapter 49. We're almost there, I promise. And we will go over all of this in the synopsis at the end. Now, moving on from the fact that there are a bunch of Japanese women in masks, I'm gonna skip talking about Henry stuff until we're done with this scene.
Also gets a little racist with the
A little bit. Fucking essentially what happens is they start fighting and there's one of them, I believe the term used is the Sukiban. It's the leader of the Japanese women who has knuckle duster tasers. Anytime
That is
Sarah
awesome, though.
anytime Sarah kills one of them,
what
she
she constantly does.
immediately yell that person's name.
Sakura Kasumi.
Like, it is literally to the point that at one point Sarah looks at her and goes, "Seriously, you're gonna hurt your throat? This is the reason why people stopped watching Attack on Titan."
Wow.
You know, Ren, I might believe it, but it's a 47-year-old man who has written 60 novels.
Why them dang old kids watch them animus?
I do also find that line funny considering the vast popularity of Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah.
That's just jealousy.
Oh yeah.
This is why people stopped watching Attack on Titan. I look over and it's like, they're all right there.
This man has
It's
a
the
website.
number one anime when it was simulcasting. So
No, this is the again, more power to his name is Mr. Jeremy Robinson.
Kaiser,
Yes?
I'm gonna send you a link. I just want you.
Is it his website?
It is his website.
I saw that it exists. I did not look at it.
It has on the right side of it a beautiful list of his stories that he's in progress of making.
In progress of making. Oh, Lord. I will very happily show this on stream. So, let me get OBS back up. Alright, so. Jeremy Robinson. Also, no, this isn't retirement money. This is his actual job. Alright. Oh. Point Nemo. Proofreading The Secret Screenplay number 3. Top Secret Screenplay number 2 is proofing. So he's attempting to do movies. He's doing the research phase of Famine. The writing phase of Kingdom. And Top Secret Screenplay is also in proofing. So he is currently working on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books.
I'm over here just sucking my
That's
thumb.
way too many.
Alright, I scrolled down a little bit, and man, writing a synopsis has to be the hardest job in writing, because when I see shit like, to save humanity, he must sacrifice his own, I cringe so hard, I think I might give myself muscle cramps.
What do you mean? I must become the monster to save my friends, Jason Brody.
sure. To fight fire with fire.
Prepare to have your mind destroyed.
Mind bullet.
Listen, after this book, I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson. I don't think you could write something that surprises me or twists my mind in any way other than, why the fuck would you come up with this?
Is that a challenge?
And again, maybe this is just a bad one of your books. Maybe the rest of your books are very good. Not that you'll ever see this. Why is there author S? Are there multiple authors here? I do love the fact that with the way it's zoomed in, that there is just children over here and
Who's
just
children?
off to. Seriously, look. Are you looking at the stream?
That's it. Yeah.
It's just over here to the side.
Children.
There's only one author here. Why do you have authors?
He counts himself as 3 people.
The ghostwriters.
What makes me sick?
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah,
hope that his other books are better because he is a New York Times bestseller. I should have mentioned that earlier. This man is a New York Times bestseller, and this is what he wrote.
They
I mean,
just give
James
it away like it's
Patterson.
candy.
James Patterson is a New York Times bestseller, and I got beef with that man.
for the record, no, that is not why this book is so hodgepodged. This was only written by him. He has no co-author for this book.
No, the problem is he's writing too many books at once, and he's going a little crazy. How are you? If his imagination is running wild, but it's not running wild up. It's like I guess how they describe World of Warcraft, where it's as wide as a pond but as shallow as a no, it says as wide as a river but as shallow as a pond or something like that.
Is it? I thought it was shallow as a puddle.
Same, whatever the saying is. That's what it feels like. Because even though this story has fantastical elements that are interesting, you can tell they're only there as like the fluff to make the bread a little fluffy. But it's got so many holes in it, it might as well just be air. Because it's not really going anywhere. And the only thing that really could catch you is the action, but the action is kind of dumb.
Guys, as much as I don't want to correct you, the more air in bread is fucking amazing.
Now,
Depends on the bread.
I don't want to make any assumptions for why this book ended up the way that it did. But I will tell you about how the rest of it went.
Let's continue.
The book has a nasty tendency of doing this thing wherein it will cut chapters away when something that should be fatal happens, but then pick back up and everything's fine. For example, one of the chapters ended right after the whole dropkick stab to the heart to Henry. That chapter just ended, and then it picked back up with the fight, and Sarah was just like, I'll ignore Henry for now, I'm sure he'll be fine. Even though neither of them had been stabbed in the heart yet, that was the first time that happened. And the chapter, when it went from Sarah to Henry, ends with the Sukiban, the one with the knuckle dusters, punches Sarah's shield, which causes her to get electrocuted, and she gets stabbed in the back through the chest with a katana, and it just cuts there. And they have this like thing where they're like, you killed 2 of us, and so now we will kill you for 2 lifetimes. And it's like, what the fuck? That's not the actual line, but that's basically what it ends up being. Like, we were only hired to kill, even though you were definitely told not to kill these people, so why the fuck were you hired anyway? Doesn't make any sense, doesn't matter, because then the actual fight starts, and Sarah kills a couple of them, and then throws her spear through a massive fucking sculpture that then falls down on everybody.
I also must add that this is the one time Mr. Bray's voice acting I just couldn't get behind because of the very, very offensive Japanese English accent. Just...
Yeah, I was about to ask the phrasing that Sukiban goes for, is that actually what was written and spoken?
No, that was me, and she said a bunch of other things. It was all a bunch of fucking shit.
Like,
None of the dialogue
whenever
was
she
good.
says any of their names, it just literally was like, no, buddy.
No.
No.
Also, Sarah knows about the term Sukiban because of the fact that an ex-boyfriend, the book's not that progressive, an ex-boyfriend was a real weeb, and she sounded a bit bitter about the fact that he broke up with her to date someone who posts pictures of themselves as animals on the internet.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was just there like, Jeremy, you're showing your 47 years again. That's called a cosplayer or a furry, and it's important to know which one it is.
Not the hate against the furries. No.
It could just be a fucking cosplayer dressing up as a Neko.
No.
We don't know. We just know it's a person dressing up as animals and posting the pictures to the internet.
Neither does Sarah.
Neither does Sarah. And she totally doesn't care, even though apparently she must have looked up who the new girlfriend was. Why would he choose to date a cosplayer / furry when he could be dating the wrestler that breaks people's limbs?
Well, here's the answer.
Yes, Ren.
When it comes to cosplayers, you'll never have to cheat because every night you can sleep with somebody different.
I feel like it takes more than one night to come up with a good cosplay, but I'll accept your answer.
Jesus
Anyway, we're gonna move on.
Christ.
Because, as I mentioned, she knocks down this whole fucking sculpture. It lands on most of them, except for the Sukiban, who walks over, stands over her, and goes, I'm gonna kill you. And Sarah basically goes, not today, grabs a bunch of the sculpture and bashes her with it.
P.S. The sculpture is a giant cactus,
Yeah, it's got a bunch
which
of...
she
made out of jade.
she actively threw one of them onto it.
Oh, yeah, she literally impales them on it.
No killing.
Sarah literally earlier also was like, we're not going to kill anybody unless we absolutely have to. I'm in combat. I guess I have to do it.
Immediately.
And also, that whole concept gets brought up again because she hits the Sukiban with a bunch of this cactus made of jade. And then she's like, she breaks her fucking body. And then Sarah stands up over and walks over and she's like, I won. I'm not going to kill you, though. And then she starts to walk away. And the Sukiban is like, wait a fucking second. I'm literally bleeding out over here. Either kill me or help me. And Sarah just goes, oh, yeah, it would be a mercy to kill her because I've literally broken and punctured her.
No, the Sukiban straight up tells her, it's like she's dying on the ground. And she's like, finish me. And Sarah's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And she's like, no, you must. I cannot just die like this. I must die in combat as a warrior. You must kill me so my soul can move on. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, this is a normal Japanese assassin. Where is this coming from?
She's read too many dojo.
For honor.
Oh, glory.
Read too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms and not enough Attack on Titan, apparently.
Jesus Christ, we are in 2020.
This book was published in 2019. Anyway, let's bounce back over to Henry after she definitely murders the Sukiban, because she does. So Henry, like, just walked in a door, he climbed through some vents.
Let him keep his gun.
They should have let him keep his gun, but they don't. And so he just crawls around in the vents for a little bit. He finds someone talking about how he's gonna slit Helen's throat. Surprise, she got captured off screen.
A while ago, I'm guessing.
I thought she was supposed to be a badass god.
Apparently.
Demigod.
She's also Princess Peach.
Like I was shocked when it was like, oh yeah, and the person at the door, I was like, oh, so the person who's knocking at the door, it's gonna be Helena. No, apparently she's been kidnapped this whole time, and I was like, when?
When is a good question. We don't know, and the book literally goes, when did she get captured? Doesn't matter. Moving on. But Henry drops out. He's like, haha, I'll kill you so you can't kill Helen. And then I'm pretty sure the character literally goes, surprise, dipshit! And behold, the murder twins, who, it's only the dude at first, and he goes, aha, what are you gonna do about it? And then Phoebe, the girl, I don't know why I remember Phoebe's name, but I can't remember the guy's name.
Her name is just Phoebe. That's a not a bad name.
Yeah, whatever. The girl throws 2 knives into his knees, and then he gets fucking clocked again, and he's out.
Then we go back.
We continue the saga of Henry not being able to do shit. We're gonna do this quickly. Sarah, like, walks through this exhibit of Greek stuff, and then she comes into the main amphitheater, and there's 100 cultists in there, and they're all naked.
Ooh.
And then she sees
The
Helen.
driver from before.
Oh yeah, the driver and his daughter are both there.
So he wasn't lying.
He wasn't like, he did have a daughter. But, like, Helen is on the far end of the room, hung up by the ceiling, like her ankles are tied and her hands are tied behind her, and she's being, like, dangled at a 45-degree angle. So, Sarah's like, I need to go help Helen. She takes a step forward, and Memnon steps out wearing a bunch of armor, and he has a curved sword. Remember that curved sword for later.
It's gonna end up in his spine.
It's fine, don't worry about it. We're so close. I promise we're close at this point.
Yes, we are almost done.
So, Sarah takes a couple of steps forward. She's like, I'm gonna stop it. And Memnon goes, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And he just kind of saunters out onto the stage. He's like, surprise, bitch! Didn't think I was here. And then he goes, stay exactly where you are and don't interfere, or else. And then someone with a bow of all fucking things shoots the driver's daughter in the fucking head
Oh my.
and
If
If
goes,
you do anything, I'll
I'll
kill
kill my own
civilians.
cultists. And then another fucking archer shoots the driver.
Interesting play.
And I'm like, Sarah actually cares if these cultists die.
Remember
throwing-
that for later.
Just
Why would you use a bow in the modern world? A good question. As a reminder, our main characters currently are armed with a kopis, a spear, and a shield.
and they had guns.
And they had guns and have been fighting people with guns repeatedly.
Well, fucking writers like to jerk off the Dark Ages.
As someone who's writing a sci-fi fantasy with swords involved, there's a reason for it, and you can make very easy reasons for it. It's honestly
those are
not that
sci-fi
hard.
weapons.
But
Those are sci-fi weapons. There's
don't
a
worry,
difference.
Ren. I agree with you.
It was stupid as fuck, and it's about to get stupider. Remember the fact that she doesn't want to hurt the civilians later. So, moving on. So, someone walks out from the back in a robe. Note, it's one person, and there were two people who were doing the murder earlier, and they walk up to Helen, and they slit her throat.
Under Agamemnon's orders.
Yes.
And she dies.
No,
No.
because
With
she's
no
a
fucking
demigod.
answers. Okay.
Now,
I'll
here's the
hold back
part.
my rage.
Are you ready to be confused?
No.
The person in the hood is fucking Henry.
He beat the twins off screen.
Off screen, he woke up, beat up the twins, tied them up, killed the two people, and is now pretending to be a cultist
The
so that
twins
he
who
can get close to Memnon.
whooped his
Didn't
ass
he-
earlier.
Didn't he get his shit mixed by them before?
Literally, in less than a second, he got his ass fucking run. And then they're like, nah, he got up and won.
It's Squirrel Girl.
Like, he legitimately beat them up. Both of them.
Knocked them unconscious, tied them up,
Killed the other two.
off
Put their robes on.
screen.
While
Also,
Sarah
the
was
man
walking.
whose robe that he stole was described as a large, muscular man.
Henry is not.
Also, I'm confused why they were wearing robes, but everyone else was naked. Just saying, I don't understand the rules. Who gets to wear clothes? And how do I get that position?
See, this is why the twins couldn't be in that room.
That's
dangerous.
the second tier. All first tier pledges have to be naked.
So,
Looks like I'm not joining the cult. Now, here's the fun part. So basically, he gets a bunch of blood in the bowl, and he goes sorry. And Helen's confused too, because she's like, "Dude, why the fuck would you slit my throat?"
like,
But she doesn't say that because she also has a gag, and I should probably mention that part because everyone forgets that she has a gag later anyway.
Yes, well, here's the thing. If she wasn't gay, it would have been nothing but insults and tiny dick jokes.
Most likely, I would have preferred that though. It would have been funny. Anyway,
Ren, there's lots of reasons to use a bow in the modern world, but not against a gun.
also not against your own cultists. That's the part that got me. And also, I will make myself weaker if you do anything to stop me. Like, legitimately, if... Again, maybe I'm weird, but if you look at me as a cult leader and say, I will kill my fellow cultists if you attempt to stop me, I'm gonna be like, you're gonna do my job?
Yeah, they're drinking the Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
He might have been.
so he basically, Memnon totally doesn't know that it's Henry and goes, give them the blood, and motions at the crowd. So Henry, like, turns towards them with the bowl full of Helen's blood. And then, like, right as he turns around, somehow silently, Memnon draws his sword and stabs Henry in the back. And somehow, I cannot describe to you how, because it doesn't make any sense. Memnon's curved sword goes through Henry's chest and then curves back and stabs Henry in the throat.
What?
As described as like a fish hook. Now, I understand that I have brought this point up earlier, but I don't know if you guys were paying attention when I brought it up earlier. If you're going to be using weapons, especially if you're going to be using them in a very specific way, you need to research the weapon. Because there's absolutely no curved blade that has a sharp enough angle to do that. There are some that are curved and they have a spike on the back end so that you could, in fact, hit someone with the. Generally, curved blades are only sharp on one side. They're designed to slash a certain way. But you could bring it down on the curved portion and then pull it back to stab them with the spike. Those types of swords exist. They're not Ethiopian. And he's described as wearing traditional Ethiopian wear. It really bugs me when people are just like, this is how this weapon works. I'm just like, that's not how it works. That's not how that works at all. And also, while he does this, Memnon like leans in and whispers in Henry's ear, do you want to know how to kill a demigod? And Henry is just like, because he's, stabbed in the throat. You have to remove their voice so that they cannot negotiate with the ferryman because he likes demigods. So basically he's telling Henry, I've totally killed you all of the way this time. You're dead, son. And then he he, in front of Sarah, removes the mask and the hood to reveal that it's Henry. And Sarah's like, no, Henry! And then Sarah starts fucking murdering the cultists.
Literally, the doom music kicks in because she's like, I'm going to kill Agamemnon. She takes a step forward. The cultists are like, we won't let you pass. And it's like nothing but doom fatalities from now on.
Somehow, by the way, I don't understand how this, it's not like they, charge her and they, get a hold of her and she's, just fighting them off to try and get them off her so she can get to Memnon. They are legitimately walking towards her and she's fighting them. The character with a shield and a spear and super strength.
Oh, it's my turn to die? Sure, I'll step forward.
Legitimately, that's what's happening at this point. And I'm just going to repeat this one more time. The character with a shield and strength augmentation just stands and fights instead of getting behind the shield, which is a Greek-style hoplon shield, which is notoriously huge, putting the spear forward and just running straight. They can't stop her. They're normal people, and she literally killed 4 people earlier by throwing one of them at the other 3.
Can we call her Kevin Sorbo?
Whether or not the author intended this, she came to the decision, I'm going to kill everyone in this room, instead of I'm going to kill Memnon.
Mm-hmm. Where she could have, I don't know, chucked the spear at him.
She already had chucked the spear at him. She chucked the spear at him earlier. It hit his shield and went a foot into it, but didn't kill him.
Right.
Which also means I completely forgot this. I could have sworn, I almost said it out loud, but I'm like, no, she has her spear. She is fighting these cultists and killing them with her bare hands and her shield. Which also, that just makes it even more fucking viable to just turtle behind the shield and sprint forward like Captain America against a minigun.
Nope, she is murdering naked people.
Murdering naked people, which also just makes this fight weird to me. I don't like it.
And then Memnon up there, after, doing the do to Henry, it's like, come, the half that are not going to die to the slaughter. Drink blood.
Not even drink blood. They have yellow syringes. The contents of the syringe is yellow, and it contains... I'm just going to spoil this now. He has actually developed a way to make people demigods.
Dun, dun, dun.
And so a bunch of people run up and they get that while Sarah's fighting. Meanwhile, Henry is being carted along the fucking road by fucking Hermes, and he can't talk because there's a sword in his throat. And they get to the ferryman, and Sarah's just killing a bunch of people, and then the demigods start fighting her, and she technically starts losing. But, she's much stronger than any of the demigods, but there's a bunch of them at this point, 20. She tries to do a thing, gets stopped. They end up fucking raining down blows on her. And right as Hermes is giving the coin to the boatman, a loud thunderclap happens, and there's a new figure there, and it sounds like a bunch of arguing, but Henry can't hear any of it.
because the throat wound.
I swear to God, if it's fucking Zeus.
And then we cut back to the real world, and Henry is waking up as Linda is removing the sword from his throat.
And Memnon notices none of this.
Memnon notices none of this. Helen notices none of this. None of the cultists running up to the stage notice this. Nobody notices this at all. I actually am pretty sure that Memnon is gone at this point, by the way.
Probably.
Linda removes the sword from technically he's bleeding, but it heals immediately. Demigod. Well, actually, now that we're here, I can stop calling him a demigod because he's not. Because as Linda removes the sword from his chest, Linda goes, I'm gonna paraphrase here because they said it cryptically. Linda is Linda's Henry's dad.
What?
Yeah.
Linda is also Sarah's dad.
Yep.
And let's see if you can connect the dots with this last one. Linda is Helen's dad.
Helen's dad.
It's fucking Zeus.
Linda
I said I
is Zeus,
didn't want
the
it to
sassy
be
black
Linda-
woman who walked with Martin Luther King Jr. is
Zeus
Zeus.
is doing blackface, everybody.
Fuck
Zeus is
Zeus,
doing
man. I'm
blackface.
so sick of his ass.
To
I'm
add to his
so
list
sick
of
of it.
crimes.
Sassy black woman who also straight up just sold out his own children.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to skip forward because this conversation happens later. Now, I want... also, let's not think about the fact that, how to put this? Sarah's mom and Henry's mom were both demigods, and he banged both of them, which means they're his descendants.
He banged.
Which means they're technically like 75% God.
They are... That's an interesting theory. Thomas, how much God do you think that they are?
You said that the god blood never dilutes, but no one's ever said what happens if you add more god blood to it. I'd argue they're 100%.
You'd be correct. Rin, just so you know, what is this Zeus? This is honestly, in comparison to the Percy Jackson series, a much more, like, mythologically accurate representation of Zeus.
Zeus, the god of the Greek god of...
Zeus is basically the
He
Greek
should be the
god
god
of
of rape.
banging anybody who doesn't want to bang him.
Yeah, he's the God of rape.
He is
Yeah.
quite. Especially of his grandchildren in this book.
Yeah. Well, let's move on from that point into more important points. So, Henry and Sarah are cousin brothers who are both also 100% God. Also, all of the newbies who were taking Sarah's the serum that made them into demigods was actually made from Sarah's the samples they took from Sarah, which means that they technically have dosages of full blood God in them, which becomes important later. Remember that. But Henry, once the sword is out of his chest, stands up and yells, "Get off of her!" and then starts shooting lightning out of his body.
Unlimited power.
Yep.
God damn it.
Accurate.
Because Linda Zeus gave him a little pep talk of where it was pretty much, oh God, how was this worded because I hated it so much.
You're not alone. You've never been alone.
No. It was that also hated. But there was something that was like, you don't need to be chosen.
You've always been special.
Yes, and it was pretty much like him just going 2-2. That means I don't need my power to be awakened. I've always had my power awakened. And then the fucking Thor music kicked in and just
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And
I'm
yes,
just sitting
Ren.
there like,
In fact,
I
real
hate
quick,
this.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I feel like now is as good a time as any to explain Blessed Be and
Oh,
what the
Blessed Be.
goal of the cult is. So Memnon,
About fucking time.
the Ethiopian, by the way, just as a reminder that he's not Greek, who killed all of Helen's descendants because of the fact that they're Greek, their family always kills them, came to the decision that the only people worthy of the same demigod blood that he and Helen have
Brooklyn.
are his cultists. And so he has been kidnapping and doing research on Helen's descendants in order to try to unlock the secrets of immortality. Why he hasn't ever done any experiments on himself, who knows? Maybe it is because he's a bitch. But his entire goal is to develop a serum to make everyone into demigods, and then for Helen to be forced to reveal herself so that people recognize her as their queen. AKA, this man is the ultimate simp for not only WAMM, but his friends.
Sam.
I'm sorry, I'm never gonna recognize her as my queen.
Well, you don't know that. Maybe her special power over not just men in this, but everyone
Making
will
them
make
all
you
wanna
think
bang her.
so.
And that would make her Aphrodite.
I mean, according to some of the mythos, the reason why she has that ability is because of Aphrodite. But we're not going to talk about that, because we're talking about this mythology rather than that mythology. So yeah, all of the demigod cultists are knocked down, but apparently melting your tongue is not enough to keep you from being able to talk to the ferryman, because after Sarah... I skipped over a step. So with them all electrocuted, they all, like, die for a minute. Spoiler alert, they come back in a minute. There's like 20 of them.
The demigods can take it.
Sarah and Henry release Hera. Not Hera. Helen. Listen, you call her Hela. Or Helena. We're both messing up a little bit. They release Helen. Neither of them remember to remove her gag, despite the fact that she's talking, until she finally has her arms and she undoes it herself. And even Sarah goes, yeah, we probably should have done that first. Actually, I think her exact words were, yeah, I should have thought of that. They have this whole conversation where they explain the math, and the math is fucking stupid, where they're like, 50 plus 100 is equal to 100. Even though...
Like, literally, Henry goes, okay, so we're half... Like, we're
75% God.
Yeah, because, like, we have 100% God from this one, and we get 50% from the parents. That would make us 75%. And they're like, no, Henry, that's not how you do the math. And he's like, what? We're 100% God?
I agree with the what because of the fact that... Let's think about this for a moment. God plus 100% human equals... I'll take anyone's answer from the class. 50. Did I hear 50?
Because my answer would be
so
Spaz
100
given
plus 50
Henry.
equals 50. Now we know that 50 plus 100... 50 plus 0 is equal to 50. So it doesn't dilute anymore. But it diluted specifically when it was from a god. So 100% plus 50% should still equal 75% because it was the god's blood that was diluted when it was with a human. So why would it not be diluted again with a half-human?
Apparently, because it's no longer diluted, we are actually 150% God.
We're stronger than Zeus. Let's overthrow him.
The average IQ in this book is like, what, under 100? Quite possibly, Ren. That's something funny to actually bring up right now that we can expand on a little bit when we get into the rating section. There really aren't any smart characters in this book.
They pretend to be.
I don't even think they pretend to be. We'll get into that when we get to the character discussion later.
Anyways.
But it's time. We're basically done. Helen then picks up the sword that Memnon used to stab Henry, because all of the new demigods are getting up, and Helen goes, I'll handle these. You go get Memnon. Yes, you two, unskilled but now full gods. You go handle Memnon. And the two murder twins who totally aren't going to be back, even though Henry didn't murder them. and I'll just handle these mooks that are mostly fried at this point, who shouldn't have been able to say anything, because anybody struck and their entire body charred by lightning, their tongue is melted.
Oh, I didn't even think they went to the River of Styx. I just thought they didn't fucking die.
No, they died.
No one can depend to be smart because they're all too stupid to do that.
Quite possibly, but we'll get into that again later, because right now we've got the fucking
Prep time.
the god siblings going against Memnon and the murder twins because they're there. So Sarah, they're basically charging after, but then they hear the murder twins and Memnon, who cackles because for some reason they want to be dramatic, and they're like, "We're over here." Blah, 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 blah. But then Sarah goes, "I've got a plan. Henry, you be stealthy. I'll go this way, and I'll distract them." That's actually not her plan. Her plan is entirely to have him sneak around and then
Fuck up.
fuck up, and then be the distraction so that she can charge in and be the sneaky one.
And
Which technically works, but Memnon and the twins have all taken the serum. Now, what that
Something adorable. Yeah, something adorable is when Henry actually distracts, like, thinks he's being sneaky, starts talking out loud and all the other things, and the twins catch notice, and then he just starts making like old school jokes and references, and all it is just the twins laughing. It's like, what is this? Is this like something from like what, the 50s? And I'm just sitting there like, what is this?
It was weird considering how the next scene goes. Now, you might be, no, I'm not going to spoil it. We'll talk about that later. So, Henry ends up dropping down, and it turns out that they've taken the serum, which, fun fact, because of the fact that it was based off of Sarah's blood, it was actually 100% divinity that they were injecting into them, not partial divinity. So Memnon and the twins are all three now full gods.
Yay.
Yay. Moving on from that, though, Phoebe throws a bunch of knives into Henry's back to immobilize him when he turns to try and hurt Memnon. And the boy, whose name I still don't remember, shoots the shit out of Henry's legs. Henry falls to his knees, and he can't really move much because of all the knives in his back. And then, when he's unable to turn around, the twins both throw up and start complaining about a whole bunch of pain. And Henry looks at Memnon and goes, "What did you do?" And he went, "I put a little something extra in the cocktail." Now, we'll talk about that in a second, because I have a couple of things to say about the Sarah scene during this. Because we cut back to Sarah, and it's jumped back a little bit in time. And she's moving through an exhibit all stealthily, like, I believe it is the African exhibit, and she complains about the fact that it's just like, God, they put an entire continent in one room, but they've got just the Greeks and the Romans and the fucking Egyptians in their own suites. How is that fair? And then she goes, "Oh yeah, the Egypt suite. Egypt is in Africa, but they've stolen so many things from Egypt." And basically doing the whole, I technically not colonizer, but the white people stole a bunch of shit and now it's in museums instead of with the people. Yep. Ignoring the fact that, most of the artifacts that are housed in museums from Egypt are legally acquired due to the fact that the Egyptian government had to pay the archaeologist crews in artifacts. They weren't stolen most of the time. In fact, local populace are more guilty of stealing ancient artifacts than any archaeologist. In fact, in the Middle East, it is a very common tactic by terror organizations to unearth ancient artifacts and then basically go to local governments and be like, "Hey, I have this thing. Pay me a bunch of money or I will fucking destroy it." Or they'll talk to the owner of Hobby Lobby because that's what he spends a lot of his money on. Don't shop at Hobby Lobby. He literally funds terrorists.
Mm.
I will have something to say about your terrorist story, but after we finish talking about the
Yes.
experience Sarah has in the middle of combat, if I'm not mistaken.
Technically, Henry is in combat, but she's having a rant about.
In the middle of what is presumably the final confrontation. You know, the big bad needs to be taken down now, or all the marbles will be lost. I'm gonna go explore the museum a bit.
Yeah, also, I had trouble with this scene because at this point I had looked up the author. So I knew this was a 47-year-old white man who was complaining about this, and I'm like, okay, weird that you're the one doing this, but fine, let's go.
Let's
Get into the
do
next
it.
room. She also has a moment where she's like, I wonder if all of the other gods are real. I should ask Henry about that later.
I mean, he knows.
No. I am so confident that that is a typo that she meant to say, sorry, he meant to say that she'll ask Helen about that later because
Nope.
Helen and Henry, they both start the same. There's
Nope.
absolutely no chance that he meant Henry.
If Henry can sniff a woman out just by being in her apartment for like 10 minutes, he can find other
Jesus.
gods.
But Helen would know.
That's true. That is true. But she likes Henry, so she's gonna ask him first.
No. Typo. I'm sure of it.
My headcanon versus yours, baby. We can always ask the man if we get the chance.
No.
After this, I don't think he'd answer any of my questions.
Anyways,
I'll ask the question if he confirms.
Yes, anyway, moving on. Yeah, so she hears the twins throw up and start shouting in pain. And I forgot to mention this at the point in time because it doesn't fucking matter. Henry does shout Sarah's name, and I believe he even says it's in fear. Because Memnon has like a dagger to his throat, and she's like, ha, I'm gonna kill you now again. This time I'm not gonna fucking cut your head off all the way. That way you definitely can't come back, haha.
oh my.
So Sarah bursts in, gets Memnon away from her, from Henry again. Then the twins transform.
Oh, okay.
Phoebe transforms into a Gorgon,
Okay.
and the boy transforms into a Cyclops.
Ooh, the foreshadowing from earlier.
He technically foreshadowed it earlier by having them run into a fucking Cyclops statue, but whatever. Moving on.
Yep.
So, they start fighting. Henry fires lightning at Memnon, but it goes around him because descendants of Zeus aren't immune to lightning. It just doesn't touch them.
I guess.
I guess.
Specifically lightning.
Yeah.
So that's why the taser still works, because it's it's electricity, but it's coming from a pocket of metal and plastic.
Sure.
The tasers didn't really affect them at all anyways. Like, tasers do enough to take down fucking
Like, the cattle
massive
prod
people.
did not stop Henry.
And again, that's used on cows.
Moo.
Moo. Moo indeed.
Moo.
Yeah, moving on though. Moving on.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
So the fight ends up starting. It's just a bunch of stuff. They just dancing around each other. Lightning doesn't work. It just goes around. The Gorgon doesn't turn you to stone. It just freezes you in fear. And so Henry ends up fighting the Gorgon while Sarah fights both Memnon and the Cyclops. I don't think there's really I think Henry punches the Cyclops in the eye before they split up so that it can't see. And then he goes off to fight the Gorgon. And
Just so.
So, I'm gonna skip through 90% of the fight because it's just a bunch of just a bunch of dancing around each other mostly. They're literally all immortal, so all damage that isn't decapitation literally means nothing because they heal up faster than, like, they can cause damage. That's why I'm so about this scene. And then Henry stabs the Gorgon with his sword, and then he gets pushed away. And I can't remember if he says it audibly or internally, but he goes, "You were a 10-year-old, but now you're a monster, so I think I'm in the clear."
Jesus.
And he shoots the sword with lightning, which then causes the electricity to course through Phoebe, the 10-year-old girl, who was forcibly turned into a Gorgon,
Against her will.
and her body explodes.
I just like to say, fuck them kids.
Thank you, Michael Jordan. Very cool. I will repeat that, though.
Yo,
The person who lightning cannot hit, who is now a god, who is a full god of the descendant and empowered descendant of Zeus, exploded because they were shot with lightning.
what?
So then, a bunch more stuff happens. Henry ends up switching places with Sarah because Sarah gets hit away. So she's a distance away, and Henry gets grabbed by the Cyclops, squeezed, gets turned towards Memnon, and Memnon is like, "I'm gonna kill you now, Henry, again, because of course I'm gonna talk to you about how I'm going to kill you, haha!"
Bitch.
And then Sarah ends up throwing her spear while also charging it with lightning as she throws it. So when it hits Memnon, he explodes.
Nice.
Just that's it. One hit KO.
Yeah.
There's the big bad, everybody.
It was that easy.
Fucking.
Pinata.
It's always been that easy.
Now,
And
we're
there's
down
one
to the
left.
Cyclops.
Oh.
And Henry and Sarah start having a little conversation, and then the Cyclops get up and roars because his eye is healed. And then, and this is essentially quoting the book, a thin red line appears on his neck before his head just topples off to reveal Helen, just standing there, having just cut off his head of the
What up,
10-year-old.
bitches?
Who was forcibly
Helen has-
transformed.
What's up, sibling cousins? How's it going?
Helen has no problem killing kids.
Yeah, and so they leave. And as they leave, there's a limo out front. And I don't remember which character.
know.
I think it's just the narrator's just like, whose limousine was this? Was this Memnon's, or did Helen expect this would be the result? Who cares? Get in the car!
Come on,
Cars.
sibling.
And
Look,
then,
sibling grandkids, get in the car. We're out of here.
and then they do. And then we jump cut like a couple of days later, and they're just talking about what kind of god Sarah's gonna be. Like, you have to choose your domain. And Sarah's like, most of the domains are taking. Helen she suggests, like, the Earth, but
Yes.
not Gaia because Gaia isn't cool enough.
There was
Wow,
also Helen went down
that's
to
your
the
great-grandmother.
she went down to the River of Styx and was like, "Yep, Nimnon and the twins are gone forever." And this is where I got upset.
Because the twins got turned back into their normal shape.
They got turned back to their normal shape, and after all that good cush about saving them, helping them, and bringing them in because they're family, you just let them get on the fucking boat.
Yeah.
They were in pain. They were recruited by birth and brainwashed by their terrible father, who then betrayed them, and y'all didn't even give them a chance to join your family.
Yeah, and
All that good shit.
their justification is that in the Greek underworld, the main thing that happens is that people start losing their memory of their real life. So, like, it's probably best that they forget about everything that happened to them.
They are 10. You could literally
They
make
are
them better
10.
people. You could literally just take them. They're also gods now as well. You could take them without Memnon to influence them anymore and turn them to good people. You're doing it with Henry.
I do think it would have been very adorable to see murder twins trying to be less murderous.
And with
But we
Henry-
don't get anything that I like. We only get things that I don't like. Speaking of things that I don't like, their short conversation about her possibly becoming an Earth goddess, but not like Gaia, because how is it described? She's more caring, wide birth-giving hips, that kind of thing. That's not your
Yeah.
deal. This is what
Yeah.
Helen says to Sarah.
And Sarah also said she wouldn't be down for it anyway.
Whatever.
Wouldn't be down for what?
Being
Being
kind
the goddess
and
of the earth.
being kind and having birth-giving hips, I guess.
I mean, she probably has them. This fucking giant
Listen, there's a
Amazon
whole
woman.
sky that probably is still being cockblocked to this very moment because
Speaking of the
that ass
sky,
was just not worth it.
Speaking of the sky,
speaking of the sky,
they then hear some footsteps above them, and they're like, wait a minute, this is the top floor.
man, our upstairs neighbors must be crazy. We don't have upstairs neighbors.
Oh my god, where's Henry? And then they look out the window to see Henry careening down from the top floor with both middle fingers extended, and he yells, God of the sky, bitches!
And he just flies past them, about to die.
And then
he flies back up.
And he just flies back up.
Because he believed and he chose it, he gets it. Because
would have been really funny
Fuck.
if it didn't work.
fucking so
that's it.
all
just
I learned
fucking.
is, wow, Henry learned. Hold on, let me check my notes.
Nothing. But
Hold on.
I learned
Hold on.
something
Nothing.
possibly disturbing. So, I mean, obviously, Sarah
And he's a
doesn't
god.
take the suggestion, but the parallel of
The
these
god
two
of
random people coming together,
sibling cousins.
as you've already have explained before even the reveal that they're siblings, having some manner of tension between the two of them. Now, when everything is done and they get to choose their godly domains, one chooses actively to be of the sky, and I just talked about how the sky wants to bang the earth.
Oh, and that is Gaia and Uranus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We
Oh, that's
And
not
this is
good
where we-
foreshadowing.
No, they're Greek.
That's not good foreshadowing.
That's not good reasoning.
Guess what?
That doesn't fly in 2019.
We are done.
That is the end of the book. So they didn't
Oh,
bang
it's
in the
not.
book.
No, it's not. That's not the end of the book.
That's
It's
the end,
end
of
of the book.
They bang, don't they?
No, they do not
It's
bang.
the
That
end
is
of
the
the
end
book.
of the book.
We are done.
So I'm just, it's just like, I don't get the point.
Hey, you
Shit
only had to
just
listen to us talk
happened.
about it for 4 hours. We had to listen to it for
No,
15.
It started as a bank robbery, and now it's like fucking fighting gods in a river of Styx in the fucking afterlife. How do we? We
fine.
skipped so many fucking levels.
It's fine. It's a JRPG. But like a speed
So,
run.
Tom says, you want to bring up your thing about the terrorists now, or do we want to talk about it later?
I find it kind of disappointing that actual terrorists in our actual world don't at least try to like believe in the hype of the artifact. I was like, aha! I have the skull of Nefertiti. We could summon the underworld hounds to rip apart.
That would be pretty dope. Me and Courtney were talking about it a couple days ago. Just that concept in general. I hadn't even gotten to that point in the book, but we did agree that in comparison to the normal things Indiana Jones get up to, which is in fact, robbing indigenous peoples,
and sleeping with underage women,
and sleeping with underage. Indiana Jones is kind of a criminal. But
he's a product of his time.
We were talking about it's like be really cool if like the new one was actually them dealing with like a terror organization that has a really like cool artifact that is just Indiana Jones going, nah, we getting that back from the terrorists. We gotta have a bad guy that isn't racially charged.
But then again, that would
technically
just
not
make
racially charged.
That would just make Indiana Jones
the white savior.
No, it would just make him fantasy James Bond.
James Bond doesn't help anybody.
Well, he helps the British government.
All right, now that we have that out of the way, We can
Alright,
move
I
on
think
to
we
the
should-
last main section of this.
Yay! I think we should add combat into it
Oh, we're adding combat to the rating. Okay.
because
Please
this
don't.
one did have a heavy.
It did have a very
Sure.
heavy combat focus. So we're at the point that we're going to be giving ratings. These ratings are out of 10. They will be based off of the setting, which does include magic systems and weird stuff. Weird stuff would be things like the way that the science works, if it makes sense, or if it's just completely out there and doesn't make sense. Characters, combat, and then the story overall out of 10. So obviously we have to start at the setting. The magic system is relatively... It's followable. It semi makes sense, but the math is fucking stupid. It doesn't really... The difference between a demigod and a god doesn't actually seem to be that major.
Mhm.
Like, Memnon doesn't even realize he's a full god until he's like, wait a minute, I can control lightning.
He's been a full god this whole time.
No, he's
Also-
been a demigod until he took Sarah's the blood
Oh,
juice.
right.
And I'm not too sure. Just like
Well, also
how do
setting wise,
you know
the
power?
fact that it is Boston, but like it seems like 90% of the people are a part of the cult, or they're secretly Zeus. It doesn't feel like a city anymore. It almost feels like they're in the enemy base camp the entire time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Full combat.
This story is riding the short yellow bus.
Like, we'll get to that when we get to characters. I do agree with you. But, like, the only civilians we see are that dead fucking kid and the good cop. That's it. Oh, and the doorman. Two of the three normal people we meet fucking die. And I'm not convinced that the cop doesn't die.
I'm sure he dies eventually.
He's dead in my head. They shot him instead of knocked him out. They're a cult. What do they care?
I feel like, setting-wise, Boston just being Boston, like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's just nothing really excited about it. So, that would...
Well,
Boston in itself would sit around a 5 just as a setting. I don't have any issue with that, but it's not anything that I'm going to be, like, raving about. And they don't really use
Am I allowed-
the... Huh?
Am I allowed to give a rating?
Sure.
For setting, 3. It's Boston, but there are no mention of discernible landmarks when you were giving me the recount of this story.
Yeah, that was the thing about it again. They don't really use, like, the fact that it's Boston to their advantage.
If you're going to make it someplace, then use the place. You tell me about the tallest apartment building in all of Boston. I'm like, cool, that's just a singular location that I could probably identify, but not by name because neither of you knew it, so it's not even that relevant. It could have just been any apartment.
Maurice, did you have a rating for setting? Or were you-
Setting for me, I will have to give it a 3. And my main reason is after everything they went through, not a single police officer came to figure this shit out.
I do also agree with the 3, but I feel like I've talked about it enough. Roz, I'm looping you in now because Thomas has wanted to vote. You have to give a number for setting now.
10 out of 10.
Give me your real number.
I'm giving you a real number. 10 out of 10.
Now give me your actual rating for it.
1 out of 10.
I'm more willing to accept that, but is that your final answer?
My final answer is 10 out of 10.
All
The
right,
only
why?
people who 10 out of 10 because only in Boston would gods be able to fight, kill each other, open up possibly fucking doorways to the river Styx, and everybody be in a cult and nobody else in the country know about it.
Putting down the 10. We'll see how that affects the rest. the next category is characters. And this does have. I didn't even think about this until Ren said something. Actually, um, there isn't a single smart character in this book. Like
Sarah's about the smartest character in it.
Sarah's
but she's
about the
pretty
smartest
dumb.
character in the book, but she's not intelligent. That's not a major part of her like character. She doesn't have any
She's a
moments where it's like
dropout.
I can solve this issue with strength or with intelligence, and she would choose intelligence. She was all brawn. She's if we're looking at the 5-man band, she'd be the muscle.
She's Superman. That's what she is.
I don't even know what Henry would be in the 5-man band, so this analogy doesn't really work. But like
The Lancer.
Henry is Deadpool.
I just there are no smart characters. The characters that we do have are entirely inconsistent. Like they flitter around for what they actually are. Helen doesn't make any sense as a character. Like she's like, all of my descendants have died, and so I haven't unlocked their power. And it's like, wouldn't that help them not get murdered by your ex-boyfriend?
Hush. Hush.
And then it's just like, I'm not going to answer any of your questions. Are you this? Maybe. And I'm just like, why? It all starts with the author. What did the author think when making these characters stupid? Honestly, I feel like this book is an edited first draft that didn't go through any major revisions. I think he made a loose outline for what he wanted, and he executed that outline, did an edit for spelling mistakes and minor things that didn't make sense, but he didn't change anything. And to be fair, with the PK Slayer story that's going up on wham.blog, our website, which includes Roz's art, my writing, and Maurice's writing, I'm super worried about that for Slayer because I can only really write it super in advance, write other things, go back and edit, but I can't do finish story, go back and edit like I am able to do with the book. And it seems like that's how this man wrote this story. And it's why the characters are so inconsistent, because he had ideas for what he wanted them to be, but then went, well, that doesn't work for this scene. And he didn't rework it around that or just take the time to actually flesh out what his options were. Like, I was talking with Maurice, and I mentioned it while we were going over this. Henry just after, when they're in the apartment, and after the first half of the fight, he becomes absolutely useless for 99% of the rest of the book. Until he unlocks his godhood, he just loses. And non-stop loses. It's fucking Sarah can't make up her mind if she's gonna save people or murder them, but she's super preachy all of the time. Like, I've been talking for too long already. Characters get a 1 from me.
I feel you. I feel you on that one.
Does that mean you're also giving it a 1?
Yeah. I find I will take this moment to not only give it a 1, but exactly one thing that one change, one edit I would make if that was this man's editor that would make it a 2, and just like a barely functioning 2.
Ren, who are you telling to hydrate?
You.
Oh,
You.
why do I have to hydrate?
You've
You
talked the
two are
most.
talking.
Yeah, you gotta wet that whistle, man. While you wet your whistle, I'm just gonna say I kind of hoped that Sarah, being explicitly labeled as the tall darkness of our character roster, and then you have Ethiopian man come in as Big Bad. I was like,
Handsome
Is that her
Ethiopian man.
is that her father? That would be a nice source of conflict. I don't know where my parents are. Hello, daughter. Ah, villain.
The joke that went through my head is gonna remain there.
Yes.
Maurice, it's your turn. Also, I have it set up in an order of me, Thomas, Maurice, Caius.
I figured.
I have to give them a 2.
A whole 2.
A whole 2.
That's me and Thomas's score combined. Why?
So, here's the thing.
Oh, they also straight up murdered children when they totally could have had them have a redemption arc. Well, not even an arc,
Yeah.
just a redemption stuff.
Henry, absolute obnoxious, goddamn terrible, couldn't stand his ass, didn't die more than enough times. Sarah was probably the most likable character, even with her hypocrite nature. Couldn't stand her half the time, but the other half time I was like, all right, Sarah, oh yeah, there you go, up, onto a cactus. Uh, Helena, all right, I must leave now, and captured immediately, and I just
I must leave
fucking
now
yelled.
is in fact the most accurate accurate thing for what she does.
Exactly what she does.
I got very upset with her for doing that, and also getting captured off screen after beating ass on screen. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Memnon. He existed and he did everything to get on my nerves. But the thing that got me was a lot of the comedy from the super side characters, and I like the twins. They're adorable. But like some of these side characters, I was like,
Oh
all
yes,
right,
also
crazy
man
doctor.
with daughter.
Yes. All right, crazy doctor. I'd get behind you. You are
Dead.
fucking freak of nature. The actual personality in there. Okay, yeah. You look fucking desires. All right, you fucking disgusting monster.
Now
And now she's dead.
to be fair, I might have a slight disadvantage with the side characters because again, this book annoyed me to the point that I was listening at 1.85 to 1.9 speed,
Mm-hmm.
and so scenes were going by very fast. But again, RC Bray is articulate enough that I heard everything that was happening. But like, I had like the doctor for maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed the doctor. Her back and forth with Sarah, and then she, became a actual meat sack.
Then she became dead.
Dead.
So yeah, it's just one of the cases of, goddamn, I hate every main character, but these side characters though,
But these side characters.
they aren't fully hated, and that's why I think that's why my main upsetness came from the twins not getting to be resurrected to join their family, because of all the fucking setup of Sarah saying we will save these fucking children, and then when Henry fought him one on one, and Henry also did not kill the children, and I was like, oh, they've been transformed into monsters, and they have to kill the monster form, but they can be saved in the River of Styx, right? No.
Nope.
Could have also been a really cool scene to have Sarah have stepped up and show that she is the character that they keep saying that she is, and have her fucking beg Helen. It's like, hey, they're kids. I think we can help them still. And
Not
all
only
that
are
jazz.
they're not only kids, there are siblings. They're the last remaining thing from each of our parents.
Family.
Oh, also, I did forget to mention how many chapters. We're done with the chapters. We're just going over the synopsis at this point. One thing I did forget to mention is their character designs are weird.
Yeah.
The boy is described as looking like Henry but black, and the girl is described as looking like Sarah but Aryan.
Because remember, they fused the mamas, made the children, just cracked the two eggs open. Hello, we're twins.
Hello. All right, guys, your turn. What?
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
you're gonna have to clarify what the what question is. Characters out of 10.
10 out of 10. I liked Family Dollar Deadpool and Dollar Tree Wonder Woman. Like,
Guys,
like
I don't feel
all
like you're
of-
taking these numbers seriously.
I've absolutely taken these numbers seriously. You are not taking my critique seriously, because these characters are the embodiment of what a car crash looks like, and they just crashed into a school and exploded.
Would you describe a car crashing into a school as a 10 out of 10, Kais?
I mean, if you're trying to,
If that's the kind of content I do see where Kyle is coming from. If that's
Yes.
the kind of content you're looking for, that sounds very cathartic.
no, he's written over 60 books. and he has a bunch more books in the work. He's a New York Times bestseller. There's no way in hell he didn't do all this shit on purpose. He even added the twins from Black Lagoon into the story. The man is a weeb writing fan fiction.
I do believe this could definitely be on purpose. But I do
It-
also
Possible.
more so believe this was entirely on accident from a writer who was trying to write 6 books at once and went, I gotta get this done fast because I'm known as being fast. I'm trying to catch up with fucking Stephen King, I guess, because who else are you trying to catch up with at that point?
Dude, I'm surprised you couldn't see the lines of cocaine on the pages.
Moving on from characters into combat.
Yeah. a lot of
Now,
crap.
the combat itself, it was. I can't say it wasn't varied. However, I'm comparing the output of the author to Stephen King. And also, Stephen King, he is a extremely good author. But man, is he put out some fucking stinkers. The man is the personification of writing speed. Back to combat, though. It is
Yes,
very...
Ren, we can compare it to Stephen King because I'm pretty sure the only books of his that got imported overseas are the good ones. The ones we get over here, like 2 out of 3, okay. The third one can either be ass or it could be really good. We don't know.
Let's check a thing. How many books has Stephen King written? Stephen King.
Stefan King.
He has written 200 short stories, 64 novels, 11 collections, 5 nonfiction books, and 16 others.
Oh, neat. Anyway, combat.
Combat. We are on to combat. It is technically varied. I say technically because a lot of times different things happened. So there is variety. That's the only compliment that I can give the Who are you saying has bad taste? Ren, I'm looking at you.
Ren's saying I have bad taste.
I mean, you do think your own art sucks, so I'm inclined to believe.
And he keeps getting everything a 10 like a crazy person.
Hey, I gave legitimately good reasons why I gave those a 10.
I will disagree with you.
I do also agree. And, sorry, to get back into combat, and I'll make this one shorter than the characters. I feel like out of principle, I have to give a 1 out of 10. Because the number of times I had to take a second and be like, that's not how that weapon works. That's not how that armor works. That's not how those things operate in the real world. Multiple times, Phoebe stabbed through armor with knives. Like, not even like modern armor. Well, technically it was modern armor. It was Spartan-style armor that was modernized. So it's made with sturdier material, but it can't take a knife? Like, I want you to imagine someone saying that they used a knife, like, Middle Ages characters. Let's take it back. Someone is in full plate armor, and someone describes that they took a knife and they stabbed straight through the chest plate.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the only one that hears that and just goes, no? And
Look, if you ain't got the strength to stab through fucking pure armor, just pure steel, that's on you.
like, also,
I
these
won't
aren't
know,
even like
Steven.
long daggers or long
I
knives.
should, but I won't.
They're throwing knives.
They're throwing knives, and she stabbed through a breastplate to hit Henry's heart with a throwing knife, which means she had to get at least 3 inches into his chest with a throwing knife through breastplate. I'm sorry, on principle, I have to give a 1.
Yes.
Also, the
Thomas?
spatial awareness was fucking terrible. Tommy boy.
Despite so many different kinds of things happening, and maybe even my favorite gag, which doesn't necessarily make it higher or lower, is all of the maids getting yeeted off of the edge of the building, somehow, some way, all of them at the same time, as if it was, as I quote, a bad QuickTime event scene from a video game of the PS4, a PS1 era. This is still a one. None of that, not a single bit of action fascinated me. And of course, this is your recounting, and also I am accounting for the fact that, very biasedly, you guys don't like it. So you're not going to tell me if something was really, 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 really cool, because you're very turned off from this story.
I would like to say, while I do dislike the book, I'm not, at the bare minimum, I'm not purposefully downplaying anything. If there was something that I found cool, I really would have brought it up. And I did that with another book that I had personally a bit of issue with, because it was much like another book I had just read, but worse. What was it? The Wolf of the North?
Mm-hmm.
I
I
almost
gave-
thought you said the Wolf of Wall Street. It's about to lose my fucking mind.
I gave that book its credit where it was due. Maurice, it's your turn.
The combat. I think I'm gonna have to give it a 2, because there was some parts of the fights that I really liked, but most of them just made me like. Even during the fights, I was like, "Oh, I liked it. That was cute." I shouldn't have to point out, "Oh, I liked that. That was cute." Like, I can see like point out that was cute, but for a fight, I should like the whole fight.
Yeah.
The fact that they started to de-evolve got weird. Like, we went from, oh look, these people are robbing the bank with guns, to, we got magic and swords.
And I'm throwing a spear with lightning attached to it.
Yeah. I was like, could you not, I don't know, supercharge a fucking Glock?
Be pretty cool to have just conductive bullets in a gun when you have lightning powers.
Like, at
So I
that
gotta-
point, you only gotta pull the trigger. Just, it's like, go the fuck off.
If I could make someone explode. Caius.
I actually get through the armor easier.
Okay, you guys know what I'm memeing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Sometimes.
Okay, but this time I'm not gonna meme. Just straight up 1 out of 10. It's the same problem I have with Harry Potter. You have all this high fantasy bullshit, but the combat is super unimaginative. Can't stand it.
And then the final category.
Also, I didn't like when it was like, oh, the Gorgon, you're going to turn to stone. Hey, wait, it's not affecting me. Nothing's happened to you. Why can't you move? I don't know. Duh, of course. It's not, you don't turn into a statue. That's stupid. You're just frozen in fear. Ha 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 ha. You're shooting lightning!
I would also like to point out, by the way, that in that epilogue, Helen Helen didn't say it. Sarah said it for Helen in her internal monologue, that Helen believes that all of their stuff is explainable by science.
They went the World of Warcraft route.
As
I'm walking
he
away
is
from this.
actively outside flying.
Yep. Now, we're on to the final category of
Fucking
story and plot. Now, of course, I have to jump back up to setting and characters. The plot just wants action. There's no real time to breathe. The story is done over a single day. And essentially, there's a threat of combat in literally the first chapter with the fucking dude buying a donut. There's a threat of combat with the fucking dude who stops Henry from walking into the street, both caused by Henry. The bank robbery. Less than a chapter interview. Technically the car drive, but the car drive immediately results in more combat, which leads to more combat, which leads to them running into a police officer, which leads to them getting onto the train, which leads to them first meeting Linda, which leads to them getting into a car chase, which leads to them dying, which leads to their one conversation with Helen, which is now combat in the upper area, more combat in the upper area, them splitting up, both of them getting into combat again. Are you picking up on it yet?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
There's no section of non-combat. There needs to be more than a chapter between fights sometimes. If you're having heavy action, yeah, it's still a good idea to take a chapter here and there so that you have just that moment to breathe between the fights. But if your entire book is just fight, 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 breathe, fight, breathe, fight, breathe, it's not even like full breaths. It's basically like you're drowning, but your face is close enough to the top that you can sometimes get a bit of air. But every time you get that bit of air, there's also water going into your mouth, so you're still drowning.
I was thinking it more of hyperventilating because there also was no actual pacing for that. The literal final confrontation, I believe, is 5 different instances of combat in a row.
Let's see. Once they get to the gallery, it is the fight with the Japanese ninjas. Well, sorry, the Japanese schoolgirls, not ninjas. Henry technically fighting the twins. You might, if you're being generous, count the part where she's walking into the cult room as peaceful. But then Henry gets stabbed. She fights the cultists. Let's start to count there. Henry gets stabbed. Fight the cultists. Fight the demigods. Helen fights the demigods again because the first time wasn't enough. And then the fight with the Memnon and the twins. So yeah. But also, I do in fact agree with Roz's thing. This thing started with a bank robbery and then ended with a 17-year-old flying.
And not the way that we thought would when 17-year-olds are a part of that bank robbery.
Ren, I really hope not. But man, the plot as a whole, I don't want to give another one because I feel bad.
No,
don't.
I'm just we're trying to be as honest as possible to our audience, correct? So
Would you feel bad if this was Mother Teresa?
Mother Teresa is written by a deranged madman named Norman.
I watched a 6-hour video about that.
I've watched multiple videos on it because I'm trying to figure out how. I still haven't figured out how.
How is he a madman?
I've also listened to the first 3 chapters of Mother Teresa.
Together.
Empress Teresa, not Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was a wonderful person. Or so I've heard. I don't actually know anything about Mother Teresa.
I've heard other things.
I mean, she's one of the a little fun fact that I know about her is that she's one of the few saints who went through the process, and it's not like she went it herself. Someone nominated her for sainthood, and their usual process is to be like, all right, we'll pick you, and you two argue for and against this person being a saint, respectively. No one wanted to argue against Mother Teresa being a saint. They were just looked at each other and were like, yeah, sure. She's done enough. I don't see why. I don't see why not.
Now, number.
My issue is that plot is helped by the characters. The characters, as I mentioned, inconsistent, uncompelling, annoying to be around. They don't have any positives.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular story, it's not a plot of inner machinations unfolding, and then our heroes get roped up in it in a grand scale, because of course Nom Nom did have
Nom Nom is the only one who actually has a goal.
Yeah, he did have goals before our main characters got involved, but it still all feels so character driven, as opposed to a ticking time bomb that a lot of plot driven stories would be. And so, if we mentioned this before as you were recounting the events of the story, if Nom Nom had like experimented on himself what demigodhood was like, he probably would have gotten to his results a lot quicker and we wouldn't even have probably the need to have our main characters be a part of the plot because he would have just won.
And
But
the
it's
fact
stupid,
that they
because
all
everyone's
ended up at the bank all at the same time. And it's like you can kind of headcanon it that maybe he knew Helen was gonna be there, and that's why they decided to rob the bank as like a cover to kidnap her. But too much other shit was going on. And the fact that they kept being able to find them out of nowhere, especially like when she drove off in the car real fast and they just appeared seconds after them, they would have known it was a car following them at the speeds that they were going. The whole story is like it's a nothing burger that somehow hits the floor and becomes a worse sandwich.
It's what I feel about High Guardian Spice.
Nothing.
So yeah, I am. Oh my god, we could totally do this for High Guardian Spice to Caius. Not the point. Yeah, I'm giving it a 1.
Yep, I agree. That's a 1-0.
The point in all of this, in reference to the book, I don't know what the Maurice. Do you think there is an overall message to this book?
The overall message.
I appear that to have hit a nerve with Ren about High Guardian Spice. Kaiser will remember this.
Thomas has already noted that.
I don't think Ren likes High Guardian Spice.
I don't think most people like High Guardian Spice.
I don't think anyone likes High Guardian Spice.
No. Let's not say that.
I don't know if the show creators like High Guardian
Let's only
Spice.
stick with what we feel.
Speaking of how we feel, Thomas.
Yeah.
Sorry, I asked Maurice an important question. What do you think the message of the book is?
I'm
the
trying
message
to
of
together too.
book. The message of the book is most likely the family that you can find randomly who are all blood related to you by weird, creepy means. The other message of the book is deep down inside, you are actually a god the whole time.
Oh shit!
Both are.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at chat.
Both are definitely answers. I'm the one that's cooking in my brain right now. Obviously, is entirely hinged around Henry's existence because it's a very overt part of his entire characterization of not having fear and necessarily what that means as not only Henry goes through this transformation of learning how to value human life, but even with Sarah, who you explicitly told me at the beginning of this retelling of the book, she was probably what is the word to look at? An introverted kind of person, which also would sometimes be paired with more anxious and fearful feelings and behaviors. But now she's literally murdering people left and right without a single care in the world. At least when it comes to like the hesitation of her actions, she says that she shouldn't murder people as much as she does, but the blood's on her hands. Whatever. There has to be some sort of point that he's trying to make about fear and what we do. Either
I don't want to assume any of that because his opinion on what having no fear does to a person is super fucking toxic.
Yeah, it is. It's also just autism, which is also portrayed incorrectly.
Yeah, because he has a character that is like he understands there's right and wrong, and he does good, but then he does bad all of the time, exclusively. So, what's your plot score, Thomas?
I will give it a 2. Not because of a particular good merit. Rather, I had no clue where I was being taken. I would only give it a 1 if I could literally predict everything that happened.
Also, to be fair, just to remind everybody, this is out of 10.
I will give it a 2.
2 has been noted.
will have to give it a 1 because in its base form,
Hmm.
in its base form, this is a chase. Like I was about to say, it's a chase movie. It's about, but it's all a chase
Um,
storyline.
Yeah.
Big Ape, I have bad news. None of us like this book at all.
Hey, but we don't encourage you to.
Don't
But we
think you
don't.
shouldn't like it. Just saying,
I want.
we have not been saying very nice things.
But I'm glad you liked it. So the thing is, it's a chase movie. The chase movie, its plot is driven by, like, completely driven by its characters. It's like Mad Max. Mad Max Fury Road is a chase movie. That's the plot. There's nothing special about it. But the things that make it special is Furiosa, Max, the wives, and Nyx. Then the bad guys show up, and you're like, look at these freaks of nature. These guys are great. This one, each bad guy who shows up is defined by the outfit they're wearing and the weapon they're wielding.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Tribe is a standalone. What book could it overlap in? It came out in 2019.
You might be thinking of.
Well, no, he said his
See,
favorite character is Henry,
Tribe
so
Called
this is
Quest. I'm sorry, Kaiser, but writers have the obsession with the name Henry. A lot of main characters are named Henry.
How would this interlink with anything?
Now you have to read all.
No.
Definitely not. Which of his books does it interlink with? I mean, I know he has 60 books, but... Huh.
The Dark NPC Exo Hunter Flux and the others.
Same thing, different font. Infinite. I do have Infinite, but I'm hesitant.
Are we talking about?
It's very impressive, his output, but we're gonna keep going. But Big Ape, I'd love to hear what it is that you like about Henry.
Yes.
Like, I'm just curious because I'm pretty sure that the two of us listened to this, which is me and Maurice. We found him incredibly annoying, incredibly inconsistent, and the descriptions of him did not fit his actions.
But yeah, I give it a 1.
Mhm.
Nice.
I'm going to give it a 3. It would be a 6 if it were a movie, but it is not.
It's the medium makes that much of a difference for you for the
Yeah, when it comes to action heavy stuff and character consistency, look how much the movie, the change from book to movie did for uh what is it called? Twilight, not Twilight. Fucking 50 Shades of Grey.
Mm-hmm.
It was insufferable garbage, but it was slightly less insufferable because you didn't have all the inner monologue bullshit. I think a shift to a movie would make this a lot better, and it reads and feels like a movie script from
We
the way it
listen
was
to the
described.
audiobook.
Yeah, we listened to the audiobook.
Yeah, it
By
seems
R.C.
like
Bray.
it was. It seemed like it was a movie script instead of like a book.
And it kind of logic tracks. After all, we did look at this, look at the website and seen that he was
A
doing
screenwriter, that makes sense.
Screenwriter.
Yeah, okay.
And man, I feel bad because I don't know how to, like. I'm trying to think about how to talk about this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm being mean.
I can be mean for you. I can be the darkest night.
You can be the night skin.
The best way I could put it is, yeah, this book told me that he was a screenwriter. It felt like a movie.
Yeah, and the major issues that we have with it overall,
Besides the characters,
there's no room to breathe. It definitely has an issue that knowing that he's more of a screenwriter, it makes a lot of sense because it has the same Hollywood issues that action has, and I would agree that it's supposed to be fun, but he touches on some very major, like, serious things that totally pull out much fun from it. And I hate to bring it back up again. The fact that Memnon kept Henry and Sam's Sarah, not Sam.
Well,
Sarah's mothers in captivity for 10 years and inseminated them, removed their eggs, spliced their DNA, forced them to have babies. All of that is super not fun, and if this was supposed to be a just lighthearted thing, really not the way to go.
Also, there's nothing wrong with a book being for fun. It just was not like to be fun. The characters got to be all around pretty likable.
sounds like Republicans.
I cannot find Henry or Sarah too much likable when one is a sociopath and the other one is a hypocrite.
I think that my biggest issue with Henry is actually in his introduction. After he leaves the Dunkin' Donuts and goes out into the street, and the guy stops him from walking directly into traffic, and this directly before this, it's like, I know the difference between right and wrong. I'm not a complete asshole, but then someone stops him from walking into the street. He turns around and goes, "You're fat. Don't stop me."
Did we like the duck boat? And also the recommendation to try Alter if we want to see a more serious piece of work.
I'm
Uh,
I'm not worried about the serious versus calm. That's not an issue that I had with it. I don't have any issue with something trying to be more lighthearted. My issue is that the tone is inconsistent. I agree that it seems like that's what he's going for, but he also wants it to be more serious than just lighthearted.
And it's not even all about being serious because we what's the other book that we had that was just completely fun?
Oh, you're asking a very
The one with the ring. The fake Stargate one.
Are you
I
talking
have
about?
no
The one
idea.
where the aliens came over to sell people.
Oh, that one was the fuck. I know the
It's
one you're
not
talking
labeled.
about. It
Hitchhiker's
is
Guide to the Galaxy?
Destruction of the Earth? Ruins
No.
of the Earth.
Yes, Ruins of the Earth. That book is nothing but pure fun with likable characters and just the plot wasn't even that complicated. It's so base simple, but it's so much fun and the characters are all just fun and good people all around and it's just
The gun
like
is
some of them are
great.
assholes, but they are just like they are so consistent and good with their ways that they're written, the way they talk to each other, and the way they bond. It was a great thing to be a part of.
Yeah, it's Ruins of the Earth by Christopher Hopper and J.N. Chaney. The Dark, I will keep that one in mind. Also, just as well, I feel like this one is cheating to say I like fun, happy-go-lucky books. I like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but I don't know anybody that doesn't like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that's listened
I
to it.
don't.
Have you listened to it?
No.
How?
I
Well,
said I was gonna be the contrarian at the beginning of the stream, and nobody heard me.
Okay.
Almost 5 hours.
Also, Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir. That one's a happy-go-lucky one. So,
Like we love all different types of books. They just have
yeah.
to be
5
good.
hours, close, Ren. It's
yeah, we're 4:42 at this point for the recording
And
alone.
you thought my streams were long.
So, we are, to be fair, me and Maurice are rather harsh because we are both aspiring authors, and so we're both very critical of our own work, and so it's very hard for us to turn that off when we're looking at other people's work. And so when we see inconsistencies, when we see inconsistencies, like with character internal dialogue versus character actions, it's really hard for us to ignore it. Like the number of times that Sarah talks about we're not going to kill people to then immediately kill more people than Henry is really, really damning for her character. And also, I understand that he's trying to have fun with it, but a lot of his having fun moments come across as a little bit racist.
Yeah, the schoolgirls with katanas.
The
No, not
schoolgirls
even-
with
man.
katanas,
no, not even the pissed off
his
one.
panic.
The pissed off part was perfectly fine. We can get that. But like when she just start sometimes being like, all right, we're not gonna kill anyone, and then throw someone onto a cactus that impales them completely,
Yeah.
and
Like,
then
she-
feels bad about it. I'm
like-
like, then why'd you do it?
Here's the issue that I have with all of that too. She had a spear.
What the hell is
Flip,
Downtown
flip
Abbey?
that sumbitch over.
Just knock them out with your super strength.
She
Have you
is.
tried restraining them?
I mean,
She
she
used that Vulcan sleeper technique.
she
Sarah
is in
was
fact
great.
a wrestler. She is in fact trained in the form of combat
Again.
that is entirely designed to take someone to the
Again,
ground.
Sarah restraints. The first thing you told me about this woman is the internal monologue she has for herself, where she got kicked off of her school's wrestling
College.
team. School's wrestling team because she keeps hurting people. She has no self-restraint.
We don't think he's racist.
I don't think he's racist. It's just that they come
I just find it
across
funny.
as kind of racy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Or
stereotypes.
at the very
and
least,
that's-
they play upon stereotypes that are not always looked on favorably. My one is, so Zeus is in this book. We all know this. We're talking
Fucking
about
Zeus,
this.
man.
But Zeus, out of all the things he could have been, which he's been historically, animals and various other non-humanoid things, he's like, I'm gonna be a human this time. I'm gonna fuck around and be a human. What kind of human do I want to be? I want to be Mammy Linda, who calls people sugar and also walked with Martin Luther King once because I guess he was just that cool of a boy. Granted, he is, but strange that Zeus thinks of that. Of all people.
Martin Luther King Jr. was probably one of Zeus's descendants.
Oh no.
Disgusting.
Agamemnon, no. Did you snipe him?
Yeah.
Sniped him
Damn,
right in
now,
the
now.
throat.
Oh.
That
but
is
yeah,
also
it,
probably a terrifying conspiracy. Actually.
I feel like
That was a joke.
that was a joke. He didn't have anything in the collection, Helen's collection, so maybe. Now
It was a
here's the
dream.
thing. I do think that it is entirely possible if you were to do the whole like we come back to the analogy that we had earlier. This book reads like a Michael Bay film. And Michael Bay films can be extremely enjoyable if you just turn off your brain. And me and Maurice do have, well, I know I have a lot of issue turning off my brain when it comes to media, because I just, again, it is entirely because of myself, I can't admit that. I'm hypercritical of what I write, and so I'm hypercritical when I read other things, and so straight up just turn your brain off action kind of things, I have a lot of trouble with it. And then right when we go back to characters, my brain is still on, so I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna hyperanalyze what you said. That doesn't make sense with this right here.
Yeah. For me, it's I can easily turn my brain off, but if the characters are trash, my brain can't get any more off.
My brain is never on.
Like the Expendables. I don't need a brain to like the Expendables.
I was about to say, I like the Expendables, don't be mean.
Yeah, but you don't need a brain to like the Expendables. It's goofy, old school action movies with new school action movie people all coming together to make fucking Steven Seagal happy.
I don't like the sequels. I really
Now,
can't stand the Expendables. And
To
what
be,
they've become.
to Big Ape, just to give another, like, we'll call this another one of my asterisks for this book. I am kind of a medieval weapon nut. Like, I practice
Oh,
HEMA,
wow.
I use swords, I currently am surrounded by swords as I am in my own room. And the fact that Helen said that, you know, the fucking Copus doesn't require any skill and it's just an axe, when it's a curved sword. It is a curved short sword with a single cutting edge. And unless we're going to start saying that katanas are axes now.
I mean, if she had called it a machete, that would have been a more accurate comparison.
Makata.
He did. When Helen first gives them the kopis, Sarah goes, "But I don't know how to use a sword." Goes, "Nah, it doesn't require any skill. It's an axe, basically." It's like, that's not how that works.
He put you in it as a female dolphin living with a harem of male dolphins. What?
What? I...
There isn't enough cocaine in the world.
That's a lot of brutality. Because dolphins
you-
don't play games.
Did you pay the man to put you in?
I'm gonna write down the order, and I'm gonna block that from everything that I read on AKA Audible.
Definitely not reading that because I don't mess with dolphins.
He does not mess. He does not mess with them.
You and me both, Maurice.
Dolphins are evil.
They are the ops.
I'm more of a shark person. I will defend sharks to the day I die.
We can keep this going, but honestly, I feel like I'm gonna have. I should cut a couple. This is probably good for the recording for YouTube, as we are at this point reading Twitch chat. Advice for Jeremy Robinson?
No. Keep doing what you're doing, Jeremy. Don't do this again.
Here's the thing. Personally, a little bit jealous because his entire job is writing, and I would very much love to have that position as well. I happen to work, still, and so it's hard to get writing out there while you're doing another job. But I'm gonna do it eventually. If you want to check out some of my writing, we have a website called WAMM.blog, where the first chapter of the blog I'm going to be posting of a story called PK Slayer is already posted. The biggest advice that I could give him, though, from someone who has written a novel that is almost 200,000 words, it should be, well, first of all, it is wham.blog. It is that simple. It should be in the channel description, along with a link to Caius's Twitch and my Twitch, for when we do our own individual things. There it is. Thank you. I'm going to click on this just to make sure that it is that. Yep, there it is. There we are.
It exists.
I made
It
that.
worked.
Tell me you like it, because it'll hurt my feelings if you say you don't. I spent a long time on it. Obviously, I'm joking. Be honest with me if you do or do not like it. But, not the point. The biggest advice that I could give is that it seems like what happened with this book is Jeremy Robinson is putting out a lot of work a little bit too quickly. It seems like he's writing something, doing basically a grammar edit, but he's not doing a story edit. It seems like what it needs is him sitting down, looking through the steps and being like, okay, this is what's happening, this is what makes sense in this situation, and this is some ways that I could change it. Like, me and Maurice were talking about a couple of scenes that happened where with minor changes, it would fit the characters better. An example I would give of it is when near the end, when they're at the gallery, Henry leaps over onto the glass ceiling, and then Sarah stays back until the bullets start flying, which also it doesn't make sense how she's able to go through the bullets that are shooting up through the ceiling when the glass is shattering, to then throw him across to the other thing. It would have... I can't remember exactly what we talked about. Maurice, do you happen to remember the example that I gave? Because I gave actually a in-depth example of how you could slightly alter that scene to make more sense. Or just to be a little bit more, like, true to the characters.
You said Sarah would jump over. Something about someone coming from underneath, seeing Sarah from above.
That's
and
what it was.
shooting the glass underneath her.
What I was talking about was, instead of having it to where he jumps over and she jumps over to save him, because that just makes Sarah the continuous savior of the second half of the book, which she becomes the moment after the SWAT arrive when they're in the apartment. If you wanted to show that she still has that fear that Henry doesn't, and how his fearlessness can help him, so he jumps over, he's on the other side, He's moving. She hesitates. By the time that she jumps, one of the cultists has moved into the room, and so when she jumps, he can hear her land. So that then it's just like, oh, if she had jumped earlier, she wouldn't have been caught. So if she had been fearless like Henry, they could have saved this encounter. But because she doesn't, it's her fault that she goes down in there and has to fight the Japanese schoolgirls.
If I had to give him a piece of advice, please do more research on sensitive topics. Even if you like want to do unsensitive things with the topics, at least do the research. It is very important because everyone has different feelings on different topics, and even I, a person who loves to go into very dark material, there's just some things you just want to make sure you get right and not have people feeling like, yo, that's not
Wait,
how I act.
stop. Is he?
Let's see.
Is Jeremy Robinson actually here?
That
Probably not.
Like,
that
Big
would
Abe,
be-
I need to ask that because I feel like
that would
I
be
said something at the
mild
beginning of
tolerance.
this, and if he is here, I would like to say it. Well, all right. While you're present, Jeremy, if you are
Jeremy.
actually here, I'm just gonna say this. I'm very impressed by your body of work. Like, it's extremely impressive that from 2003, I believe the wiki said, to 2021, you've published as many things as you have. It's very cool that you've been able to do that. And absolutely no hate for any of this. This is just our honest opinions of what we heard. It's extremely impressive. I'm jealous that you get to do this as a living. But it's a lot.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn for advice then.
Yeah, give him something.
Good joke. My turn for advice, however, even with Jeremy being here or not, the most important thing for what I think would have made this a much funner story is to have some sort of gag paired with Henry's fearlessness. We get a lot of what is just general, and Kaiser pointed us before because him being 47 means that his his idea
Have a
of
good one,
comedy,
Big Abe.
his
See
philosophy
you,
of
Big
comedy
Abe.
comes from an older source than my own. The kinds of jokes and gags that Henry currently goes through in this story aren't that funny or endearing. The first couple of just social interactions you and Maurice regale me as you recount this story is him just being intentionally mean and disruptive. Not necessarily something that is indicative of his fearlessness, but that's a different topic itself. If you want him to be funny, you have to really make him funny. I'm sure he gets his stride in later parts of the story as what Abe and other characters in the chat and other people in the chat like to say about him, but I did not get that impression at all as we were recounting this story.
Henry, I know I brought up some slight changes in that, but honestly, I have to go back to what my biggest advice would be for this is the time to breathe is extremely important. If I'm trying to think of an example for this. When you're doing laps in a pool, if you keep swimming for too long without taking a break, no matter how good you are at swimming, you're not getting enough oxygen. So you have to stop to breathe. And so no matter how good the action is, there has to be points in time where there are real stopping points. Not like a quick rest stop. It has to be full stop, take a breath, calm down, then continue. It's got to be more than a chapter. It's got to be more than that 3,000 word bare minimum. Characters have talked, I'm good to move on. We need to have real character interactions, real just moments alone. And the most we kind of got for that was in the apartment when Henry danced around, I'm pretty sure naked. Also, maybe less 17-year-olds being naked would be a very good piece of advice.
Please.
We don't need a Henry Beach episode. Ren, calm down.
Just easily could have
Favorite
made them both 20, exact same age.
favorite quote from, of all things, the epic rap battles of history: Pennywise versus the Joker. Joker says to Pennywise, in reference to Stephen King's writing, "Tell your author the next time you write a gangbang scene, add a little more PG and a lot less 13." Thank you, Joker. Very nice.
Thank you, Joker. Very cool.
Thank you, Joker. Well, we
Alright,
did
well,
it, everyone.
I
That is Tribe.
think that's everything. Unless you want
I
me
think
to say...
hilariously, we never
what-
touched on why it's called Tribe.
I
Uh,
don't fucking know.
We
I mean,
don't
I
even-
know why it's called Tribe.
It's because they're a
It's
tribe.
because
now.
they're their own tribe.
Sure. Gods make tribes now.
Are you...
I mean, at least it wasn't called Copus. Like, if it had been called Copus and then Helen had been like, the Copus is an axe, not a sword, I would have probably cried.
That's the actual takeaway. If Jeremy was actually here for even a fraction of a second.
Listen,
That's
Jeremy,
the
if you're
actual
still here, please, I need to explain something real quick. Wrestling is the art of taking someone from a standing position to a laying position. You don't break bones that way. That would be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or BJJ.
Again, Sarah is just bad. That's my headcanon. Jeremy did nothing wrong with that particular detail. It's that literally Sarah is a monster, whether she intends to be or not.
Like I said, I want to reiterate, I liked Family Dollar Deadpool and Dollar Tree Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to enjoy them. That's no shame on it. I probably would have liked Henry, as I mentioned, as I concluded before, much more earnestly if I actually thought he was funny with even some of the gags. I think I laughed at exactly one thing, and it was the scene where they were all in the policeman's car. Not policeman's car. I believe Helena's car, because she didn't reveal herself yet. And Sarah got outvoted because, Henry's like,
That
oh,
was
yeah,
good.
we speed up. And it's like, thank you, Henry. Finally, your words actually entertain me.
So, to cap it off, because I gotta go to bed.
Sure.
The final scores.
Oh,
Would you like the average, the out of, or both?
the average.
All right.
That's
So,
cute, the votes.
average score out of 10. Roz, you gave it a 6 out of 10 overall. Maurice, you gave it a 2 out of 10 overall.
Ooh, generous.
Thomas, you gave it a 1.75 out of 10.
Sounds about right.
And then I gave it a 1.5 out of 10.
So yes, I'm sorry, Jeremy, wherever you are. Not one of your best works.
I would love to know which work you recommend, Jeremy, of your
I
plethora of options.
if
you
you
are
are
actually
involving
here-
dolphins, I'm out.
I agree with that statement, but literally anyone of them that is not called the Order, DM, WAMM, or any of us, and we'll check it out and review it again. We'll see if it is better.
You only gotta give us a free copy. I have tokens.
I do also have tokens. And yes, we will be doing audiobooks because I'm hyper dyslexic.
I don't
And
have all
I have to work.
All right.
I don't have Audible.
We don't have an outro intro or anything to say for our end thing.
Well, I think it would be important to remind everyone where they could check out WAM's work, as well as possibly commission Caius for any artwork. Also,
WAM's work is available at wham.blog. That is WAM.blog. Links are in the description and in the channel about section. And also, all of Caius's links are on wham.blog. That is
Also, retweet my art.
WAMM.blog. I misspelled it the first time because I spelled it with one M.
You did?
There are two. I know my own website. I made it.
You took time.
Please
There's
leave a-
no way we
leave a
have 10
like and
people
subscribe.
watching this.
Wham.blog. I don't know why the W is capitalized, but it is wham.blog.
Because it's extra oomph.
Also, we're
Extra.
on Twitter
Mm.
at Wham Live. We will be announcing when we go live at Wham.
It could be
Live.
anytime as soon as we figure out the next book.
I did say dot, but it is actually just Wham Live. It's at Wham Live. Much like the channel name. Wham Live. If I keep saying wham, I'm gonna make it sound weird to me.
Well, how about you stop?
It's probably a good idea.
I think we've covered everything.
Yeah.
We should find a fun one next time.
Having you describe this to me was fun. But then again, that's just because I enjoy your presence.
I mean,
Perhaps. But
look,
for
as I
now,
said, with friends, watching paint dry can be fun.
this is true. Especially if beer is involved.
We should do the MCU movies.
Hey, I like some of the MCU movies.
You
That
calling
don't mean you
me?
can't talk about them.
Oh, I could definitely talk about the writing in them. But now's not the
Oh.
time for that. Good night, goodbye, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
There we
Ray.
go. That's the end. Good night, goodbye, and we'll see
Bye.
you next time. It almost rhymes.
Like
Sure.
my shit.
We'll find something better.
No.
Workshop.
And it's not bad. It's it's your first draft. And
Insulted
we ain't gonna
of
end
the
up like
first
Tribe.
episode.
Look, we ain't gonna end up like Tribe. We're gonna actually get more drafts.
Oh, that
All right, I'm
reminds
gonna
me, I
stop
gotta
the
do a
recording
Star
now.
Beach episode.